So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on Imagine Cold. Naruto took advantage from Tony in Private Room movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. Tony Stark. Visionary. Genius. American patriot, and mother, even from an early age. The daughter of legendary weapons developer Howard Stark quickly stole the spotlight with her brilliant and unique mind. At age 4, she built her first circuit board. At age 6, her first engine. And at 17, she graduated summa cum laude from MIT. Then, the passing of a titan. Howard Stark's lifelong friend and ally Obadiah Stane steps in to help fill the gap left by the legendary founder. Until at age 21, the prodigal daughter returns and is anointed the new CEO of Stark Industries. With the keys to the kingdom, Tony ushers in a new era for her father's legacy, creating smarter weapons, advanced robotics, satellite targeting. Today, Tony Stark has changed the face of the weapons industry by ensuring freedom and protecting America and her interests around the globe. The clip show ended and the screen went dark. As this occurred, a man with dark skin, a military haircut, and a uniform walked onto the stage and stood before the microphone. As liaison to Stark Industries, I've had the unique privilege of serving with a real patriot. She is my friend and she is my great mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present this year's Apogee Award to Mrs. Tony Stark. The man felt slight fear as he really hoped that Tony would show up to her own awards ceremony. The man's fears dissipated as a woman in a red dress with long brown hair began to walk onto the stage. Tony smiled and waved to the audience as cameras took pictures. Eventually she walked next to the man who gave her the award. "Thanks for holding my award, Rhodey," Tony said. "You actually showed up for this one. I'm surprised," the man known as Rhodey said. Eventually they let go of one another's hands and Rhodey walked off the stage, which left Tony there alone. Eventually the clapping from the audience ceased, which allowed Tony to speak. "Well everyone, this is certainly a very shiny award. I don't know who to thank besides most likely myself and a few other people." Some of the audience chuckled at this. "Well anyway, I thank everyone for the award and for coming here. Now I really have to get going since it's past my son's bedtime and he is probably getting really bored here." This made the audience laugh. In one last showboating move, Tony held the award above her head and began to walk off the stage. In the audience at a certain table, 4 people sat. One was Rhodey from before after he had found the table, the next was a bald man with a beard known as Obadiah Stane, and 2 others. Both were blonde. One was an adult with spiky blonde hair, deep cerulean blue eyes, and a set of 3 whisker marks on each of his cheeks. The person sitting next to him was a blonde 10-year-old boy who took after the man in almost every way but for 2. The boy had brown eyes and a set of 2 whisker marks on each cheek. Tony Stark began to walk to the table and eventually sat down at it in between the blonde boy and man. She and the blonde man kissed as she did this before eventually separating. "Mom, Dad, that is really disgusting, you know," the boy stated. This made Tony and the blonde man smirk. "When you get older, you'll understand," Tony replied as she set the award on the table. The blonde man looked at the award and then back at Tony. "Nice trophy. I think it just shows how amazing I am. Not that I need any help, Naruto," Tony replied with a chuckle. She then turned to look at the boy sitting next to her. "So Alex, you ready to go?" she asked. "Yes, Mom. This place is so dull with all these old people," Alex replied. Tony glanced over to Obadiah, who showed mock hurt on his face. "I thought that I was a cool old man, Alex. That just hurts me so much," Obadiah said. This made Alex smile. "You are cool, I guess," Alex replied. After that, Naruto, Tony, and Alex stood up together in order to leave. In normal situations, Obadiah and Rhodey would chastise Tony for leaving her own award ceremony early, but they were glad that she had managed to come and stay at the ceremony for this long. "I'll see you at the airport tomorrow," Rhodey said as he got out of his seat and gave Tony a hug. Obadiah got out of his chair and gave the woman a handshake before he leaned over to Naruto. "How did you get her to come to the ceremony?" Obadiah asked. "I would have thought that she'd have gone to a casino or clubbing." Naruto leaned back over to the older man with a grin. "Drinks and sex. I've lived with her long enough to know that those are the only things that can get her to do something with no questions asked," Naruto replied. "Well, keep up the good work. I'll see you at the office Monday as well," Obadiah said. "Yeah. I'll see you there as well." The 2 men separated and the group of 3 walked away, leaving both Obadiah and Rhodey alone together. "I still think that he's whipped," Rhodey remarked. This made Obadiah chuckle. Outside the building, Tony handed her ticket to the valet, who ran off to get their car, leaving the 3 of them alone. Eventually the valet pulled up in their 4-seated convertible. "After you," Naruto said. Tony rolled her eyes and Alex followed after his mother. "You're driving," Tony stated. Naruto rolled his eyes as he walked over to the car. "Mrs. Stark. Mrs. Stark." Tony, who had opened the door to let Alex get into the back of the car, stopped what she was doing and turned around to the blonde reporter who was running up to her. Naruto continued his journey to the driver's side of the car. "Christine Everhart, Vanity Fair magazine," she announced. "Can I ask you a couple questions?" Tony felt a twinge of annoyance enter through her. She wanted to go home and do something fun. What she didn't want was to deal with another reporter question her life choices, hairstyle, sex life, or diet. She knew that she couldn't just blow off the woman in her normal style of insulting whatever was annoying her, since both Naruto and Alex were watching and she wanted to be a good role model to her son. So for now she would play nice. "Hi, yeah, okay, go," Tony replied. "All right." It seemed like Christine took a moment to prepare herself before she would begin her tangent. "You've been called the Da Vinci of our time. What do you have to say about that?" Christine asked. "Completely ridiculous. I don't paint," Tony answered. She felt really good about shoving that back at Christine's face. "What about your other nickname, the Merchant of Death?" Christine asked. That made Tony frown slightly. This woman was starting to get on her nerves, and besides, what did all of this pandering really come down to? "That's not bad," Tony replied. She really didn't like it when work began interfering with family life. Let's see if she could try to get into this Christine's head. "Berkeley?" Tony asked. "Brown, actually," Christine replied. She quickly pulled out a recorder and held it in front of Tony's face. "Well, Ms. Brown, it's an imperfect world, but it's the only one we've got. I guarantee you, the day weapons are no longer needed to keep the peace, I'll start building bricks and beams for baby hospitals," Tony replied. "You rehearse that much every day in front of the mirror before bedtime." This woman had officially become a huge annoyance, and it had only been with her speaking 4 sentences. A new record. "I can see that. I can show it to you firsthand. But then you'd be in my house and I would find it to be a little creepy that a reporter managed to stalk me all the way from here." It seemed Christine's buttons were being pushed as she was now looking a little huffy. "I just want a serious answer," Christine replied. Maybe with a few more sarcastic quips Christine would finally leave. These heels were killing her feet after all. "Okay, here's serious. My old man had a philosophy: peace means having a bigger stick than the other guy," Tony replied. That's a great line coming from the woman selling the sticks. Oh, this woman could actually play ball. Now let's see if she could catch. "My father helped defeat the Nazis. He worked on the Manhattan Project. A lot of people, including your professors at Brown, would call that being a hero. And a lot of people would also call that war profiteering. Tell me, do you plan to report on the millions we've saved by advancing medical technology or kept from starvation with our intelli crops? All those breakthroughs, military funding, honey." Tony felt like she had this woman in a corner, and it appeared Ms. Brown knew it. "You ever lose an hour of sleep in your life?" Tony smiled at this. Christine just created the perfect setup for a retort. "With my husband, yes. Now I really need to be going. I'll hope to see you never." Tony walked away to the car and got in. When she looked back at Ms. Brown, the woman's jaw was slightly dropped even when they drove away. "Did you really need to antagonize the reporter? She could write a terrible article about you with all the stuff you gave her," Naruto asked. "Let her. It's just one person. She can't do anything that no one else has done." Tony turned around and looked at Alex, who was sitting in the back taking in the views of the nightlife. "Hey sweetie, how are you doing?" "Fine mom, so what was that lady talking about before?" Alex asked. "Just stupid stuff. So, any place you want to go to before we head home?" Tony asked. Alex seemed to think about this question before he decided to answer. "Ice cream." Tony smiled and nodded. "Sure, ice cream for everyone. Actually, we could just buy an ice cream shop if we wanted." Tony thought aloud at the end. Naruto chuckled at this. "Nope. We are not buying an ice cream shop, but we can go for some. There has got to be a place that's open at this time of night," Naruto replied. It was getting late after all. 9:23 p.m. was a late night, especially for a 10-year-old. Whatever, he was a kid. He could spend a night up. It wasn't a school night, so who cares? Eventually, after some searching, they found an ice cream shop which they went into. The cashier was surprised at how 3 well-dressed people, one who was a billionaire, walked into his shop and ordered ice cream from him. After eating the ice cream, the trio left for their car and headed to their Malibu mansion. When they entered, they were greeted by the voice of their artificial intelligence, Jarvis. "Greetings, Mr. S. and Mrs. Stark. Welcome home," the British accent of the AI greeted. "Hey Jarv. How are you doing?" Naruto asked. "I am functioning at full capacity, sir," Jarvis replied. Tony turned to Alex. It's time to go to bed. I'll see you in the morning, if I'm actually awake by then. Tony said. Alex groaned in disappointment at this. He enjoyed staying awake during this time of night. It made him feel like he was an adult. But I like staying up, Mom. Alex replied. Tony kneeled as much as she could in her dress and looked at Alex. If you go to bed right now, then how about when I come back from my business trip we'll tinker with some of the cars downstairs? Tony asked. Alex thought about this before nodded. Sure, Mom. See you guys in the morning, Alex said as he ran off upstairs. Tony stood up and looked at Naruto. So Naruto, now that we're alone, the kid has gone off to sleep, the sun is down, and I feel a little stressed and could use something to relieve the tension. Tony said as she leaned up and put her arms around Naruto's neck. You know, I'm going to miss you when you're gone. And also, when have you ever been stressed? Naruto asked. Do I really need to wear a sign or are you just that oblivious? Tony asked as she kissed Naruto. Both of them began to move towards the stairs and began to go up. Eventually they separated their lips and Naruto smirked. No, I just like to mess with you. Naruto replied. Eventually after a small amount of time, and a bit of bumping into multiple objects, the couple managed to make it into their room whereupon Tony and Naruto landed the bed together. So, can we please do that thing with the clones that you're so good at? Tony begged. Only if you go to your flight on time. Tony thought about this and agreed. Naruto nodded and put his hands together into a cross shape. Two puffs of smoke appeared by the bed and they eventually dispersed to reveal two clones standing at the foot of the bed with massive grins on their faces. Woohoo! Tony cried out in happiness. It was the morning and Tony woke up feeling very happy with herself. Having awesome sex was a highlight of her life with a guy who could spontaneously clone himself whenever he wanted to. She turned in her bed to see that Naruto was not there, probably training in the basement again. He did that every morning, which Tony had grown quite used to. With that in mind, she got out of bed and found a robe to put on over her naked form. Then she walked down her spiraling staircase past the main floor of the house and walked towards the workout room where she knew that Naruto would be. When she entered into it, she saw Naruto inside the boxing ring facing off against one of his clones. Tony remembered the first time that Naruto had ever shown his abilities, and even then she was still excited whenever she saw him do something new. Morning Naruto. Up training I see. Tony stated as she walked over to the fridge in the room and pulled out a water bottle which tossed over to Naruto. She could never tell which one was the clone and which one was the real one. The Naruto nearest to her caught the bottle and tossed it over to the Naruto furthest away, who took a swig from it. The clone dispelled in a puff of smoke, whereupon Naruto exited the arena and walked over to Tony. We probably need to get cleaned up before the mother hen arrives. Hey, Pepper is just looking out for your best interests, Naruto replied. She can still be really pushy, especially about running the company, Tony replied. Naruto shook his head at his wife's antics. The woman could really act like a child at times. Well, it is your company after all. By the way, that going away present was amazing, Tony stated with a lecherous grin. Naruto shook his head in amusement and both he and Tony began walking out. When they got to the kitchen, Naruto began to make eggs and bacon. As this happened, the front door opened. Welcome Ms. Potts. Jarvis greeted. The click of Pepper's heels echoed across the floor as the secretary walked up to them. Morning Pepper, Naruto said as he cooked the food. Good morning Naruto. Pepper turned and looked at Tony, and hello Tony. Now there are a few things that you should be aware of when you arrive at the Jericho demonstration. One is that the many of your military backers will be attending. Another is that you'll be heading to the demonstration right when you arrive. I hope you are listening, Tony. Yes, Pep. I'm listening. Is there any other thing that I need to know about which I will probably tune out? Tony asked as she poured herself some orange juice. As she did this, Alex came downstairs rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Morning Mom and Dad. When he opened his eyes, he saw Pepper standing next to his mother. Hi Pepper, Alex greeted. Hello Alex. Now Tony, please try to not act like you usually do. These backers pay for over 40% of Stark Industries' budget, Pepper said. All right Mom. Tony sarcastically replied. Naruto pulled out 3 plates and put them down on the table where Alex and Tony were sitting. Pepper, you want some bacon? Naruto asked. She shook her head no in response. Already ate breakfast. Your loss, Naruto said as he filled the plates with bacon and eggs. He put a fork and knife with each plate and set them in front of Alex and Tony before taking a seat with them and ate. Don't worry Pep, I'll be a good girl. I'll see you at the airport, Tony said. There are multiple other things on your schedule, Pepper said and started to go into a tangent which Naruto ignored. It was Tony's company after all, he just worked there as security. Eventually after a while Pepper concluded her business with Tony and left, leaving the Starks alone. We better get ready. I'll go take a shower, Naruto said. Tony quickly finished her food in response. Wait for me. I'm joining, Tony stated and followed after Naruto. Naruto smiled as he walked with Tony rushing up to his side. She really was insatiable. The couple soon made it to the bathroom where they closed the door behind themselves. Pepper, Naruto, and Alex stood next to Tony on the airport tarmac where her private jet was located. Rhodey had already made it before them and was standing in the entrance of the plane waiting for Tony to finish her goodbyes. Tony wore a pair of black suit pants, a gray blouse, and a black vest. She really hated having to wear a dress or a skirt after all. Naruto just wore a black suit with an orange tie. She knew that Naruto had a few weapons hidden under that coat of his. He was the head of security at the office, so he treated his job very seriously. Alex just wore a pair of shorts and an orange shirt. Well, Alex, I will be seeing you again soon enough. Those cars can't build themselves after all. Can you be good for your dad? Tony asked. Alex nodded and Tony ruffled Alex's hair. Good boy. She stood up and looked at Pepper. I'll be a good girl just for you. You better, Tony. Pepper replied. Finally, Tony walked up to Naruto and kissed him. I hope my return gift will be even better than my goodbye gift, Tony whispered into Naruto's ear. I could always show you my chakra mode, Naruto whispered back. This excited Tony as she remembered when Naruto showed his golden form, which was amazing on its own. Add it to their private moments and it was a miracle. I'll be waiting. Tony then backed away from the trio and walked towards the jet and up the stair to where Rhodey was waiting. What are you looking at? She asked her best friend. Rhodey grinned at his friend. Nothing, Mommy. I really enjoy how you're actually on time these days. I wonder why that would be. Rhodey replied. Tony lightly punched Rhodey on the shoulder and entered into the jet with Rhodey following after her. When both were seated, they saw the door of the plane close. It took 5 minutes for the plane to take off, and when they were finally in the air, a stewardess walked over to Tony and poured her a glass of whiskey. Thank you. Tony drank it and turned to look at Rhodey. Also, I'm on time these days because Naruto has been harassing me about being punctual. Rhodey was slightly confused at this. How did Naruto haranguing Tony make her do anything? Unless he has something on you, doesn't he? Rhodey was already guessing. It didn't involve embarrassing her. She was pretty much immune to that due to her narcissism. No, there was only one thing he could think of, especially since Tony had been walking with a pep in her step. I don't know anything about what you're talking about. Cindy, could you please get my friend here a drink? Tony asked. It is not a time to drink. We need to work. Rhodey replied. The flight attendant walked up to Tony. Would you like hot sake? She asked. Yes, 2 please. Tony replied. Rhodey rubbed his sinuses as while he loved his friend like a sister, she could be so, Tony. If that was even a response. Not for me, please. Rhodey said. Just ignore my friend and get the other sake. Tony rebuked. She then turned to the colonel. Come on Rhodey, take a load off, we're going to be on a plane for the next few hours, so just live a little. I am living responsibly, which is something that you're incapable of, Rhodey replied. Of course I can be responsible. I am a mother and I've had to raise a kid for 10 years, so that's complete proof that I can be responsible. Tony retorted as the flight attendant brought her a drink which she took before she tried to give Rhodey the other drink. You are only responsible when either Naruto or Alex are around. If they aren't, then you are basically a kid with a credit card, Rhodey replied. Just take the drink. I think that you're too stiff all the time. You need to take a load off, Tony said. I am not a stiff Tony, I'm just responsible, and when I am in uniform, then I need to be responsible, it's my job, Tony, Rhodey replied. You know, you have said responsible about 4 times already. Now stop being an old man and take the drink. Rhodey rolled his eyes. There was no arguing with Tony, so he just decided to play along with her. Fine. Can I please have the drink? He asked the flight attendant. She smiled and nodded before handing the glass to him, which he took and quickly downed. Tony mockingly clapped and cheered for her friend. Can we get another set, please? Tony asked. The flight attendant nodded and walked away. Fine, 1 more and then I'm done, Rhodey announced. It would be an hour later when Tony and Rhodey could be declared to be officially hammered. They even managed to play beer pong with the sake on hand. Naruto, Pepper, and Alex all walked back to their cars when they saw that Tony's plane had taken off. So Pepper, happy birthday, Naruto said. Thank you, Naruto. Pepper replied with a smile. Would you like to go out for dinner to celebrate your birthday? Naruto asked. I'm sorry, but I already had plans. Thanks for offering, Pepper replied. She walked away to her car and left Naruto and Alex alone with one another. Want to go training, Alex? Naruto asked. He had been training Alex when his son had first showed signs of being able to use chakra, which pleased Naruto greatly. He would never admit it, but he was glad that he wasn't the only one of his kind in this world. It had definitely been a massive change when he had first arrived in this world. He remembered exactly how he had gotten here, and he would never forget it as it haunted his dreams every night. Being with Tony had slightly mitigated the dreams to a more manageable level, but they didn't disappear. Naruto and Sasuke watched as Kaguya began to lose all of the tailed beast chakra that she contained as she was slowly sealed up into a moon. The battle had finally ended after all this struggle and death. That was what both Naruto and Sasuke had thought when they began to walk away from their defeated opponent. What they didn't expect was that Kaguya would launch one of her bone spears at Sasuke. Naruto first noticed something was off when Sasuke stopped following after him. When he turned around, he saw his friend on his knees and looked up to see Kaguya smile as she turned into a massive wooden husk. The tailed beasts had all begun to reform. When she was finally sealed into a moon, it began to be pulled into an alternate dimension, sealed off from all others. Soon the landscape that they were standing in shifted, and Naruto felt the tug in his guy that meant that they had been teleported somewhere else. When he saw the figure of the floating old man and the previous dead Hokage, Naruto knew that both he and his friends were back in their own dimension. Naruto's undead father looked happy at seeing his son returned, but Naruto ignored the blonde man for his fallen friend. His legs and hands were already turning to dust due to Kaguya's technique. "Sasuke, how could this have happened to you?" Naruto asked with some barely concealed tears. "Bad luck. Now stop being an idiot and listen to me. I was originally planning to overthrow the previous cage to start a new revolution for the world, but that won't work now. Instead, I have to ask of you something," Sasuke said. His breathing became much more labored as his forearms and knees turned to dust. Naruto would have liked to have chastised his friend in any other situation, but right now was not the time. Instead, he had to just listen. "Go on," Naruto replied. He heard Sakura and Kakashi walk up behind them. Both were quiet in this solemn moment. "I want you to take my Rinnegan and use it to leave this world," Sasuke demanded. Naruto felt shock at Sasuke's demand. "Why?" he asked. "Our families, the Senju who you are related to, and the Uchiha, have been responsible for most of the terrible things in this world. This needs to end, and that's why you need to leave this world. If it wasn't for our families, then this war and so many others would have never happened," Sasuke stated. "But what about Granny Tsunade and Yamato? They both are related to the Senju," Naruto said. "Tsunade is too old to have kids. Yamato just has Senju DNA grafted to his body. He'll never have kids who are actually Senju. And then there's Karen. She will most likely go into hiding after all of this is done. If not that, then she'll probably kill herself when she learns of my death. No, this needs to end." Sasuke began coughing as he saw more parts of his body turning to dust. "Take my Rinnegan. Do it now before I die," Sasuke ordered. Naruto thought about this, and with some hesitation, he pulled out Sasuke's eye, which caused the team to scream in pain before he calmed down. "Use it and leave this world. Promise me that," Sasuke screamed out. Naruto felt the weight of what Sasuke wanted fall upon his shoulders. He would never be able to become Hokage like he always wished. He would never be able to be with his friends that he had made. And he would never be able to see what his actions would have done to change the world. In the end, he would just be a memory. He could say no to his friend, but how could he ever be Hokage when he was unable to bring his best friend back home? With great hesitation, Naruto made his decision and reached into his left eye and ripped it out. He tried to control his pain, but a scream still ripped through his lips. He then put the Rinnegan into his eye and used his Sage Chakra to heal the eye so that it would connect into his socket. When it was done, Naruto noticed how much his vision had changed. The world was illuminated by the chakra he could see. This was the symbol of Naruto accepting Sasuke's promise. In his hand he felt his previous eye in his hand before he let it fall to the ground. "How can I use your Rinnegan to teleport?" Naruto asked. "Just think of leaving and you will. Goodbye, Naruto." Soon after, Sasuke's body disappeared into dust which flew off into the sky. Naruto stood up and walked away from where Sasuke's body once was and to his teacher and teammate. "Please, don't go, Naruto," Sakura shouted out with tears in her eyes as she ran over to Naruto and hugged him. She held onto him as if to try and anchor him from leaving the world. "I'm sorry, Sakura, but it's something that I must do. I made a promise and I will keep it," Naruto calmly said as he slowly and gently pushed Sakura away from him. This was hard enough with having to leave, but Sasuke in a way was right. Their families had helped create this mess. It was in everyone's best interest that something like this would never happen again. When Sakura wouldn't let go, he hugged her back. "I must go. Please don't stop me," Naruto asked. Sakura sobbed into his shoulder before she eventually let him go. Naruto then walked over to where the massive tailed beast sat watching this interaction. While most people would be terrified of these creatures, Naruto felt completely safe being near them. He walked over to the other half of Kurama and looked at the massive fox with 9 tails. Kurama, I plan to leave this world and I want to ask you, do you want to come with me or do you want to stay here? He asked. I will go with you. And that's for 3 reasons. One would be that without me and my other half, you would be hopeless. The second reason is because with me gone, it would be impossible to recreate the 10 tails. And finally, it's because we're partner. Kurama held his fist out to Naruto, who smiled and bumped it back. Then the massive fox turned into a mass of red chakra that quickly entered into Naruto's body. With his friend with him, Naruto turned to Kakashi and nodded to the man. Thank you for being my teacher. Naruto said to the gray-haired man. You're welcome. Goodbye, Naruto. Naruto then walked over to where the undead Hokage were and to his father. He wrapped the armless man in a hug as he knew that he would never be able to interact with the man again. Goodbye, Dad. Thanks for being my dad. And thank you for being my son. When I return to the Pure Realm, I'll tell your mother all about you and about what we did here. Naruto just squeezed the man tighter before letting him go. Then he turned to the floating old man. Sasuke's instructions on the Rinnegan were pretty bad. Could you tell me how to leave this world? Naruto asked. The sage nodded to the teen. Come near me and I'll show you how to leave, and something else which only you need to know, now that you're never coming back here. The sage replied. Naruto walked over to the older man who grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him closer to him. There are more worlds out there besides this one. When I died, I learned of this knowledge. We are a part of 9 different realms and we are not alone in this universe. Now, let me show you a world that you can go to. The sage then put his finger upon Naruto's forehead and Naruto felt knowledge enter into his mind. There was so much that Naruto couldn't even possibly comprehend. A cube within a cube, a staff with a glowing blue tip. A dark red energy that moved as if alive, a silver stylized orb. A golden eye amulet, a stone hidden in time. Each item contained a gem of a different color, scattered throughout the universe. Soon Naruto saw another image of a golden gauntlet with empty spaces inside of it. Finally, Naruto saw a large structure that was shaped like a tree with multiple ends, but eventually his vision was dragged to one section of this tree before it zoomed into a small planet out of so many others. This image stuck itself in his mind before the images disappeared and he once again stared at the sage's purple rippled eyes. What did I just see? Naruto asked as he breathed heavily. You have the destination in your mind. I found a world similar yet different to our own. The rest you have seen was what I have identified as objects of immense power. Their ability untapped and unmatched. Pay to them much respect. They'll be but a stone's throw from you when you arrive to your destination. That is weird. Naruto replied. The sage nodded and placed his hand upon Naruto's shoulder. I wish you much happiness on your journey, but I wish for you to heed this. There is one who I have seen. A being of death, born of death, and made by death. Fear him, for he is ancient, and he is coming. The sage smiled at Naruto in an effort to comfort the young man. My son, you have made me proud. Please find a good life for yourself unlike your brother. Thankfully he is at peace for he has no one to reincarnate into. Concentrate on the destination that I have shown you, and you will arrive. Goodbye. The sage then did something that Naruto would have never expected from the serious, aloof man. The sage hugged him before floating away from Naruto. I guess this is it. Goodbye, everyone. Thank you for everything. Naruto then concentrated on the location that the sage had showed him and put his chakra into the Rinnegan. In a flash of dim light, Naruto disappeared from the elemental nations. Naruto didn't even notice that his eyes were closed. He did notice that this world he was on smelled dirty. Like the world was being slowly covered in poison. He opened his eyes and saw that he stood in a city unlike any that he had been in before. I'm really no longer home, am I? Naruto asked himself sadly before he began to walk. Naruto never was able to forget about those objects that he had seen. They would haunt his dreams at times more than even that of Sasuke's death. He never told Toni about the images that he saw, but he did tell her about everything else. About how he was from a different world, about his childhood and teenage years, of Kurama. Toni accepted him regardless, even if she liked to call him Fuzzy every now and again. Alex didn't know about his past except that he had powers and that Kurama was inside of him. Now though, they headed to the house so that Naruto could continue their training session from before. Last time they were working on wall walking, which Alex had failed at mastering at first. The boy had high chakra levels like he did when he was younger. This helped when Naruto decided to train Alex in how to use shadow clones. The boy would become a powerhouse in the future, if he didn't become a weapons manufacturer or car designer first. Naruto didn't completely agree with Toni building weapons, but he understood it. Sometimes war was necessary, even if peace was desired, as there were some who would never accept peace. Naruto learned that when he fought against Madara. When the father and son arrived at the house, Naruto stripped out of his suit and tie and into a pair of gray sweatpants and a black shirt. Alex came to the workout room dressed in matching attire except he wore a red shirt instead. Naruto stood by a wall where Alex walked over to. Try and climb it again. Alex nodded with a look of determination upon his face. He had done this over 100 times and yet he still couldn't stay stuck to the wall like his father could. Today though, he would make it. With that in mind, he ran at the wall and applied his chakra to his feet, which he noticed that he was staying attached to the wall for much longer than he usually accomplished. "I'm doing it, Dad," Alex shouted. Naruto nodded with pride at his son. Then Alex was blasted off the wall. "Ow!" Alex shouted in pain from the ground. Naruto watched Alex push himself from the ground and walk to the wall to try and attempt the wall walking again. Naruto smiled at his son's determination and walked over to the boxing ring where he quickly cloned himself and began to fight. As he did so, he felt that someone or something was watching him. It came and went every once in a while. His Rinnegan could see the energy of whatever it was that was watching. Once when he had used his nine-tailed chakra mode, he managed to sense the intention of whatever it was that was watching. Strangely, the being had no hostile intent, just curiosity. Well, guess he could give his watcher a show today. With that in mind, he nodded to his clone who smirked. Both he and the clone activated their chakra modes and moved at intense speeds against one another in their mock battle. Naruto enjoyed when got to fight like this as he got bored these days since there was really no one that could match him in a fight. As he fought his clone, he let the illusion covering his Rinnegan fall as he really wanted to let loose. From an outsider's perspective, mainly Alex's, the boxing arena was just a golden sphere of energy. This amazed Alex as he watched his father fight until after another minute Naruto and his clone stopped and looked at Alex. "What are you doing just standing there? Keep training, Alex," Naruto ordered. "But what you're doing looks amazing. When will I be able to fight like that, Dad?" Alex asked. "One day when you are really strong. And a way to get strong is to first master wall walking," Naruto replied with a smile. Alex nodded and with a new resolve he went back to trying to walk on the wall. It would be 20 minutes later when Alex was cheering in happiness, which caught both Naruto's attentions. They were able to witness Alex staying glued to the wall, which made the Naruto smile. The original turned to his clone and nodded, and the clone disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving only one inside the boxing arena. When Naruto hopped out of the ring and walked up to his son. "Great job, Alex. You really made me proud today," Naruto stated to the boy who was standing horizontal to him. Alex held out his fist to his father and Naruto bumped it. Then Alex jumped off the wall and onto the ground. "I'm going to go get cleaned. See you, Dad," Alex said as he ran off, leaving Naruto alone. The presence was still watching him, yet now it had some amusement tinging it. "Whoever's watching, that's all for now," Naruto said as he began to walk out of the room. The presence quickly disappeared after that. Tony was quite pleased with the weapon demonstration. She managed to not irritate the crotchety old men at the demo, she gained their continued contracts, and she managed to get some whiskey on the side. All she needed to do now was get a ride back to the airport and then she would be back home. She didn't hate Afghanistan, but it was way too sandy for her to deal with. When she got into the military Humvee, she noticed that all the people inside were completely silent. This managed to continue for another 10 minutes down the road before she became really annoyed. "I feel like you're driving me to a court-martial," Tony blurted out. "This is crazy. What did I do? I feel like you're going to pull over and snuff me." She looked at one of the soldiers who looked like he was going to crack, and so she decided to focus her attention on him. "What, you're not allowed to talk? Hey Forrest." "We can talk, ma'am," the soldier replied. "Oh, the relief. At least not everyone would be a stiff on this ride." "Oh, I see, it's personal?" Tony inquired. "No, you intimidate them," a female voice responded before the soldier turned around to look at Tony. Wow, from behind she really did look like a man. Probably due to the uniform. "Good God, you're a woman. I thought that I would have been the only one on this ride. I honestly would never have been able to call that." This made the soldiers around her smile. At least the thick tension that could have been cut with a knife was gone. "I mean, I'd apologize, but isn't that what we're going for here? I'd have taken you for a soldier at first. I'm an airman," the woman replied. "Well, I won't deny you that. Then again, I am not the best person to be asking about who is who in the military. After all, you all shoot guns and look cool and I just make the guns." The tension was almost gone. "Almost, come on, it's okay to laugh." She got the soldier to start cracking smiles. "Thank God." "Ma'am, I have a question to ask," one of the soldiers near her asked. "Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Is it true that both you and your husband were kicked out of a hotel in Paris for disturbing the guests?" the soldier asked. "In a way that is true. We were very loud and were asked to leave. We then went to a nearby motel. Tony fondly remembered that moment well. The staff of the hotel were all completely red in the face as when they stood by the door of their room. Apparently both she and Naruto were really loud. Anyone else? One of the soldiers raised his hand much to Tony's amusement. You're kidding me with the hand up, right? The soldier quickly put his hand down. Is it alright if I take a picture with you? Yes. It's very cool. Tony replied with a grin. All right. The soldier quickly took his camera out and handed it to a man in front. Then he sidled up to Tony's side. I don't want to see this on your MySpace page. The soldier then put his hand up in a peace sign. And no gang signs. The soldier quickly put his hand down. No, throw it up, I'm kidding. Tony said with mirth, which the soldier did. Yeah, peace. I love peace. I'd be out of a job with peace. The man with the camera was taking a while when he tried to take the picture. Come on, hurry up. Don't mess with the settings. Just as the camera was about to go off, the Humvee in front of them exploded and their Humvee stopped. Contact. The woman shouted. What's going on? Tony asked with fear in her voice. Contact left. The woman shouted. She then got out of the Humvee and was shot immediately. The man in the passenger seat began to get out. Jimmy, stay with Stark, he shouted. He then got out of the Humvee. Jimmy told her to stay down, but as she did so, the man outside got shot by a small hail of bullets which also destroyed the window of the Humvee. Jimmy then began to move outside, which made Tony fear for the life of this man. All the other soldiers who had exited the Humvee were killed. Wait. Tony shouted. Jimmy was already outside and looking at her through the window. Stay here. Just as he said that, a rain of shrapnel shot at Jimmy, killing him, and damaging the Humvee. There were shrapnel holes everywhere but on her. She didn't have time to consider herself lucky as she quickly got out of the Humvee in order to find some cover. All around her explosions went off, but she continued running until she found a small mound of rocks with which to hide behind. She jumped behind it and then she pulled out her phone. She considered who she should call, Naruto or Rody. She decided to go with Rody since he was closer. As she was halfway done with calling the number, an object zoomed past her periphery and stuck itself into the ground. Tony turned and looked at the object and noticed two things. 1. It was a shrapnel bomb which she knew immediately. 2. Which was connected to 1, it was her bomb. On the side of it in damning white letters were Stark Industries. She quickly tried to climb away from it but was too late as the bomb went off, launching her a few feet in the air and back. Tony was surprised to see that she was alive. Thankfully her vest had protected her. Then she felt a warm red liquid on her chest and looked down. Her shirt that she was wearing was quickly being covered in her own blood, and so she quickly pulled it apart and looked at the ballistics vest that had multiple small holes in it. Her head the ground quickly. She knew for a fact that she didn't want to die out here. She wanted to go back home to Naruto, and Alex, Pepper, and even Happy. Then darkness covered her and she was no longer awake. Tony had quick flashes of consciousness after the blast. The first was her being dragged through what appeared to be a cave. She blacked out before awakening onto a table. Then darkness once again. Once again she awoke, but this was to immense pain in her chest. She thought that she screamed out before someone used something to put her back to sleep. When she woke up one more, she noticed that she was in a room, staring at a camera. Finally she woke up on what felt like a bed. The pain in her chest was still there, so she looked down to see both a mass of bandages wrapped across her chest, and cords emanating from that position. Tony was terrified as she began ripping at the bandages to see what they were covering. Why there were cords coming out of her chest. After enough tearing, she saw something that stopped her cold. It was a metal circular piece affixed firmly to her chest that looked like a shoddy version of a pacemaker. No. Tony screamed as the reality of the situation came crashing down upon her. Naruto was breathing heavily after he received the news. His anger at learning that Tony had been kidnapped made him punch the wall, creating a hole in it. How could the military be so bad at escorting one person to an airport? How? He punched the wall once again. He didn't care. Right now he needed to get to Afghanistan and find Tony. At least that's what he would have done if not for Pepper coming by and insisting that he stay here and let Rhodey in the United States find her. Reassurances were only so much. If this had happened in his world, then he would have already been able to find Tony due to Sage Mode. Sadly though, this world was so polluted that it caused a weakness in Sage Mode. It restricted it to only a half-mile of being able to sense where anything was. And it took a few seconds longer to collect energy here than back in his world. Regardless, he wanted to just ignore what everyone was telling him and instead charge out into the desert. Naruto knew that Alex wasn't taking the news of his mother's kidnapping well. He rushed up into his room and had been there ever since. What confused Naruto was why the kidnappers weren't making any demands. He had been told by Rhodey that Tony was probably going to be ransomed, but he had heard nothing about it. That either meant that these people didn't care about money, or that they were planning on using Tony for something else. That night Pepper, Happy, and Obadiah came over in order to be supporting during this time. Pepper's eyes were slightly red and puffy, while Happy's normally cheerful demeanor was completely opposite of his namesake's. Obadiah, on the other hand, looked colder compared to how he usually acted. He really hoped that Tony would be found soon because he didn't know how much longer he would be able to control himself from charging off on a mission to save his wife. Even Kurama was up in arms about it, and he had displayed his anger quite clearly in his mindscape. Naruto just hoped that Tony was alright and would be found soon. As Tony was ready to tear this metal object out of her chest, she was stopped by a single voice. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the man said calmly. "What the hell did you do to me?" Tony asked as she saw a thin-looking man in dirty clothes. He had a shaved head and completed his ensemble with a pair of glasses. "What I did?" the man began and stopped before continuing. "What I did is to save your life. I removed all the shrapnel I could, but there's still a lot left, and it's headed into your atrial system." He walked over to Tony with something in his hand. "Here, want to see?" the man said before placing a small glass bottle onto the table next to her. Inside were multiple metal shards that were covered in dried blood. "I have a souvenir. Take a look," Tony said while pointing to the object in her chest. "I've seen many wounds like that in my village. We call them the Walking Dead because it takes about a week for the barbs to reach the vital organs," the man replied. "What is this?" Tony asked as she slowly pushed herself up from her bed. "It's an electromagnet, hooked up to a car battery, and it's keeping the shrapnel from entering your heart," the man said with a sad smirk. "Yeah, that's right. Smile," Tony replied in an effort to lash out at someone at her situation. "We met once, you know, at a technical conference in Berlin," the man stated. "I don't remember." "No, you wouldn't. If I had been that drunk, I wouldn't have been able to stand, much less give a lecture on integrated circuits. Your husband though was much more sociable than you, though," the man remarked with some amusement. "Isn't he always?" Tony looked around the room where she was. "Where are we?" she asked. Both of their attentions were taken away from the conversation when they heard shouting outside of the metal door near them. The man quickly stood up and gently but firmly pulled Tony to her feet. "Come on, stand up. Stand up," he ordered. Eventually, when Tony was on her feet, she saw the man put his hands up. "Just do as I do. Come on, put your hands up," the man shouted. Tony quickly followed suit just as the door opened and multiple men with guns entered the room. Tony noticed that on all of their guns the word Stark Industries was present. "Those are my guns." "How did they get my guns?" Tony asked in shock. One man walked into the room who looked extremely plump and full of a form of pride as he strutted into the room. He then started to speak language that Tony had no idea about. Her, probably, only friend at the moment spoke out to translate. He says, "Welcome, Tony Stark, the world's most famous mass murderer in the history of America. He is very honored, and he wants you to build the missile. The Jericho missile that you demonstrated." The fat man pulled out a picture of the missile in all of its glory. It only took Tony one moment to think about this. She would never build a device like that for people like these. "I refuse." Tony found out quite quickly that these men were not courteous to ladies at all, as they managed to torture her for the next few minutes by dunking her head into a bucket of water and leaving her to struggle for air. Eventually they pulled her out of the water for the last time before she finally agreed to listen to their demands. She did not want to go back to the waterboarding. After that, they took her outside into their compound. Mr. Glasses followed after them in order to translate what Fat Man was saying. The compound was filled to the brim with weapons, her weapons. Each and every one of the weapons and crates here had her name stamped onto them. How many people had died due to these men using her weapons? Fat Man began to speak to her and Mr. Glasses began to translate next to her. "He wants to know what you think," Mr. Glasses said. "I think you've got a lot of my weapons," Tony replied sourly. "He says they have everything you need to build the Jericho missile. He wants you to make the list of materials. He says for you to start working immediately, and when you're done, he will set you free," Mr. Glasses said. Tony guessed almost immediately that Fat Man was lying. "No he won't," she stated as fact. "No he won't," Glasses replied. After the show of force, Tony and Mr. Glasses were taken back to their room where they were left to their own devices. "So, Mr. Glasses, do you have a name or am I just going to keep calling you that?" Tony asked as she went back to her bed and set the car battery that she was carrying onto the table next to her. It was really tiring lugging that thing around. She needed to make something else that was much smaller and yet could still give off a huge amount of power. "Look, what you just saw, that is your legacy, Stark. Your life's work, in the hands of those murderers. Is that how you want to go out? Is this the last act of defiance of the great Antonia Stark? Or are you going to do something about it? Mr. Glasses asked. Tony turned and looked at the man with a look of resolve plastered across her face. Two things. 1. The name is Tony. No one calls me anything else except for my husband. 2. My legacy is my son. Tony replied. Why should I even do anything? They'll kill me, either way. And if they don't, then I'll probably be dead by the end of the week anyway. Tony said somberly as the defiance that was so clear of her face started to become marred with doubt. Well, then, this is a very important week for you, isn't it? And if you won't fight for yourself, then try to fight for your child. After all, I hear the worst thing to do is to separate a mother from her child. Before the man walked away, he turned around, and my name is Yensen. The man replied. He then walked to another corner of the room and began to eat on a tray. What Yensen had said resonated through her. She wanted to get back home, to be with Naruto and Alex. But no, she would not bow to this pressure. She was Tony Stark, damn it. It was time to get to work. She stood up and picked up the car battery before walking over to Yensen. Time to get up, Yensen. We need to get to work. Yensen turned to Tony and smiled. Good, at least you are not taking this lying down. Naruto had finally had enough. After waiting 24 hours and receiving nothing new, he decided to do something stupid and called Rhodey. After that, he called Pepper. It took a ring before she picked up. Hello Naruto, what do you need today? Pepper asked in a slightly dull tone. Tony's disappearance had hit her hard as well. I need you to come over to the house. Please don't tell me that you have done something that would be considered an insane idea, Pepper pleaded. I got Rhodey to pull some strings for me. He will be getting me into Afghanistan and I will find Tony. I just need you to watch Alex for the next few days. Naruto replied. Naruto, why do you think that you'll be able to find Tony when the army can't? Alex can't lose you as well. Pepper shouted over the phone, which made Naruto pull the phone from his ear. I've already made up my mind. Now are you going to come over to watch Alex or are you just going to let him be in the house all by himself? Naruto asked. Pepper was silent for a moment before she sighed. Don't worry, I'll watch Alex, Pepper said. Thank you, Naruto replied. Please be careful. Always, and Naruto ended the call there. He turned around to see Alex standing in the doorway. Did you hear all of that, Alex? Naruto asked. Yeah. You really think that you'll be able to find Mom? Alex asked. I don't think. I know. After all, I'm the strongest guy on the planet. Naruto boasted. Alex ran up to Naruto and gave him a hug. Naruto smiled before returning the gesture. Please come back safe. Alex begged. Naruto kneeled so that he was at Alex's height and put his hands on both of his son's shoulders. I'll promise you this, Alex. When I come back with your mother, I'll begin teaching you my greatest technique, the Rasengan. Alex slightly smiled at this. Now I need to go pack. Naruto then stood up and ran off to the bedroom. When he got to the bedroom, he pulled a trunk out from under the bed. This had been a gift given to him by his toad summons after he had arrived in this world. He didn't summon them that often since it took a massive amount of chakra on his part to do so, as his world was extremely far from Earth. The second time he had summoned the toads here, they had given this chest to his as a gift, which was filled with some personal items, along with one other thing. Naruto pulled out the photographs, books, and scrolls before he reached what he wanted. Quite gingerly, he pulled out a familiar-looking red cloak. He let it unfold, which revealed it to have short sleeves and a black flame design at the hem of the cloak. Shima had made this for him as a gift to replace the one he had lost years ago. Naruto set this and his kunai, shurikens, and pouches onto the bed before he walked over to the dresser and pulled out a long-sleeved orange shirt and a pair of black cargo pants. After putting his clothes on, he walked back over to the bed and grabbed the cloak, which he slid on. Then he strapped the pouch onto his legs and the back of his hip before filling them with weapons. He walked over to the ceiling scrolls in the chest and pulled out the ones labeled for food and water, which he shoved into the pockets of his pants. Now he was ready. As Naruto was busy preparing for his trip to Afghanistan, Tony was planning her escape with Yensen. After ordering the terrorists on what she needed, she really enjoyed how she could order terrorists around. They set up her new makeshift workshop. The first plan for all of this to work was to make a new energy device for her magnet, as having to lug a battery around, while seeming like a new fashion statement, was really annoying. So, she decided to fix that. This was why right now, Yensen was pouring 1.6 grams of molten palladium into a circular mold which Tony was holding. When the circle was formed and had cooled down, Tony used a pair of pliers to pull it out of the mold and to set it into the circle of metal. Over the next hour, Tony began to assemble the item that would lead to their escape. When she had created the body for the item, she hooked it up a set of power cables which she hooked up to the Terror Cave's power grid. Tony heard Yensen walk up behind her as she turned her reactor on. The lights that were powered in the cave began to flicker while the arc reactor on the table glowed with a white light. "Wow," Yensen said with awe as he looked over her shoulder, "that doesn't look like a Jericho missile." "That's because it's not, it's a miniaturized arc reactor. I got a big one powering my factory at home," Tony replied. She clicked on the clear panel and was happy that it was holding together. "It's to keep the shrapnel out of my heart." "But what could it generate?" Yensen asked. "If my math is right, and it always is, 3 gigajoules per second. That could run your heart for 50 lifetimes. Or something big for 15 minutes. When the arc reactor was finally charged, Tony removed the cables from it and pulled the dirty tank top that she was wearing down so that the magnet in her chest was completely exposed. "Could you help put this in?" Tony asked. Yensen nodded. "Lean back slightly," Tony did as she was asked, and Yensen held the reactor in his hand with a wire dangling from its base. "I will need to do this quickly, or else your body may be injured by the shrapnel," Yensen replied. With a quick and professional ease, Yensen pulled the battery pack attached to her magnet out of her chest. It was attached by only one cord, which Yensen gently pulled out. "Wow, that feels weird. Never knew what the saying, 'rip your heart out,' meant until now." Quickly Yensen shoved the plug of the reactor into the outlet of the magnet. Tony felt a slight change in her body. It felt like she was being energized. Maybe this was how Naruto felt all the time. The arc reactor was then put into the hole in her chest, and Yensen twisted it, which caused it to stick inside of the hole. "You can lean forward now," Yensen said with a smile. Tony did so and stood up and readjusted her tank top so that it covered more of her breasts. "Now it's time to get to work, Yensen." Tony walked over to a table with Yensen following after her. She pulled out some plans that she had been working on after she finished her arc reactor plans. Then she rolled the plans out onto the table. "This is our ticket out of here," Tony stated. "What is it?" "Flatten them out and look." As Yensen did so, he saw that the plans formed an armor, which made him smile in hope. Impressive. Over the course of the week, Tony and Yensen built the suit of armor. They gained a sort of camaraderie though their imprisonment together. The first thing that showed how far their progress went was the helmet that Tony dropped onto the table where Yensen was. During one of the moments when they were able to eat together, Tony decided that she wanted to know more about her friend, so she asked him, "You still haven't told me where you're from," Tony said. "I'm from a small town called Gulmira. It's actually a nice place," Yensen said. "Got a family?" Tony asked. "Yes, and I will see them when I leave here," Yensen replied with a small smile. "And what about you? What is your family like?" Yensen asked. "Well, there's Naruto. He used to be my bodyguard. Can you believe that? We eventually found out that we couldn't resist one another, and that led to the horizontal tango. Then years later and Alex was born. He's smart like me, and yet he has his father's stubbornness. I'd say that I gave him 90% of the good genes and Naruto provided the other 10, Tony replied. "At least you have a family. My question, though, is why you build machines that take life when you yourself have given it." Tony didn't know how to respond to that statement. She remained quiet instead. After being dropped off into the desert near the position what Tony was last heard from with nothing but a satellite phone and a large amount of strange looks, Naruto began to absorb the natural energy in the area. It took him a while to do so, but he eventually managed to achieve Sage Mode after standing still for 20 seconds. When he did so, he was able to sense all living beings in the area within a half-mile. The first thing he noticed was that there was a group of people nearby moving together very fast to his position. Naruto smirked at this. When he looked towards the area where the group was coming from, he saw a truck filled with men waving about guns. Guess it was time to greet the locals. With a new target in mind, Naruto used his immense speed to meet the truck at the halfway point by standing in front of it. The truck was unable to stop in time and instead collided into Naruto and folded in on itself. Sage Mode and sticking to the ground with chakra were powerful allies. The men in the back of the truck were flung forward while the two men sitting in the driver and passenger seat were rendered unconscious. One of the men who recovered before all of his comrades stood on one knee and began to fire at Naruto. The bullets bounced off of his Sage Mode enhanced skin while Naruto walked towards the man. He looked at the rifle that the man was using and had a look of surprise cross his face. Eventually the gun ran out of bullets and Naruto ripped it out of the scared man's hands. This was a stark weapon. Naruto glared at the man before him and put his hand on the man's forehead. The illusion covering his eye dispersed and revealed the gray rippled eye that was the Rinnegan. Using one of the abilities, Naruto partially pulled the man's soul from his body and used the Rinnegan's ability to read his mind. He found what he was looking for when he saw the familiar face of Tony as she was injured, and she was dragged into a cave. Naruto let the man's soul go back into his body. The man found his voice when his soul entered back into his body. "What are you?" Are you a divine being? The man asked in Arabic. Naruto glared at the man. No, right now I'm demonic. Naruto replied in Arabic just as his right eye changed into one that was red with a cross shape. The man screamed as Naruto punched the man as hard as he could in the jaw. He heard it break and the man groan on the ground before he left the area and headed for where Tony should be. Tony felt quite secure as she was strapped into the armor that she and Yensen had built together. Yensen typed a few keys on the computer and the program that would help move this suit would be downloaded inside. Come over here and button me up, Tony said to her friend. Yensen did as asked. Okay. All right. Every other hex bolt. Yensen looked at the doorway as he heard men screaming down the hallway. They're coming. Yensen exclaimed with fear. Nothing pretty, just get it done. Then we can get out of here together, Tony said in an effort to calm her friend down. Make sure the checkpoints are clear when you follow me. Yensen looked at the computer screen and saw that the download still had a while to go. He only knew of one option that could at least help Tony if not him. We need more time, he stated before walking away to one of the downed soldiers who fell to the bomb that they placed on the door earlier. Yensen picked up the assault rifle. Hey, Tony shouted after her friend. She was scared for him. I'm gonna buy you some time, Yensen said as he ran out of the doorway. Hey, stick to the plan. She could hear Yensen screaming and shooting the rifle down the hallway. Yensen. After a few more moments the download finished and the lights of the cave shut down leaving her in darkness except for the glow of her arc reactor. Tony unhooked herself from the cables and cords that were attached to the suit. She reached over to where the helmet had been set on the table and placed it on her head. It was slightly harder to breathe with it on but she dealt with it. She needed to save Yensen and then get both of them out of this cave. She heard someone enter the room and smiled to herself. Hello human stress ball. She began to move when she saw the terrorist run around the corner and when he saw her, he began to fire the assault rifle at her. Tony swung her fist at the man and he was launched into the other wall where he collapsed in a heap. When that happened, the terrorist's posse began to fire at the wall. Tony walked around the workshop and hugged the wall before inching to the group who stopped firing. Surprise boys, Tony thought to herself as she stepped into view and began to punch each of the men down. She walked forward down the corridor where people fired at her with their assault rifles. She walked through it and punched each one of the men down. One of the terrorists was locked on the other side of the door. Tony felt amusement at the fear this guy showed before she smashed his head into the wall. Then she punched the doors down. The group of terrorists began to fire at her, but Tony walked through the hail of bullets and smashed her way through the group until her arm got stuck in a wall. A bullet ricocheted off the helmet which created a loud ping that gave Tony a slight headache. After walking a bit longer, she saw much to her horror that Yensen was lying on multiple sacks of supplies, his chest riddled with bullet holes. Yensen, she shouted. Watch out, the dying man croaked out. Tony turned to the entrance of the cave and saw the terrorist leader known as Raza fire a rocket at her. Tony leaned backward slightly and the rocket hit the wall near her. In response, Tony opened up a compartment on her left arm which housed a missile. She then fired said missile at Raza which hit the wall near him and knocked him unconscious due to the shockwave. Tony walked over to Yensen and kneeled down next to him and pulled the faceplate of her helmet up. Stark, Yensen said with some happiness. Come on, we got to go. Move for me, stick to the plan, Tony ordered. She did not want to lose her friend in this dark cave in the middle of nowhere. He deserved better than that. This was always the plan, Stark, Yensen said in defeat. It seemed that the will that was carrying him though this week had shriveled up in just one instant. Tony searched through her mind for anything that would get the man to move. Eventually she remembered. Come on, you're gonna go see your family. Get up, Tony pleaded. What Yensen said next would stay within Tony's mind for the rest of her life. My family is dead. I'm going to see them now, Stark. It's okay. I want this. I want this, Yensen said with effort. Thank you for saving me, Tony said. It was all that she could think of. Don't waste it. Don't waste your life. The words echoed through her mind as Yensen breathed his last. Quickly her face turned into a grimace as she became filled with anger. These men would die today. They would pay for killing Yensen. With a new resolve, Tony stood up and lowered her faceplate back down. She then trudged through the cave and towards the entrance where the rest of these murderers were. When she stood outside, she became attacked by a hail of gunfire all aimed at bringing her down. She ignored it though, and eventually the murderers stopped firing. Tony smirked under the helmet. My turn. She then activated the flamethrowers attached to her wrists and began to blast all the people in the area with it. After taking down all the people, she aimed for the crates upon crates filled with her weapons until she was satisfied that they were going to blow. The gunfire resumed quite quickly after the murderers regained themselves. Tony knew that a bullet hit a critical component of the leg portion of the suit when she collapsed to her knee. It was time to get out of here. So, Tony quickly pushed herself back on her feet and pressed a button on her left arm. Quite quickly, the jets in her boots launched her up into the sky as all of the weapons in the camp exploded around her. Flying was quite exhilarating until the eventuality that what goes up must come down. She screamed as she began to fall to the ground and was quite prepared for being in a massive world of hurt until from out of nowhere she was caught. Eventually, after being lowered to the ground, she turned around and saw who saved her. Naruto. Tony cried out as she rushed at the man and grabbed him into a hug. "How did you find me?" she asked. "Only you would be coming out of an explosion in a flying robotic suit. How about I get that off of you?" Naruto said, which Tony nodded to. Naruto then closed his eyes and held his hand out to Tony. She could hear the creak and groan of metal before the suit came apart before her and fell to the ground in a heap of metal and leather. Naruto's eyes, on the other hand, were staring at her chest, or, more specifically, her arc reactor. "What happened?" Naruto asked with concern. "A long story," Tony replied. "How about you tell me on the ride back home? I've got Rody on speed dial right now," Naruto said. Tony nodded and hugged Naruto before both enveloped each other in a passionate kiss. Tony slept in Naruto's arms on the flight back home. Across the aisle from them, Rody slept in his seat as well. It was strange how he was still wide awake after today, but he was fine with it. All he cared about was that Tony was safe and that they were heading back home. Naruto leaned back into his seat and thought back about what had happened earlier. One of the first things he had to deal with was removing the shrapnel from Tony's chest. She had resisted the idea on him healing up the hole in her chest where her arc reactor was. In her words, "It's a souvenir, and it draws eyes to my boobs." Naruto slightly chuckled at remembering this. When Naruto closed his eyes, he dreamed about Sasuke's death and the objects containing gems. He woke up when Tony began to shake his shoulders. I'm up. I'm up," Naruto groaned as he opened his eyes. He turned and looked into the dark brown eyes of Tony. Her lips quirked into a smile as Naruto scratched the back of his head. "You are usually the last one to wake up in the morning," Naruto stated. "We usually performed a tango in bed the night before," Tony replied. Naruto leaned his head into Tony's chest and sighed. "I missed you, you know," Naruto stated. Tony put her arms around Naruto's shoulders and rested her chin upon Naruto's head. "It was only a week. You were kidnapped. I escaped. And I caught you in the air," Naruto whispered back. Tony leaned Naruto's head back and stared at his eyes. "Well, I'm back, and I think that what I will really need is some time to deal with everything that happened. Namely with you, in bed," Tony replied. A cough sounded behind both of them, which made the couple to turn face Rody. "Should I find you another plane to fly on? Because you two are acting like horny rabbits." Rody stared at Tony. "Mainly you." Tony rolled her eyes at her friend's opinion. "Get married first and then we'll talk. Now, when is this plane going to land?" Tony asked as she began stretching the cramps out of her body. Sleeping on a carrier plane was not the most ideal ride. It was made better with Naruto sleeping next to her and acting as her pillow, but that still didn't completely help. "We'll probably be landing in an hour," Rody replied before he tossed a bag at Tony, which she quickly caught and opened. It was a set of clothes that she could wear. She began with pulling the blouse out and making Rody turn around, which he did quickly. Tony took the tank top off, revealing her bare breasts and the arc reactor between them. She then buttoned the blouse up, which covered her nudity but did not hide the glow of the arc reactor under it. Tony then pulled out the next article of clothing and blanched. She looked at Rody's back with a glare. "I hate skirts, Rody, you know I do," Tony said with annoyance. Rody chuckled at this. "Consider it payback for the things you've done to me over the years." Tony rolled her eyes and removed her pants, revealing to Naruto that she wasn't wearing any underwear. Tony eventually slipped the skirt on and searched through the bag and found a pair of black leather heels. "Rody, I will manage to find a way to make you pay when we get back," Tony stated. "I'm not going to be staying in Malibu when we return. I'll be on another flight out to DC," Rody replied. "And from your tone, I'll assume that I can turn around now." Rody did so and chuckled. Tony folded her arms over her chest. "How long till we land, and do we have any food on this flight, or is this part of an interrogation technique that you pull on all the rich billionaires?" Tony asked as she sat down once again. "I'm sorry, Tony, but this flight doesn't serve peanuts. Maybe you should have gotten another military aircraft to give you a lift. And didn't Naruto give you food last night, even though I have no idea on how he did that?" Rody looked at Naruto as he said this. "I have deep pockets," was Naruto's only reply. "You sure do, slugger. Now, do you really have nothing to eat? Fruits, bugs, the probable rats that managed to sneak aboard?" Rody shook his head, which made Tony sigh. "Worst rescue flight ever." "Just calm down, Tony. We'll get there soon, and then we can spend some time together. Well, after both of us hang out with Alex. He really missed you," Naruto said. Oh, well, I'll just have to build a car with him. Maybe I should teach him how to build an AI, Tony mused to herself. Not before I teach him a few of my moves, Naruto said proudly. He felt Tony put her arms around his shoulders before she leaned to his ear and began to whisper. Never mind. You can teach him whatever you want first. Naruto corrected himself. Rody looked at him while trying to contain laughter. He even gave Naruto a whipping motion, which Naruto had to admit was quite a correct summary of his marriage at times, even if he didn't want to admit it. So, Rody, any plans? Tony asked. If you consider working, plans? Then yes, Rody replied. Naruto, plans? We could take a break, just you and me this week, Tony asked Naruto. I have work. And I own where you work. Naruto sighed at Tony. She pretty much had the easiest job that anyone could ask for. All she did was wake up, build something, get nagged by Pepper, drive in her car, build something, show up at her work or presentation to look pretty, and sex. Really, anyone would want that job. We'll talk about it when we get back home, Naruto stated with a finality in his voice. Now that's just boring. I thought that people at your age would be in a midlife crisis, Tony replied. I'm only 2 years older than you, Naruto mumbled. He felt Tony smack his ass, which made him slightly jump. And you're looking good for a 40-year-old, Tony remarked. You're not going to let this go, are you? Naruto asked. Tony didn't answer and instead walked over to her seat where she sat down with her legs crossed. I feel like I should be scared when we get home. More like excited. But if you want to act scared, then I could work with that. But Naruto, on a more serious note. Not that it's been that serious since we began talking. Definitely not. Anyway, we need to speak privately when we land, Tony said. If that's what you wish, then sure. Naruto walked over to where Tony was and sat next to her. Rody stood up and walked up to the cockpit of the plane. So what's the first thing that you're going to do when we get back? Naruto asked. The first thing I'll do is get a good old all-American cheeseburger. Then the rest will come along after I eat. Tony leaned her back against the side of the plane, which exposed the glow of the arc reactor once more to Naruto. Tony noticed this and smirked. Is here. Do you want me to hide that glow? Naruto asked. Tony thought about this. On one hand, it would drag people's attention to her chest, on the other, all the reporters and other people would start asking questions which she just really didn't feel like answering. Do it. Tony replied. Naruto nodded and put 2 fingers up, which caused a cloud of smoke to burst on Tony's chest before dispersing to reveal that the glow had disappeared. I will never understand how you can defy the laws of physics like that. One word. Chakra. At the landing strip, both Pepper and Alex watched as the plane carrying the 2 members of the Stark family landed. Alex had managed to get out of school early due to Pepper's machinations. The plane eventually stopped and the back door slowly lowered down. Pepper wiped the tears from her eyes while Alex was filled with excitement. With his excitement, Alex was having a slightly difficult time controlling his chakra. Mainly it would manifest in static cling that Pepper felt when she touched him. Slowly the back of the plane began to lower down and finally hit the tarmac. Out from the back, Naruto and Tony walked down the lowered platform and onto the tarmac where they walked towards Pepper and Alex. Tony waved with a smile on her face as they walked over to them. Alex couldn't take the weight anymore and instead ran towards his mother, who he hugged. Mom, you're back, Alex shouted. Tony looked down at her son and hugged him back. It takes a lot more to get rid of me, Tony replied before crouching down to her son's eye level. Were you a good boy for Pepper? Brush your teeth, wash your face, didn't blow up your school's science lab? Alex shook his head. Good boy. Tony kissed his forehead and ruffled his hair, which made the boy blush in embarrassment. Tony stood up and walked over to Pepper. Peps, it's so good to actually be near another woman after all this time, Tony said as she gave her assistant a hug. When it was returned, they separated and Tony noticed Pepper's slightly disheveled appearance. Did you cry for me? No, just happy that I don't have to go job searching. Well, Pep, vacation's over, Tony said. Now let's get out of here. Is Happy driving? Yes, ma'am. Good, Happy's driving. That means happy driving. Let's go, Tony shouted. The group of 4 quickly walked out of the airport together and towards the black limo that Happy was driving. They each got in, and when they finally did, Happy spoke. Where to, ma'am? He asked. Take us to the hospital. Pepper responded immediately. Tony, with a small delay of a millisecond, also responded. No, she said. Pepper turned to look at Tony as if she was crazy. Not that it was very hard for Pepper to think that about her boss on most average days. But today, after being kidnapped. No, Tony, you have to go to the hospital. I have already healed. I am perfectly fine, Tony replied. It was true. When both she and Naruto had been waiting for Rody to arrive, Naruto decided to heal up all of her wounds beforehand so that Rody wouldn't find it immediately strange that Tony had healed up so quickly after. But Pepper began. Nothing. Now first, we are getting lunch, and by lunch, I mean a cheeseburger. Then afterwards I want to call for a press conference. Tony replied. This confused both Pepper and Alex, as Pepper thought that they would go to the hospital while Alex thought that they would be going home immediately. Naruto was the only one who was not surprised at what Tony did. He had been married to her for 1.5 decades. Nothing could really surprise him now. Pepper had only one thought going through her head when she heard this. What for? She asked. Hogan, drive, cheeseburger first. Talk later. Happy nodded and started the car. As they drove, Tony began to look out the window as if everything was something new. So Happy, anything new? Tony asked the security guard, who by now was extremely redundant, what with Naruto being a one-man army. She kept Happy because by now, the man was a constant in her life and a good security guard for anyone else but her. Across from her, Pepper began to make a lot of calls. Nothing much, ma'am. Did manage to get a new sedan though, Happy replied. How has there been nothing new? I would think that there would be something new due to me being gone. They did your life story on 60 Minutes, Happy responded. Thank you. Wow, Tony. Do you really think that the Who world completely revolves around you? Naruto asked with a slight chuckle. Well, it does. Tony replied. The car drove about the area until it hit the first restaurant that served cheeseburger. Burger King. Not my first idea of a good place to eat, but who cares? Food now, Tony remarked. Happy went through the drive-thru and began to order Tony her food. She turned to everyone in the limo. Any of you want something? Already ate. Both Pepper and Alex responded. Tony looked at Naruto. I'll steal your fries. Well, the saying goes, what's mine is yours and all. When Happy paid the server and pulled into a parking space, after waiting a minute, a server walked up with the bag of food in hand. She walked to where Happy was, but Tony lowered the window by her. Right here, Tony said. The server turned around and her eyes widened at who it was. You're Antonia Stark, the girl said. Just Tony, and yes. Food please. Hand it to the blonde with a much lower IQ than me, Tony said while pointing to Naruto. The girl nodded as she got a good look at Naruto and his whisker marks. She handed the food to Naruto, who smiled at the girl. So are those tattoos? The girl asked. Birthmarks. Naruto replied. He was quite used to people asking that question. After all, in this world it was quite uncommon for people to have extremely unique birthmarks positioned directly on their face. Wow, I just have to ask, could I touch them? The girl asked. Naruto was also asked that question a lot. Knock yourself out. The girl moved her fingers over Naruto's whisker marks. They are bumps. It's really weird. Thanks, the girl said before quickly taking out her phone and snapping a picture. Then she ran off. Naruto ducked his head back into the car and saw that the whole group was on the verge of laughing. What? Naruto, do you realize that there are so many girls out there that would love to jump into your pants right now? Tony asked. I was hoping to avoid that. Tony just pinched Naruto's cheek. Isn't that cute? Tony stated. She quickly released Naruto's cheek and rummaged through the paper bag containing her multiple burgers before handing Naruto the fries inside. Then she began to eat her burger. I don't know if it's because I haven't had good food in a while or because I haven't eaten a burger in a while, but this tastes delicious, Tony remarked with a mouthful of food. The limo took off and drove for 5 minutes. Tony took this time to 2 of her cheeseburgers during this. When they pulled up to the Stark Industries building, there was already a mass of reporters, photographers, and cameramen inside sitting at the podium. Outside was the bearded face of Obadiah Stain, who smiled as the limo pulled up. When the group got out of the car, Tony walked over to the man and hugged him. I was waiting for you at the hospital, he said. He looked at her and the burger in her hand. You just had to have a burger. I was hungry. What can I say? You can tell me if one of those burgers are mine. Sorry, I need it, Tony replied and took a bite. Both then began to enter into the building with Naruto, Pepper, and Alex following behind. Naruto, though, was stopped by a man in a suit with a short hair. I need to speak to you, the man said. Alex and Pepper stopped, but Naruto waved them off. Who are you? Because if you're a reporter, then my wife is inside, Naruto stated. No, I just need to speak to you. I'm not a reporter. I'm Agent Phil Coulson, with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Well, if you're like all the other people, DOD, FBI, CIA, then you should speak with Pepper. She's been speaking to all of them, Naruto replied. We are part of a completely separate division with a completely different focus, Coulson said. And why do you want me? Tony is the one you need to speak to. We have reports that you went out into Afghanistan to find Antonia Stark and within a day, you did. We want to know why. Naruto didn't really want to explain how he had managed to find Tony by getting smashed by a truck, partially ripped the soul out of a man, and then was covered in gold flames that gave him super speed. Maybe you can call Pepper. She can give you all the details because I'm a little tired from the plane ride. Naruto replied. But we'd rather get your personal recollection. How about later? Okay. Naruto asked. Fine. We will call you. The agent then walked away, leaving Naruto slightly stupefied. He continued walking into the building and found Pepper and Alex sitting in one of the seats near the stage where Tony had decided to sit on the edge. Naruto really hopped that Tony didn't flash everyone because Naruto knew that the woman was going commando. I saw young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend them and protect them. And I saw that I had become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability, Tony said. Naruto could tell that Tony was pained by the memories of what happened. Mrs. Stark. One of the reporters said. Hey, Ben. Tony greeted. Naruto really didn't know how Tony remembered all these reporters' names. He couldn't recall any of them. Neither could Kurama, but then again, the giant fox was usually asleep these days. What happened over there? The man named Ben asked. I had my eyes opened. I came to realize that I have more to offer this world than just making things that blow up. And that is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International until such a time as I can decide what the future of the company will be. Tony stated. Well, that was a massive bomb that was dropped. Naruto wasn't really surprised that she said something shocking. No, what he was surprised about was that she got rid of most of what made her company function. Tony leaned over to Obadiah and whispered something. She then turned back to the crowd of reporters, what direction it should take, one that I'm comfortable with and is consistent with the highest good for this country, as well. Tony finished. Obadiah still looked quite shocked from this revelation, but he managed to put it behind a massive smile before taking the stand, quite literally. What we should take away from this is that Tony's back, and she's healthier than ever. We're going to have a little internal discussion and we'll get back to you with the follow-up, Obadiah concluded. Tony finally finished her burger and walked away from the stage with Pepper and Alex following after her. Naruto smirked and decided to get out of the building as quickly as he could before the reporters mobbed him about his wife. The four met by the limo. I'll be heading to my office to deal with the storm that will be coming due to your decision. You should meet with Obadiah first though. He'll want to talk to you about this, Pepper stated. You coming for dinner, Peps? Tony asked. Yes. I'll see you at the house. Pepper then walked away, leaving the three alone. Tony turned to look at Naruto and Alex. Do you two want to come with me or head to the limo? Tony asked. I'm staying with you, Mom. Alex replied. After all, you said we were going to do stuff together when you got back. Of course, kiddo. Now, let's get this show on the road. The Stark family began to walk towards Obadiah's office. After dodging all the annoying reporters, the group stood before the office door of Obadiah Stane. There was even a little plaque with his name written on it. I'll go in and you two find something entertaining to do. Maybe office mini golf. Or Olympics. She said while pushing the door open. It closed shut behind her and Naruto and Alex looked at one another. There are probably a set of golf clubs around somewhere, Naruto remarked. Inside the office, Obadiah looked out his window at the massive arc reactor that powered the entire building. Tony walked up to him. Well, that went well. Obadiah calmly stated. Did I just paint a target at the back of my head? Tony asked. Your head? What about my head? Obadiah replied with a sigh. What do you think the over-under on the stock drop is going to be tomorrow? Tony pondered. Optimistically, at 40 points. At minimum. Yep. Obadiah turned to look at Tony and put his hands on her shoulders. Tony, we're a weapons manufacturer. I don't want a body count to be one of my legacies, Tony replied. That's what we do. We're ironmongers. We make weapons. My name is still on the side of the building, and what we do keeps the world from falling into chaos. Obadiah reasoned. Before the kidnapping, Tony would have seen the older man's reasoning as good advice. Now though, all it did was hold her back. Not based on what I saw. We're not doing a good enough job. We can do better. We're gonna do something else. Tony replied. At least she could shove it in Rhodey's face that she was being responsible. Like what? You want us to make baby bottles? Obadiah asked with skepticism. I think we should take another look at arc reactor technology. Come on. The arc reactor, that's a publicity stunt. Obadiah let go of Tony's shoulders and pointed to the massive arc reactor outside the window. Tony, come on. We built that thing to shut the hippies up. And it works. As she said this, Obadiah took a look between her chest. From this, Tony began to make the assumption that Obadiah had figured out that she had an arc reactor between her chest. Yeah, as a science project. The arc was never cost-effective. We knew that before we built it. Arc reactor technology, that's a dead end, right? Tony asked with a growing smirk on her face. Maybe. Obadiah replied. Obi was already starting to show his poker face. Am I right? We haven't had a breakthrough in that in what, 30 years? That's what they say. Yeah, Obi definitely knew. You definitely have one of the worst poker faces that I know. So, who told you that, Rhodey or Pepper? Never mind who told me. Show me. Obadiah ordered. Tony rolled her eyes before she began to unbutton her blouse until her arc reactor was revealed. Obadiah put his hand under his chin and seemed to be thinking. I hope that I'm not interrupting your train of thought, but it is a little awkward for you to be staring at my chest like that. And it works. Tony finished with a smirk. You need to learn to tell me things without me having to look for them. Listen to me, Tony. We're a team. Do you understand? There's nothing we can't do if we stick together, like your father and I, Obadiah said. Obi, I'm not a little girl anymore. I know what I'm doing. That's what I'm afraid of. Obadiah looked out the window of his office and at the massive arc reactor. Tony, can you at least promise me that you'll lay low for a while? Just to let all of this blow over. Is that a binding contract or no jokes? Or else I'll order Naruto to force you to lay low. Now that was just unfair. The guy was probably going to be extremely overprotective of her for the next couple of weeks. That is just an unfair card to play. Antonia. Tony groaned in annoyance. Fine. Anything else? Enjoy yourself. Do something to take your mind off of what has happened. Tony was already leaving the office. Got it, don't blow up the world. See you later. It had been a day since the whole press release, and Tony's name was once more plastered to the televisions of the world. Naruto was watching one of the shows right now that showed the criticisms of his wife's decisions. Alex had already been dropped off at his school called Tomorrow Academy. Now it was just him and Tony at the house. Tony was somewhere downstairs doing science stuff. He was just making ramen noodles. Thank God this world had ramen noodles. Hey Naruto, could you please come down to the lab for me? Tony asked over the speaker system in the house. Sure. But why? Naruto asked. I just need you to get down here, Tony replied. Naruto grabbed a spoon and began to eat his noodles as he walked downstairs into the lab. When he got down there, he noticed Tony lying down on an operating chair, hooked up to a machine that monitored her heart rate, with her shirt off and her arc reactor on full display. So are you just trying to be an exhibitionist? Naruto asked. Nope. But I need your hands. First, you need to get the shrapnel in my chest out, then we can get a new reactor to replace the one in my chest. Naruto looked at the arc reactor and it looked perfectly fine. Why do you want to replace your arc reactor? Because I made it in a cave with the box of scraps provided to me by the friendly terrorists. Now can you please get this shrapnel out? Tony asked. Yes. But it will hurt, Naruto said. Oh, don't be such a baby about it. Now do it. Tony ordered. Naruto walked up to Tony's side and held his hand over her chest. What, you preparing to grope me or are you just going to? Tony's face became scrunched up with pain as Naruto felt around the metal tube surrounding the reactor. The machine measuring her heart rate began to beep loudly as this happened. Naruto concentrated on the metal shrapnel and with a quick jerk of his arm, the shards ripped themselves out together and into Naruto's hand. Blood began to seep out of the holes around Tony's chest but Naruto quickly healed the holes. The machine's beeping began to slow down while Tony looked into Naruto's eyes and began to breathe. Naruto grasped Tony's hand and smiled. Are you okay, honey? Naruto asked. I definitely don't want to do that again. Now I just need you to replace my reactor with the one on the table. First though, twist this one out. Tony said. Naruto did so and pulled the reactor out. Now gently pull the plug out. Naruto did as Tony asked and gently yanked the cord out of the magnet. Anything else? Naruto asked. Reach into my chest and look for a wire. Naruto was slightly hesitant about this part but he eventually reached in. This feels really weird, Tony. Tony giggled at this. You've already stuck parts of your anatomy into 3 of my holes. What's one more? Tony replied with a lewd grin. A sex pun at a time like this. I think that I got the wire. Naruto said as he yanked it out. On the end of the wire was a small brown metal disc with a hole in the center. He then set it on the tray next to Tony and grabbed the new arc reactor that had a much smoother design than the previous one. Then he plugged the reactor into Tony's chest and screwed it into the hole. Done. You were a natural for your first time. Might want to wash your hands though, Tony said as she pushed herself out of the chair and walked over to a table where a shirt was and buttoned it up. Naruto made a quick hand sign and water bubbled into existence on his hands, which Naruto used to wash the pus-like substance off of his hands. What is this stuff anyway? Naruto asked. Inorganic plasmic discharge from the reactor. So, basically science pus. Sure. Go with that, you Neanderthal. Now, I'm going to go to Rhodey's office since he came back today from whatever super secret military operation or something like that. I'll be back for dinner. Tony walked over to Naruto and kissed him before walking away. Hey, what do you want me to do about this? Naruto asked as he held the reactor that was still glowing in his hand. Pitch it, toss it, eat it. Do whatever you want with it. I don't care. I'll see you tonight. Tony stated as she walked out of the lab, leaving Naruto alone. He looked down at the arc reactor in his hand before tossing it to his other hand. Wonder if Pepper could do anything with this? Naruto mused. Pepper was at times the person who would act like a mother hen to Tony by collecting all the important and sometimes valuable things that she threw out. Naruto went back upstairs to the weight room and began training. Obadiah had earlier given him an assignment of watching Tony to make sure she didn't get into trouble, by disguising it as time off, which Naruto gratefully accepted. So right now, he was technically making sure that she didn't get into trouble as she was going to Rhodey. Completely trouble-free. Naruto summoned a few clones and entered the boxing ring. His clones followed after him. Hey Jarv, can you play me a beat? Naruto asked. As you wish, sir. Will that be all? Jarvis asked. In the background, AC/DC began to blare in the background. Naruto was used to his wife's obsession with the band and had learned to accept them into his life. Can you set me a reminder for when I need to pick up Alex? Setting appointment for 3 p.m., Jarvis replied. Thanks, Jarv. Naruto turned to look at his clones. Let's do this. With that, the 4 Narutos began to battle one another for supremacy. As they fought, each clone fought with a different style of fighting in mind. One fought using the Asura path of the Rinnegan, thereby turning his body into a mechanized weapon. Another fought with Nine Tails chakra mode activated, the final one fought with Sage mode. Naruto, he fought using the Diva path of the Rinnegan by releasing small spheres of gravity. All of this collided into one epic battle limited to a small 20 by 20 foot boxing arena. After 30 minutes of this, Jarvis alerted Naruto to the fact that he needed to pick Alex up. Naruto quickly ran to his room and grabbed his brown leather jacket before running downstairs and towards the garage where all the cars were kept. Inside, Naruto grabbed an orange Lamborghini before driving off to Alex's school. The traffic was quite minimal as Naruto made his way to the school, and within 10 minutes, Naruto pulled the car up in the school's parking lot. He noticed how many people were using their phones to take pictures of his car, but he ignored them. Getting his photo taken after living with Tony all these years was regular occurrence. Eventually Alex came out of the school and ran towards the car before entering. Hey Alex, how was your day? Naruto asked as Alex buckled his seatbelt. A little boring. Our teacher was giving this lecture about biology of insects and basic physics, but I already read way ahead of both those classes, so I tuned Mr. Green out, Alex replied. That pretty much went over my head, but overall, good day. Naruto pulled out of the parking lot and onto the road where he tried to escape the area of the school before everyone else. Yeah. A bunch of girls have been coming up to me all this week though. What for? Naruto asked with some intrigue. Well, apparently they wanted to comfort me because of Mom getting kidnapped. Ashley laughed at them when I told her, Alex said, talking about one of his friends at school. Naruto had met her a few times when Alex invited her over to the house. She was a nice girl. Well, I would recommend that you don't tell Mom. Otherwise she'll be all over your case. Naruto remarked as he made a turn with his car and onto the highway. Alright, Dad. So anything new happened with you? Nope. Just did some training. And then when we get back home, I can teach you the Rasengan. Naruto looked around as if someone was watching. When he was sure that no one was, he looked at Alex. Also, make sure to not tell that to your mother. After another 10 minutes, Naruto pulled the car up to the front door and killed the engine. Then both he and Alex got out of the car and into the house. Greetings, Mr. S. Stark, Jarvis said. When Alex put his backpack away, he ran to the gym where his father was already waiting with his jacket off and a bag of something next to him. So, how'd I learn the Rasengan? Some massive training exercise? A fight? Making explosions with our hands? Alex got a water balloon thrown in his face in response. Aw. That's cold, Alex stated. Naruto smirked and pulled out another balloon which he held in his hands. What I want you to do is use your chakra to spin the water in this balloon in order to make it pop. When you can do that, we will go to step 2. Naruto stated. That doesn't seem too hard, Alex replied. Sure, say that now. Naruto tossed the balloon over to Alex, which he caught. He then began the process of making his chakra spin the water in the balloon. The balloon slightly stretched, but that was all. This frustrated Alex as it seemed like this would be an easy exercise. How long did it take you to learn this, Dad? It took me a month to figure it out. Alex sighed in frustration. This is gonna take so long to learn, Alex stated with displeasure. Naruto walked over to Alex and kneeled next to him. Anything good in life takes time. Luckily for you, you have something that can speed up the time it takes to learn something, Naruto said, hoping that Alex would pick up the hint that he was trying to convey. It took Alex a few seconds before he got what Naruto said and grinned. He then put his hands into a cross shape and spawned out 2 clones. Naruto nodded in approval before ruffling Alex's hair and standing up. Where are you going, Dad? Alex asked. I'm going to get some food. I'll be back eventually, Naruto replied. He did come back with a cup of noodles and ate as he watched his son and his clones try to pop the balloon with chakra. It would be 6 o'clock before Naruto heard Tony's car pull up. This made Naruto immediately activate his chakra mode and speed to the bag of balloons which he hid in one of the closets in the gym. He then ran over to the 3 Alexes and grabbed their balloons before also hiding them in the closet. Then he returned back to where he was originally standing and deactivated his chakra mode. Don't tell Mom. I won't. Both males heard the door open and Jarvis greeted Tony. Hey boys, I'm back, Tony shouted. Naruto and Alex walked out of the gym together and to where Tony was. So how was your day? Tony asked. Fun, Naruto replied. Fun, Alex also replied. Then let's get some food ready. I'm starving, Tony said. Naruto nodded. I'll make the food. How about you and Alex go build cars or something? Naruto replied. Tony and Alex cheered before running off to the basement together. Those two are such huge nerds, Naruto said as he began looking through the cabinets. Tonight he would make some steak. It was really helpful that he had learned to cook food all on his own when he lived alone as well as when he traveled with Jiraiya around the elemental nations. Jiraiya, while a good teacher, was not the best cook, though Naruto would have preferred Jiraiya's cooking over his death. It would be an hour later when Naruto finished cooking the food. He put the steaks and pasta that he made onto 3 separate plates. Then he grabbed 2 of the plates along with forks and knives which he brought down to the lab. He typed in the code to the lab with his foot before walking in to find Alex and Tony both working on the engine of a car together. I think that after doing all that work, you'd be hungry by now, Naruto said. Alex and Tony just grunted in response. I'll leave the food on the table. You can get it if you both get hungry. They still made no reply as they worked. Naruto looked around and found a large screw which he tossed at the back of Tony's head. Ow, she said before turning around to Naruto. This action also knocked Alex out of his scientific nerdy stupor. What was that for? There is food, I hope you understand. Tony and Alex looked at the 2 plates of food and then back to Naruto. I'll leave you 2 alone then. Naruto didn't move more than 5 feet before the mother and son ran to the plates of food. This made Naruto smirk as he began to leave the lab. Don't stay up too late now, Naruto said. Tony chuckled as she ate her food. Her husband was such a worrywart. It would be 9:30 when Naruto came back down to the lab to see his wife and son now finished with the engine. Both their plates were picked clean and stacked atop one another on a table. At least they liked his food. Okay, Alex, it's time to go to bed. You have school tomorrow, Naruto announced. Tony and Alex turned to look at him together. Ah, do I have to? I'm having fun, Alex complained. Naruto shook his head. You can stay up on the weekend. Tonight is a school night, so time to go to bed. Alex turned to look at his mother as he expected her to back him up. Don't look at me, your father is right. We'll build the main body of the car tomorrow, Tony said. Fine. Night, Mom, Alex said before hugging his mother. He walked past his father and both gave each other a fist bump before Alex finished his exodus from the lab. When they were alone, Tony walked over to Naruto with a certain type of familiar gleam in her eyes. You're planning something, aren't you? Naruto asked. Tony leaned close to Naruto's ear. She then whispered in huskily, maybe. This sent some shivers of excitement down Naruto's spine. Wanna see it? Naruto leaned closer to Tony's ear. Maybe. Tony took this as a yes and grabbed Naruto by the hand before leading him to a desk full of computers. Jarvis, show the designs, Tony ordered. The lights in the lab dimmed and one of the holographic boards next to the computer lit in the hologram was a suit of armor, a little similar to what Naruto had seen his wife in when she was falling from the sky in the desert. What's this for? Naruto asked. I decided to work on a project. It is supposed to be a solution to all the damage that I have caused with my weapons, Tony replied. And you are making a suit of armor that can protect. Do you plan to mass produce it? No, it's just going to be for me, Tony stated. It took a second for Naruto to understand what Tony was saying, but he did. Don't tell me that you're going out in that thing. That would be extremely dangerous, Naruto said with some fear laced in his voice. My weapons are dangerous. They're even worse in the hands of those terrorists out there. It's my fault that they even have them. I designed and built those weapons. How many innocent people have I indirectly killed because of them? Tony shouted at him. She sat down in a chair with some tears falling down her cheeks. Naruto had only seen Tony at her weakest a few times in her life. He hated it when she was like this. He hated to see her cry. Those soldiers who were escorting me back to the airport, all of them were murdered by my weapons. My friend Yensen, who I was locked with in that cave, both he and his family were killed by my weapons. And I want to do something that isn't just a waste of my life. Tony finished. Naruto kneeled next to her and took her hand in his own. He looked into her eyes and wiped the tears with his fingers. You are not a waste. Never think that. You are the smartest, most beautiful, and most stubborn woman I know. And I love you for all of those traits. Never forget that. Naruto said with conviction. Tony smiled and kissed him. You really are my anchor, even if I find it annoying at times, Tony replied. I understand what you're trying to do, but if you are going to go out there and act as a hero, then I want your promise that if things go too far south, you will call me for help. Got it? Naruto asked. Tony smiled and nodded. What if I fly too far south? She asked. Wait, your suit can fly. It will when I am done with it. Why do you ask? Because, Naruto stood up, last time I saw you in the air, you weren't so much as flying as you were falling. Tony giggled and punched Naruto in the arm. That's because I had a bunch of scrap to work with. When you see my completed armor, then you'll understand what I've been building, Tony replied while standing up. Then we'll just have to see that, won't we? Naruto said as he leaned closer to Tony. Oh yes, we will. Tony replied as she leaned closer to Naruto. Without a second's hesitation, the couple began to kiss as they tore at one another's clothes. Eventually their struggles led them to a table which they both collapsed atop of. Tony laid atop Naruto after their hour of coitus. Both were covered in sweat and other substances. Tony looked at the table that they were on. We'll definitely need to disinfect this afterwards, she stated. So, was this that private chat that you wanted earlier on the plane? Naruto asked. Definitely. Tony replied when she laid her head on Naruto's chest. She could hear his heart thump from where she was. It was very calming and she could probably fall asleep to it if given enough time. Should we move to our bed? Naruto asked. Tony tried to move her legs. Nope. Can't walk. Can you carry me? Tony replied. Yeah. Just give me a moment. Naruto said as he began shifting about. Tony could feel it as Naruto pulled out of Tony and lifted her up before moving her into a bridal carry. Naruto activated his Rinnegan which glowed before both he and Tony were teleported from the lab into their bedroom. Naruto laid Tony onto the bed and jumped in after her before pulling the covers up. Naruto, I have a question. Tony began. What would that be? Out of all the times that we have had sex over the years, why haven't I ever gotten pregnant except for one time? Tony asked. Oh, yeah. Well, Kurama is really helpful in that situation. He can control if I'm actually fertile or not. Really helpful, isn't it? Oh yeah. Wanna go for round 2? You read my mind. Tony stood in the center of a black metal floor which was located in the garage of their house. In each of her hands were 2 triggers that were connected to a pair of repulsor boots that were attached to her feet. Her long hair was done up into a ponytail while she wore a black tank top which exposed part of the arc reactor that had multiple cords coming out of it and attaching to her boots. Alright. I hope that you are recording this. Tony said to one of her automated robotic dollies. You got this, Tony? Naruto asked from where he was sitting. He was slightly excited to see his wife actually fly. Yeah. I checked and double-checked my designs, so, as I'm always right, I will be able to fly. Tony replied. She looked at one of the robots holding the camera. Start mark, 0.5 meter, and back and center. Dummy, look alive. You're on standby for fire safety, she said to another robot that held a fire extinguisher in its claw. Okay. Activate hand controls. We're gonna start off nice and easy. We're gonna see if 10% thrust capacity achieves lift. Tony began to wiggle back and forth in nervousness of what she was about to achieve. 3, 2, 1, lift. The repulsors in the boots activated and launched Tony backwards in the air until her body hit the wall behind her. Gravity quickly dragged her down to the ground on her back. To add to the humiliation, Dummy then sprayed Tony with the fire extinguisher. Naruto could barely contain his laughter as he ran over to where his wife was. He kneeled next to her and began healing her injuries. So, flying, huh? Oh, shut up. You will speak of this to no one. Tony replied as she began to push herself up off the ground. I just need flight stabilizers in order to not smack my face into a wall next time. Tony stood up and began walking away to her computer. You could have just said, thanks for healing me, Naruto. He stood up and began to walk towards the lab. Ever since Tony began her new project, she had been slightly distant. That didn't mean that she didn't come out of her lab. She still did activities with Alex whenever possible, but she stayed up late at night in order to keep building her suit. It was another week when Naruto heard the doorbell ringing and opened it to reveal both Obadiah and Pepper. Obadiah looked to be in an annoyed mood while Pepper seemed to be extremely calm. Hello, what can I do for you two? Naruto asked. He had just come back putting Alex to bed. Where is Tony? Obadiah asked. In his hand was a box of pizza. She's down in the lab. How about you two come in? Naruto replied. Both walked into the house and Obadiah took a seat on the couch. Pepper walked down to the lab while Naruto joined Obadiah in sitting down. Mind if I grab a slice? Naruto asked while pointing to the pizza box. Go ahead. Brought it in from New York. Obadiah replied. Naruto grabbed a slice and took a bite. Tastes good. So, I'm guessing that this isn't just a welcome call. Obadiah nodded in reply. It's about Tony not making weapons anymore, isn't it? Yeah. Things really took a bad turn with her decision. As he said this, Pepper walked upstairs, soon followed after by Tony. She stopped when she walked into the room as she began analyzing Obadiah. How'd it go? When Obadiah didn't respond, she figured out that whatever Obadiah did went extremely south. It went that bad, huh? Tony said, before walking over to where Naruto was sitting and dropping next to him. Just because I brought pizza back from New York doesn't mean it went bad, Obadiah replied. Sure doesn't. Oh, boy. Tony said, it would have gone better if you were there. You told me that I should lie low. Well, I've been doing just that. Especially with Naruto being ordered to make sure that I lie low. Yeah, didn't think that I would figure it out now, did you? Tony said triumphantly. Obadiah looked at Naruto, who shrugged in response. She was bound to find out sooner or later, Naruto stated. Damn right I would. Still Obi, what was wrong with what I'm doing? I lie low, and you take care of all the problems, Tony replied. Hey, come on. In public. The press. Obadiah said, stumbling about his words before finally saying what he meant. This was a board of directors meeting. This shocked Tony. This was a board of directors meeting. Why didn't anyone alert her to this? Normally she would skip most meetings in lieu of having fun. Board meetings, on the other hand, were something that she realized couldn't be skipped, otherwise things against the company's agenda could happen. The board is claiming you have post-traumatic stress. They're filing an injunction. Obadiah sighed out. Oh, well, shit. That was really bad news. What do you mean? Tony asked. They want to lock you out. Obadiah replied firmly in a tone that was unlike his usual playfulness. Why? 'Cause the stocks dipped 40 points. We both knew that it was going to happen, Tony remarked. Well, you have been acting completely different from what everyone is used to. Well, almost everyone. Some people would probably think that something is wrong with you, even if there isn't. Naruto interjected. Naruto is right, Tony. They're right now making the case that you and your new direction isn't in the company's best interest. Obadiah added. I'm being responsible, Tony loudly replied. God, she was really beginning to hate that word. Ever since Rhodey started using it, the word had begun haunting her. That's a new direction for me, for the company. I mean, me on the company's behalf being responsible for the way that. Tony realized that she had pretty much stumbled over her words and only had one thing to say that would sum up all that was happening. This is great. She then began walking away towards her workshop so that she could get away from all of this and think. Oh, come on. Tony. Tony. Obadiah said as she walked away. Naruto didn't try to stop Tony. She needed to cool her head in her own way. Her tinkering around in the basement was the best way to do that. I'll be in the shop. Tony said over her shoulder. She began to tie her hair up into a bun as she said this. Hey, hey, Obadiah shouted after her. Hey, Tony. Listen. I'm trying to turn this thing around, but you gotta give me something. Something to pitch them. Tony turned around as he said this and Obadiah's eye glanced down at the arc reactor glowing under her shirt. Let me have the engineers analyze that. You know, draw up some specs. Tony shook her head at this idea. No, absolutely not. Tony could already imagine the weaponized uses for an arc reactor and it was too horrible to contemplate. It'll give me a bone to throw the boys in New York. Tony put her hand over her reactor. This one stays with me. She firmly replied. That's it, Obi. Forget it. She finalized. Obadiah gave a slight glare to Tony. All right, well, he looked around before spotting the pizza. This stays with me, then. Obadiah finished childishly. Tony began walking away before he changed his mind. Take 2. Tony grabbed the entire box and began walking away with a satisfied sway in her step. Thank you, she said. You mind if I come down there and see what you're doing? Obadiah asked. Good night, Obi. Naruto, after you show them the door, could you come downstairs? Naruto looked at the 2 guests and smiled. Well, I guess this would be good night, you too. Naruto remarked while pushing himself off of the couch. It was really amazing how much punishment the couch could take over all the years of use that it had been put through. The 2 guests began to leave the house. Pepper was the first to leave while Obadiah turned around and spoke to Naruto in a hushed voice. Please, make sure that Tony is right in the head. I'm getting worried, the whole board is getting worried, about what she wants to do. So please make sure that she gets someone to look at her. Naruto nodded and smiled at the older man. Internally though, he was seething. While the man may be a close family friend, you still don't tell a husband that his wife is crazy and needs help. I'll take a look into it. Naruto replied before closing the door on the man. Moron. Naruto said aloud before walking down to the workshop. When he got down there, he noticed that Tony was strapping a device to her arm while tinkering with it. You know, Obadiah is slightly aggravating, Naruto remarked. Why's that? Tony asked. She didn't pay him any attention as she used a screwdriver against the palm area of the repulsor. In no simple terms, he said that he wanted you to get your head checked by a shrink. Really pissed me off. Naruto replied. So are those your flight stabilizers that you've been working on? Naruto asked. Yes. I tried it earlier when Pepper came down here, but I got knocked on my ass. She turned to Naruto with the repulsor in hand. What do you think? Looks pretty cool. Naruto replied. So, when are you going to try it out? Tomorrow. It'll be the most amazing thing that you've ever seen, she stated. If it was anything like your last test, then I think that it will be hilarious. Naruto walked over to Tony and inspected her encased arm. So, how are you going to put on and take off your armor? Oh, Jarvis is gonna take care of it, isn't that right, buddy? Tony shouted. Yes, ma'am. Jarvis replied. Tony looked back down to Naruto and smiled. See what I mean? Totally safe. Now, how about you take me out of this armor, and I'll give you a surprise? Tony stated with a grin. Naruto smirked back at her. Is that a challenge? Naruto put his hand on Tony's shoulder. Put your arm over the table. Naruto ordered. Tony complied and set her encased arm over the table. Naruto's Rinnegan exposed itself and in an instant, the metal casing landed on the table and Tony's and Naruto's clothes were left in a heap. Okay. Day 11, Test 37, Configuration 2.0. Tony began as the recording started. Add in that this might end up with you on your ass again. Naruto shouted from the corner of the room. Tony rolled her eyes at this comment. If you want to try and fly, then how about you get over here and do this? Tony asked. Nah, I don't need to. I can already fly. Naruto replied. Tony sighed before shaking her arms and legs. Both were heavy from the boots and gauntlets that she had equipped. You can do it, Mom, Alex shouted. Their son had found out about what Tony was trying to do during one of their sessions of building a car together. When Alex saw it, he immediately demanded that Tony show him what it could do when she began testing it. Tony couldn't say no, so she let Alex come in on the flight test. This could probably be construed as a family bonding moment. Thanks, sweetie, Tony replied. See, at least he is encouraging, Naruto. Naruto put up his hands in surrender. You know I will still support you no matter what, but I will laugh when you get injured. Naruto stated with a grin and a thumbs up. Tony sighed before looking at the dolly next to her. Dummy, if you douse me again, and I'm not on fire, then I'm donating you to a city college. Tony warned to the machine, who lowered its head in shame. She looked back at the camera and took a deep breath. All right, nice and easy. Seriously, just gonna start off with 1% thrust capacity, in 3, 2, 1. The repulsors in the boots and gauntlets released a white energy that began to lift Tony off the ground. She moved with a nervous energy as she tried to keep herself from flipping, or smashing into a wall. Eventually she began to grow accustomed to the sensation of flight before announcing it. Okay. The power cut and she landed back onto the ground. She turned to look at Dummy, who was following her with the extinguisher. Please don't follow me with that because I feel like I'm gonna catch fire spontaneously. Dummy hummed out a disappointed whir. Just stand down, if something happens, then come in. He just wants to help you. Naruto said amused. No, Dummy just wants to make my life miserable. Tony replied. And again, let's bring it up to 2.5. Tony ordered. 3, 2, 1. Her gauntlet and boots lit up and lifted her higher into the air. She began losing control of her flight path by flying too close to Naruto and Alex. Okay, let's move, Naruto said as he grabbed Alex by the shoulder and teleported both of them to the ceiling where both father and son stuck to the ceiling with chakra. Honey, please don't damage the cars, Naruto shouted down. I'm trying not to, Tony shouted back as she moved away from the cars by adjusting her arms. Eventually, after flying back over the black metal mat, she put herself into a pose that involved keeping her arms and legs ramrod straight. This kept her from moving in any random direction. Then the repulsors slowly expended less energy until Tony was back on the ground. Yeah, I can fly, Tony stated with triumph. You two can come back down now, Tony shouted to the ceiling. Got it, Naruto and Alex replied and let the chakra in their feet disappear before they dropped to the ground and flipped midair until they were on their feet when they landed. Alex ran to his mother and gave her a high five. That was awesome, Mom, you know, Alex exclaimed. Yeah, it was. But you haven't seen anything just yet. All right, step back, Tony ordered. Naruto and Alex got out of the way as Tony walked over to a rigging system that was holding a bunch of metal parts in its claws. Tony smirked as she knew that this would impress both Naruto and Alex. Jarvis, suit me up. When she said that, the claws and machines began to bolt and screw the metal plates onto her body. This all finished with Tony coated in a silver suit with only the faceplate missing. She grabbed it and placed it over her face, which created a HUD that coated her vision. She turned to look at the awestruck face of Alex and the impressed face of Naruto. So, what do you think? She asked. Mom, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Alex looked at Naruto. Sorry Dad, but Mom looks cooler right now. Naruto looked slightly depressed at his son's comment. Tony smirked under her faceplate. She could totally use this against Naruto later. I guess that my science beats your chakra, Naruto, Tony stated. She put her metal-coated hand on Alex's head. When you get older, I'll definitely build you a suit of your own, if you want. Alex smiled and nodded. That would be awesome. Want to know what's going to be more awesome? What, Mom? Tony began backing away from Alex and Naruto. Jarvis, are you there? At your service, ma'am. Jarvis replied from the built-in speakers of the suit. Engage head-up display, Tony ordered. The HUD began to light up at the side with icons. Check. Import all preferences from home interface. Will do, ma'am. As Jarvis said this, more icons added themselves to the HUD and found positions to place themselves. Tony smiled under her faceplate. All right, what do you say? Tony asked. She felt extremely giddy that everything was working out perfectly. I have indeed been uploaded, ma'am. We're online and ready. Can we start the virtual walk around? Tony asked. Importing preferences and calibrating virtual environment, Jarvis replied. Do a check on control surfaces, Tony ordered. If that turned out correctly, and she knew it should, then she would be able to go on her first flight tonight. Then she could definitely brag to her dear husband that he wasn't the only person on the planet that could fly. As you wish. As this was said, the outer plates, gears, and flaps began to autonomously move in random patterns, making her a figure that was constantly shifting. To Naruto and Alex, it was amazing. Eventually the testing stopped and the flaps, plates, and gear returned to their normal state of stasis. Test complete. Preparing to power down and begin diagnostics, Jarvis began. No, she had spent too long waiting to go flying. Tonight would be it, regardless of whatever Jarvis thought was the correct move to make. Yeah. Tell you what. Do a weather and ATC check. Start listening in on ground control, she said, her voice barely controlling her excitement. Ma'am, there are still terabytes of calculations needed before an actual flight is. Jarvis, don't ruin this for me. It's time for me to fly. She turned and looked at Naruto. So, wanna race me? She asked. Naruto smirked at this before stepping forward. In a flash of golden flaming light, Naruto was covered in a golden flaming cloak that went down to his shins with the edges of the sleeves and hem waving about like candle flame. His hair became spikier with 2 points sticking up in shapes reminiscent of horns. The clothes that he was wearing underneath had turned completely black while a golden circle settled on his stomach and his shoes had turned golden as well. What completed the look were his eyes. One instant they were slits. A few seconds later and they became crosses. Behind him floated 9 black balls. Wow, guess you're bringing your A game, Tony remarked. Alex could only look in awe at what his father had done. He had seen Naruto in his chakra mode, but this was something completely different. Yeah. So, just to be fair, I'll be giving you a head start, Naruto stated with a grin. It stretched the 3 bars markings on each of his cheeks. How courteous. I'll be seeing you at the end of the finish line, Tony stated before turning to the exit of the garage. See you soon, Alex. Ready, in 3, 2, 1. The boots and gauntlets let out bursts of energy before propelling Tony forward, screaming in excitement. Naruto and Alex looked at one another. Think I'll ever be able to do what you can do, Dad? Alex asked. Maybe one day. Naruto then leaned forward before using his chakra to fly out of the garage after Tony. This was probably not the smartest move on his part, but they were going for a quick flight so not a lot of people would be able to see him, or recognize him. It felt good to let loose after so long of hiding his abilities from the public. He remembered the first time he entered this world and stopped a mugging with a Rasengan. The couple who he saved began to run for their lives shouting some nonsense about him being possessed or something. Kurama got a good chuckle from that one. Ahead of him, he saw the shiny silver form of Tony's suit. With a laugh, Naruto put more chakra into flying faster until he quickly caught up to Tony. So, what was that about meeting me at the finish line? Naruto asked. Whatever. I bet I can go higher than you. Tony replied quickly before adjusting her hands and feet so that she began to ascend. Naruto shook his head in disbelief. Tony was an extremely competitive woman who didn't like to be beat. He learned that day one. But then again, he also didn't like to be beaten. Time to show Tony who was king of the skies. Naruto quickly began flying upwards to Tony. What he noticed was the ice that was growing on Tony's suit. Tony, I think you might have a problem. Naruto shouted after her. She either couldn't hear him or was ignoring him as she kept flying higher and higher until eventually her whole suit froze and her repulsors stopped working. This left Tony climbing a foot or two more before she eventually began to descend, right towards Naruto. In response to this, Naruto held his arms out and caught Tony before she could fall any further. He looked down at where her eyes should be. The glowing optics of the faceplate were now black due to lack of power. Tony, I was trying to tell you that your suit was freezing. She nodded but was unable to talk due to the suit's audio device being turned off. Instead she began to scrabble her hand onto her hip until she grabbed a knob which she turned. The suit's flaps popped out making Naruto release Tony just as the ice covering her suit broke off. Quite quickly the suit turned back on and Tony began to fly once again. That woman's going to be the death of me, Naruto remarked. Death of us both at this rate, Kurama said internally. Wow, you're awake for once. Oh shut it brat, your mate's about to beat you in your race. I suggest that you pick up your pace or else you'll lose. Kurama stated. Naruto nodded and with determination, he began flying after Tony and towards the house. She was quickly getting to the garage so Naruto added more chakra to his flight and went even faster. They were neck and neck with each other as they entered the garage and quickly slowed down. Tony hovered over to the rigging system which quickly began to take the suit apart. Naruto quickly depowered his form so that he was once again in his normal clothes. So, Alex, which one of us got here first? Naruto asked. You tied. Alex answered. Oh come on, I totally beat you, Tony said as she walked over to Naruto and Alex. Next time, we'll see. So, about that icing issue, Naruto said. Oh don't worry, I'll take care of it. Tony quickly pointed to her lab. I'm gonna go in there and meet both of you upstairs in a little while. Tony walked towards the door to her lab. Both Naruto and Alex sat on the couch together watching TV. Well, more like they were watching Star Wars. This was the first movie series that Tony had ever shown him. He found the whole premise of magical space wizards fighting in spaceship with laser swords to be completely awesome. Well, except for the prequel series. Now that just sucked. Sadly, he subjected Alex to the prequels as well, just to show him how a series so awesome could become so evil. Both of them were quite happy that Tony managed to discover the ability to fly. Alex more so than Naruto since he desperately wanted to fly now. Sadly, Naruto had no idea if that would be at all possible. Maybe if he managed to absorb some of the tailed beast chakra that Naruto had inside of himself along with the sage chakra. He heard Tony coming up from the lab and turned around to see Tony acting slightly huffy. You okay, honey? Naruto asked. Tony stopped walking and looked at Naruto. We are going to a benefit. Get you suit. Tony ordered and walked off. Naruto looked down at Alex. We'll be back. But, since I know that it's a little late to call Pepper or Happy. Naruto put his hands into a cross shape and a clone puffed into existence. I'll just have to in two places at once. The clone said. Naruto got off the couch and walked away while the clone took his place on the couch. When Naruto walked into the bedroom, he saw Tony standing in front of a mirror messing with her hair. She was also wearing a backless black dress which Naruto thought looked amazing on the woman. Tony, before we go to someplace that will involve us possibly embarrassing yourself, what happened? Naruto asked as he stripped off his clothes and walked to the closet and pulled out his suit. It took only a minute to put his suit on but he always had trouble putting the tie on. Tony finally finished adjusting her hair into a bun and turned away from the mirror. Skip the tie. Let's just get to this benefit. Tony said. Naruto walked over to Tony and put his hands on her shoulders. What's wrong? I think that someone is trying to cut me out of the company. The benefit that we are going to is in my name. So, I decided that we are going to it. Did we get an invitation? It's being done in my name. Of course we'll be able to go in. Tony scoffed. I'll take that as a no. Now let's get going. I want to see what type of delicious food that they are serving there. Naruto replied while imagining the seafood that they would be serving. If he was really lucky, then they would also be serving steak. Tony nodded and smiled. Then the plan is that we enter, we dance, you eat, and I investigate. Did I miss anything? Tony asked. Nope. Naruto took his hands off Tony's shoulders and Tony looped her arm into Naruto's. March. The couple walked out of the room and down the stairs together. Alex, we'll be back in an hour or two. Naruto, Tony said, and the clone turned to look at Tony. Make sure that Alex doesn't stay up too late. Got it, boss. Tony and Naruto then walked out the front door together into their car. So honey, how is the armor going? Naruto asked as he made a turn. Well, I figured out how to solve the icing problem. Now the armor needs to be assembled and I'll have finished building it. Tony replied. I was thinking of building a few more armor sets for different occasions, though. It could really be useful if I ever needed a situational armor. Tony said. At least she was using the situational paranoia that Naruto had gained over the years. Good. Also, Alex finally mastered the first step to the Rasengan. Naruto remarked. Ooh, sounds destructive. Tony stated. Their car quickly pulled up to the entrance of the benefit. Naruto got out of the car first and cameras began to flash, which annoyed Naruto to no end. Truly the only reason the paparazzi existed was so that they could annoy him and everyone else. Naruto smiled and used his magnet release to internally destroy all of their cameras. Quickly Naruto opened the passenger side door and helped Tony out. A valet walked up to Naruto and he tossed the keys to the man who caught them and began to move towards the car in order to park it. As they walked into the building and past all of the photographers who were busy trying to fix their cameras, an old man in a pair of glasses with a mustache walked up to the couple. Hello, Starks, remember me? The man asked. It took Naruto a few seconds to remember the man while Tony quickly replied, sure don't. Oh, I got it, Naruto said with a slap to the forehead. You're Stan. I remember you. We certainly had fun drinking. Naruto said excitedly. Tony leaned over and whispered into Naruto's ear. I'll go look around. You have fun talking, Tony said before kissing him on the cheek and walking away. Her walk took her to the bar where she noticed a familiar redhead clad in a backless blue dress. You know, they say that parties are meant to be enjoyed on the dance floor and not by the wall, Tony said. Pepper quickly turned around in shock. That dress looks good on you. I'm surprised that you aren't being hounded by all the boys here, Tony remarked. Well, you have good tastes, Tony, Pepper replied. That is definitely true. Though I hate wearing dresses. I prefer sweatpants over them, Tony said while pointing at her black dress. So, could you tell me why you're here instead of on the dance floor? I am purely here for business. I really don't feel like dancing. Tony smirked at this before leaning closer to Pepper. Or is it that you're just too embarrassed to ask anyone out? I rarely hear about you going on any dates. Pepper looked away. That's purely ridiculous. Tony looked around the dance floor. She eventually spotted a target. One guy who was strong-jawed and slightly good-looking with dark hair. With a smile she grabbed a protesting Pepper by the hand and took her through the dance floor and up to the man in question. Hello, I'm Tony, this is my assistant Pepper. She is a little overstressed right now, so could you show her a good time? Before the man could ask, Tony pushed Pepper into his arms and walked away completely satisfied with herself. Unfortunately, she was stopped by a man in a black suit. Definitely an agent type. Mrs. Stark, I need to debrief you on your escape, the man said. You were the super secret agent man who tried to question Naruto, right? Tony asked. Yes. Unfortunately, Mr. Stark didn't respond to any of our calls. We don't like to be uninformed about situations like this, the man replied. Who are you again? Tony asked. She tried to lose the man in the crowd, but he kept his stride next to hers. Even when she made it to the bar, the man was still there. I am Agent Phil Coulson, or Strategic Homeland Intervention, and Tony held her hand up to the man. Yeah, that name is definitely too long. So, let's just hurry this up and say that you should talk to my assistant, Pepper, about this. Tony replied. Could I get a vodka martini? She asked the bartender, who nodded. I have tried to call, but I get put on a dial tone. Now, could you please tell me how Mr. Stark was able to find you so quickly, and how you escaped? Tony felt slightly trapped by the agent. She really hated it when people began asking questions that she didn't want answered. How about later? I have to do something and I'll arrange something with my assistant after she finishes dancing with Mr. Jaw over there, Tony said before backing away from the agent. Would the 24th at 7 p.m. be an appropriate time? Phil asked. Definitely. I'll tell Pepper about it in order to put in my calendar, Tony said before leaving the agent. She looked back at Pepper, who was against all belief, smiling with the guy that Tony had set her up with. Eventually Pepper and the guy walked away from one another and Tony walked up to the redhead. So Peps, how was the dance? Seemed like you enjoyed yourself. Should I expect any dates anytime soon? Tony teased with a smile. It was fine, Tony. His name is Mark and he was one of the firefighters that this benefit supports, Pepper replied. Isn't that just dreamy? You managed to snag the hero of the bunch. Tony was handed her martini and she took a sip. Maybe I should fling you out into a crowd more often if what happened here was an example of that. Please never do that again. Pepper sighed out, knowing that her boss would probably do this exact thing again until she finally got a date. No promises. Now, where is Naruto? Speak of the devil and he shall appear, Naruto said while walking from out of the crowd. In his hand was a kebab of meat that was nearly finished. The food was great. Tony smirked at her husband's behavior before taking the kebab from his hand and setting it on the bar. Time to dance. Naruto nodded and took her hand in his own. Tony turned to look at Pepper as she walked away. Peps, you looked great on the dance floor. Then the couple disappeared into the crowd while leaving behind a slightly blushing Pepper. When they had reached an empty space on the dance floor, Naruto spun Tony into his arms and the two began to dance together. So, how was you talk with Hef? Tony asked. His name is Stan, and he is the man. So, what was all that about Pepper earlier? Just trying to make her lose some of her inhibitions. She was perfectly fine. Though I do have to hope that she asks that guy out. I think double date would be interesting. If we got happy hooked up with someone, then it could be a triple date, Tony stated with a grin. Great. More chances for you to possibly embarrass our friends and coworkers. You know you would love it, but I'm supposed to be the mature one, Naruto replied while rolling his eyes. Tony leaned her head into Naruto's chest. Just shut up and dance. Tony sighed with a smile. She was perfectly content with this moment right now. Just them together with no worries. Tony closed her eyes as she felt completely relaxed. Wow. Antonia Stark. Tony opened her eyes in annoyance at the female voice that took her out of her relaxation. Oh, hey. Tony replied. Fancy seeing you here. Tony noticed a familiar blonde. The brown lady. What was her name again? Carrie. Tony said, slightly unsure. Christine, the blonde replied. That's right. She replied. It looked like Christine was still miffed about their little interview a while back. You have a lot of nerve showing up here tonight, she said with a glare. Ooh, scary. Christine looked slightly put down at how Tony and Naruto weren't reacting to her statement. Can I at least get a reaction from you? She asked. I don't know, should I be reacting to anything? Tony replied. Naruto, anything you think I should be reacting to? No, you haven't done anything that was reaction-worthy, Naruto replied. I was referring to your company's involvement in this latest atrocity, Christine announced. Yeah. They just put my name on the invitation. I don't know what to tell you, Tony retorted. Now Tony remembered this lady. She was really annoying last time they spoke. She had to decide, would it be better to ignore the woman and keep her focus on Naruto, or should she actually pay attention to her so that the woman wouldn't write a bad article about her? I actually almost bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Guess that made up her mind. Now Christine had her attention. I was out of town for a while, in case you didn't hear. Christine reached into her purse and pulled out some pictures before handing them to Tony. She took them and looked at all of them. Each picture contained weapons with her name plastered on it in one incriminating moment. They said that a picture spoke 1,000 words. Well, these were pretty much shouting at her. It's a town called Gulmira. Heard of it? Christine asked in a self-righteous tone. Tony knew of this place intimately. Yensen liked to talk about his home, about his wife, his kid. When were these taken? Tony asked. Yesterday, Christine stated. I didn't approve any shipment. Well, your company did. Well, I'm not my company. Do you mind if I keep these? Tony asked. The irritating blonde nodded in response. Before she could walk away, Tony wanted to get one more barb into this woman. Hey Brown. Christine looked at Tony. I know of this place because the man that I was imprisoned with lived there. We were together until he was murdered while trying to help me escape. Next time, bitch, get your facts checked before you shove your self-righteous bullshit into another person's face. Tony stalked off angrily with the photos in hand while Naruto followed after her. Tony, while I am all for you teaching a lesson, did you really have to call the lady out? Naruto said as he caught up to Tony. I need to speak with Obi. Do you think that you can find him so that I don't have to? Naruto nodded. It would be easy to do so. He closed his eyes and stayed very still. Within 20 seconds he had absorbed all the natural energy that he needed. Follow me, Naruto said as he willed an illusion to cover the orange markings around his eyes along with his eyes themselves. Obadiah was just 20 feet ahead near the entrance of the benefit. When they got to the older man, Obadiah looked slightly surprised to see Tony. Have you seen these pictures? She thrust the evidence at Obadiah, who took it and looked through it. What's going on in Gulmira? Tony, Obadiah said as if chastising a child. You can't afford to be this naive. This just pissed Tony off. She did not need Obadiah trying to worm his way out of this. You know what? I was naive before, when they said, here's the line. We don't cross it. This is how we do business. If we're double dealing under the table, are we? Tony asked quickly. Naruto thought all of this was extremely shady. Why was Obadiah doing this now? It had been years since Naruto had actually decided to call Kurama up like this. He never truly had a need to do so until now. Kurama, can you check this guy's intent? Naruto mentally asked. Been a long time since you've done that. Hold on. Kurama was silent for a second as he did this. This guy is thinking pretty darkly about Tony. I don't know if you should be worried, but just stay cautious about this man. I'm going back to sleep. We'll talk in the morning. Kurama severed their connection and Naruto stared at Obadiah in a new light. This man that looked so nice normally apparently was hiding something dark behind this facade. A photographer who managed to bring a spare camera with him walked up to the three. Tony, your picture, please. The man both asked and demanded. Obadiah took this as a way to wriggle out of the conversation. Let's take a picture. Obadiah put his hand on Tony's shoulder while in a way, pushing Naruto away. Come on. Picture time. He then leaned closely to Tony's ear. Antonia, who do you think locked you out? I was the one who filed the injunction against you. It was the only way I could protect you. Tony stood stock still as the photographer took the picture. Shock filled her as she felt the betrayal of one of the closest people in her life. This man who had decided to mentor her all of these years had decided to underhandedly go against her. She looked at Naruto. After all of these years, she only had 5 people that she could truly depend on. Now there were only 4. Naruto, at seeing how his wife was acting, immediately put on a fake smile and walked up to the two. Well, Obi, I guess that we need to get going. Alex needs to go to bed after all. We'll see you later. Naruto took Tony's hand in his own and pulled her after him. It had only been a day since the benefit and Tony had confined herself to her lab. She didn't ask for any food at all. She just went in after the party and didn't come out. Naruto was worried for her. Especially since on the drive home, she didn't speak. She was completely silent in contemplation. Naruto decided to break his vigil of the stair leading to the lab and grabbed an apple that was in the fruit bowl. He then went downstairs and into the lab to see Tony blasting away parts of the lab with her repulsor gauntlet. Her face was etched in complete anger. Tony, what are you doing? Naruto asked as he ran. Tony just breathed in and out repeatedly before turning to Naruto. I'm going out, she stated firmly. Naruto looked at the TV that had a hole in it and then back to Tony. He noticed the determination in her eyes along with the gauntlet on her hand. Tell me, does it involve your suit? Tony nodded. While Naruto would be against this, he could see that nothing would change Tony's mind. Then I'm coming with you. Understood? Naruto said. Tony nodded before walking away to get changed in another part of her lab. Naruto teleported to their bedroom and pulled out his chest from under the bed and put his cloak on. It had been years since he had decided to spend a large amount of time in his chakra mode, but things change. Naruto was happy about this. It had been years since he had gotten any action. Kurama, let's go. He was quickly covered in the golden form of chakra, then he teleported back down into the lab. What he noticed which slightly aroused him was the tight spandex suit that Tony was wearing. It contoured to her curves quite nicely. So, are we entering a battlefield in that? Because if so, I am absolutely for it. Tony put her hair up into a ponytail and began walking. No, I just need to put the rest of my clothes on, Tony replied and walked onto a black platform. When she did so, the platform began to split apart while lifting pieces of armor up. In under a minute, the platform put itself back together and Tony walked from it covered in armor that now had a red and gold paint job. Now we're ready. So, that's what you're walking into battle in? Tony asked. I think that walking into a war zone covered in golden fire is awesome, especially when it spontaneously creates clothes. Tony scoffed at this. Sure, but I still think I look cooler, Tony replied. You look like a man, Naruto retorted. Just as if to disprove his point, Tony began to walk into the garage with a sway in her step. I hate it when you do that. I hope that you can keep up. Tony quickly took off. Naruto cracked his neck and ran into the garage and flew after Tony. The flying couple were both flying over the desert together. It was quite an interesting flight as Tony at times had to avoid the flock of birds which Naruto dodged with ease. How much further do we need to go? Naruto asked. It's just a mile away. What's the plan? I'll enter first. You take care of anything in the area, Tony replied. Always the showboat. Tony sped up and flew past Naruto. She looked down at the area and saw a man being taken over to an area to be shot. Well, no more. No one else would die here. She began dashing to the ground at a high velocity before pulling out and using her repulsors to slow her descent until she landed in a crouch. Quickly analyzing the situation, Tony saw the terrorist that was about to shoot the civilian aim at her. She stood from her crouch and received a clip of bullets to the armor. Tony walked through this and instead punched the man in the stomach, which launched him away into a wall. She then turned around and began blasting the men in the area. When she turned around once more, she saw the terrorists holding the civilians hostage. She lowered her hands and let the repulsors die down. The terrorists looked much more calm at witnessing the metal-covered person end the attack. Tony internally laughed at this. They really thought that they could get away with this. Instead, she felt the dark compartments in her armor's shoulder open up and fire a volley at the men. All of them fell down dead. The touching moment in all of this was when a little boy ran out from the crowd and into the arms of the man who was about to be shot. It made Tony feel slightly better at witnessing this moment. Her HUD alerted her to another man in the area who was running away behind a wall. She activated the thermal vision of her armor before marching over and sticking her hand through the wall. She was pleasantly surprised when she saw that the man she pulled was Fat Man, the prick who tortured her before. Oh, she had a great treat for this guy. Instead of beating him to the ground, she dragged him into the center of the civilian crowd and let him go. Then she flew away. He's all yours, Tony said. When she was in the air, she saw Naruto calmly flying over to her. Took care of the hostiles in the area, and I got any civilians I could out of here. Now what? Naruto asked. She scanned the area and saw the Jericho missiles planted into the ground. Oh, I think there is only one thing left to do. She aimed her gauntlet at the missiles and fired a missile that ejected itself from her wrist. It all exploded in one giant mass of fire and noise. Now we are done here. Tony took off and Naruto followed after her. So, are you done being angry or do we need to punch some more guys in the face? I feel great. Now, let's go home. With that, they took off in the clouds. It feels so good doing something after so long, Naruto remarked. Tony stopped talking to Naruto and instead began to speak into her helmet. Tony, you there? Naruto asked, slightly worried. As he said this, he heard the sound of two planes behind him. Tony, what did you do? Naruto shouted. Instead, Tony took off at a supersonic speed which made Naruto need to speed up after her. He looked behind to see that both planes fired out missiles at the both of them. Oh come on, Naruto noticed Tony launch flares which blew up both of the missiles. Naruto continued his flight path while Tony was launched forward and ended up losing control. She quickly regained control and continued her flight. Naruto flew after Tony while the jets flew after them. Kurama, any ideas? Can you blow them up? Kurama asked. No, I can't, you furball. Any other plans? Watch out, they're firing at you. Naruto turned to see the jets firing bullets at them. This caused Naruto to dodge each bullet while Tony took a few rounds to her armor which still held up. She deployed her armor's flaps and left Naruto to fend for himself. You just had to abandon me, didn't you? Naruto shouted out. Tony, in all of her infinite wisdom, had decided to hide on the underbelly of one of the jets. It worked out quite well for her. Still, it sucked riding under this, so she quickly called Rhodey. Hello? Rhodey asked. Hi, Rhodey, it's me. Tony admitted. She really didn't want to get blown up. It's who? I'm sorry, it is me. Tony said in a frustrated tone. You asked. What you were asking about is me. No, see, this isn't a game. You do not send civilian equipment into my active war zone. You understand that? Rhodey chastised. This is not a piece of equipment. Nor is the other golden thing up there, equipment. I'm in it. It's a suit. It's me and Naruto. Tony shouted out as the plane turned to reveal her to the other pilot. Oh, shit. The plane quickly went into a roll which made Tony lose her grip and fly off the jet. She smashed into the wing of the other jet before regaining control. What she saw as the plane fell was the pilot ejecting from his seat. Tony noticed that the pilot hadn't launched his parachute just yet. So, in an act of heroism, she flew down towards the pilot. You've been re-engaged. Execute evasive maneuver. Jarvis alerted her. Keep going. She shouted. She had nearly reached the pilot. Just a little bit more, and she grabbed at the handle for the parachute and pulled it. This released the chute and Tony flew off. Naruto, in a moment of quick thinking, made a mass of clones which he dispersed immediately. This caused a huge amount of smoke to obscure the pilot's view, which Naruto took as the chance to teleport over to Tony. Tony smirked at this and saw an alert on her HUD that Rhodey was calling her. She accepted the call. "Tony, you still there?" Rhodey asked. "Hey, thanks," Tony replied. "Oh, my god, you crazy son of a bitch," Rhodey said while releasing a breath of relief. "I'm actually a daughter." "Still, at least you care," Tony replied. "You owe me a plane. You know that, right? And what do you mean that the golden flame flying next to you was Naruto?" Rhodey asked. "Well, technically, he hit me. And, Naruto and I are gonna need to tell you some things that we've been keeping secret. So, do you want to come by and see what I'm working on?" No, I'll come over to hear what you want to tell me, but this, leave me out. The less I know, the better. So, what am I supposed to tell the press?" "Training exercise. Isn't that the usual BS?" Tony replied simply. "After all, the military did it all the time." "It's not that simple," Rhodey replied. "You'll come up with something. See you later." Tony ended the call and looked at Naruto. It was Rhodey. "And those were jets. We survived. Now let's go home. I really want to relax after all of this," Tony said. Tony and Naruto landed into the garage together, whereupon Tony walked over to the black plate floor and it split apart with yellow metal arms came out of the floor and began to slowly remove the armor off of her. It was an annoyingly slow process as some pieces just didn't want to come off. She probably needed to fix that. "Hey," Tony shouted out as she felt her arm slide twist. "It's a tight fit, ma'am," Jarvis replied. "Ma'am, the more you struggle, the more this is going to hurt. Be gentle. This is my first time," Tony said. "And I thought our first time was rough," Naruto remarked. "Both of us were drunk. And besides, this was designed to come off. I really should be able to." Tony was interrupted when the door opened. "What's going on here?" a surprised Pepper demanded with shock. Tony and Naruto looked at one another and then back at Pepper. "Let's face it, this is not the worst thing you've caught us doing," Tony replied. "Are those bullet holes? And are you on fire?" Pepper asked quickly. "Okay. Maybe not the weirdest outfits that you've seen us in," Naruto replied while scratching the back of his head. "What is going on here?" Pepper asked. Tony was finally out of her suit and now just in her spandex suit. "Well, I built a mechanized suit of armor to fight terrorism, and Naruto has always had superpowers," Tony said while grabbing an apple off one of the tables in her lab. She bit a chunk out of it with a smile. "Yeah, I designed it while being imprisoned in that cave. Naruto learned how to do all the stuff he can do to an academy. Oh yeah, he is also an alien," Tony summed up with a smile. "This is absolutely ridiculous. How long has Naruto even been here? And how is it that no one has found out about this?" Pepper asked. "I've been here since I was 17, Naruto stated and sat on one of the tables. "And I covered his trail while we were dating. I had to bribe a lot of people and I had to hack a lot of servers to make it look like Naruto was born in the US. No one has found out except for you. And maybe Rhodey, if he comes by," Tony said with a grin. "This is so much to handle. Yeah, if that's crazy, then we shouldn't even mention Kurama." "Kura who?" "Exactly. Now, Peps, I am really glad that you came here because I need your help with something," Tony said as she finished the rest of her apple. "What do you need?" Well, Pepper walked briskly through Stark Industries with a huge knot in her stomach at what she was about to do. Just a little earlier today, she had learned that Tony had made a mechanized armored suit, and that Naruto was an alien. To drive deeper, the craziness of her day, Tony had dropped the revelation that Obadiah Stane, the man who Tony had worked with for years, was possibly supplying weapons to terrorists. Pepper walked up to the doorway of Obadiah's office and looked around the room to see if anyone was watching. When she was certain that there was no one there, she walked through the threshold and around Obadiah's desk to where the computer was. She quickly took out the flash drive that Tony had given her and put it into the computer. She quickly began the hacking program which stole the files in Obadiah's computer. One file though, interested Pepper, so she clicked it open. What she found, which made Pepper completely scared, was a video of Tony tied to a chair, groggy and barely functioning, while a few terrorists stood around her shouting demands at the camera. She clicked the translate button and was horrified. "You did not tell us that the target you paid us to kill was the great Tony Stark. As you can see, Obadiah Stane." Pepper put her hand over her mouth at this. "Your deception and lies will cost you dearly. The price to kill Tony Stark has just gone up." Pepper couldn't watch this anymore and closed the file. She saw that the flash drive wasn't finished hacking the computer. It still had a minute more before the download was complete. "So, what are we going to do about this?" Obadiah Stane asked from the doorway. Pepper stood stock still in fear. I know what you're going through, Pepper. Obadiah began walking over to her area of the room. Pepper looked down at the flash drive sticking out of the computer and she grabbed the newspaper next to the computer and slowly put it over the flash drive to conceal it. Antonia, she always gets the good stuff, doesn't she? I was so happy when she came home. It was like she came back from the dead. Obadiah slowly walked closer and thankfully for Pepper, the computer showed that the download had finished. Now I realize, well, Toni never really did come home, did she? It doesn't help that Naruto had been whispering into her ear all of these years. After her great moment of weakness, she has finally flung herself at the man. It breaks my heart. Obadiah said in a slightly somber tone. What scared Pepper was how jovial Obadiah said all of this. Well, she's a complicated person. She's been through a lot and Naruto helps her. I think she'll be all right. Pepper replied. She tried to be courteous to the man as she didn't want to be discovered. She also really wished to get away from him. You are a very rare woman. Toni doesn't know how lucky she is to have you working for her. Now she wanted to get away. With that, she stood up and took the flash drive out of the computer while also covering it with the newspaper. Thank you. Thanks. I have to leave, Pepper said as she walked past Obadiah. Is that today's paper? Obadiah asked. Pepper palmed the flash drive and held the paper separate in her other hand. Yes. Pepper responded. Do you mind? Obadiah asked while motioning to the paper. Pepper shook her head and put it into Obadiah's outstretched hand. Not at all. Obadiah smiled and nodded. Puzzle, he stated with a smile. Of course. She quickly began walking out of the office and away from the man. With this new information, she was frightened that Obadiah would have her killed. After all, he did try to have Toni killed. As she made a turn and walked down the stairs, she also noticed a man in a black suit that had agent written all over him. That must be the man who Naruto told her about. She never knew that she could be so glad to see a government agent in her life until now. Ms. Potts? The man said in slight surprise. We had an appointment. Did you forget about our appointment? The agent asked. That man must have been strong of will to have dealt with Naruto's and Toni's antics. Nope, right now. Come with me. Pepper replied. She would give the man the appointment of a lifetime. Right now? He said in confusion. We're going to have it right now. The agent began to follow her down the stairs and Pepper took this as her chance to look behind her to see Obadiah with a stern look on his face. He must have found out about her hacking into his files already. Walk with me. I'm going to give you the meeting of your life. Your office. Pepper said with a slight breath of relief. As long as she got out of here safely, she would tell the man whatever he wanted to know. Naruto had put Alex to bed when he decided to join Toni on the couch. So, what do you think the plan should be when Pepper gets back? Naruto asked. I'm going to track down each and every single one of Obadiah's buyers and then I'm going to destroy their weapon stash and have the man arrested. Then after that, I think that being a hero is just too much fun to let go. What do you think? Toni asked. Sounds like a great idea. I'm all for it because just between you and me, I really need to do something besides train all day. Who knows, I may even take a break from the company to be a hero full-time. Toni smirked at this before poking Naruto in the ribs. If that is your decision, then I want to set some rules. One of them is that you'll have to be back home by the end of the day. I refuse to be all alone here alone and Alex would be upset that his father isn't home at all. Toni said. Naruto nodded to this with a smirk. If that's all, then it'll be easy. Nope, we aren't done yet, mister. Number 2 is that if there is anything big, then I want in. Got it. What else do you wish for Mrs. Stark? Naruto asked. Toni began to crawl on the couch until she was straddling Naruto and looking deep into his eyes. I want you to be safe. Can you do that? Toni asked with a relaxed expression on her face as she leaned closer to Naruto. I promise you, I'll be back safe and sound for you. Don't worry. Just as the two were about to lean in and kiss one another, the phone rang which immediately killed the mood for both of them. Come on, Naruto groaned out in annoyance. His annoyed yell was answered by a knock on the door which did more to sour his mood so he stood up from the couch and began walking to the door. The only person Naruto thought would be coming here late during a time like this was Rody. After all, he did say that he would be coming by so this would explain it. When he reached the door and opened it, much to his surprise and anger, Obadiah stood there with a grin. What the hell? Naruto was cut off as his body became completely paralyzed. Obadiah then pulled out a syringe which he stabbed into Naruto's neck before pushing past the man and into the house where Toni sat paralyzed on the couch. Toni wanted to answer Pepper. She wanted to tell her that she needed help but the words just wouldn't form on her lips. It horrified her. She couldn't move any part of her body and she could only barely move her eyes. Toni, are you there? Hello? Pepper asked with worry in her voice. That was the last Tony heard of Pepper's voice as the phone was removed from her ear. With some pain she turned her eyes and looked to see Obadiah right there with a smile on his face. She couldn't turn her head to look at Naruto, who she was worried about. What scared her further was how she wouldn't be able to go to Alex if he needed help. "Breathe," Obadiah said as he leaned Tony back onto the couch. "Easy, easy," Obadiah said before pulling out a suitcase and placing it on the table in front of the couch. He opened it up and pulled out an object which looked like a drill with an open center. At the front door, Naruto dared not move, lest whatever was circulating in his veins spread. It burned as it traveled through his body. Naruto moaned in pain as whatever was inside that thing was traveling through his veins. "Kurama. Help!" Naruto internally screamed. "Hold on," Kurama growled out. "We're definitely going to need to work on our detection skills after this," Kurama stated. Wow, even now Kurama had to criticize him, even if both of them deserved it. Obadiah walked over to Tony and sat next to her. "You remember this one, right?" Obadiah said while holding a remote in his hands. He flicked it off and then took 2 buds out of each of his ears. "It's a shame the government didn't approve it. There's so many applications for causing short-term paralysis. For instance, it allowed me to easily poison your husband with a toxin that the boys in the lab cooked up. Completely against the Geneva Convention, I might add." Obadiah began to rummage through his briefcase. "When I ordered the hit on you, I was worried that I was killing the golden goose." He then leaned over Tony and placed the drill device over the area where her arc reactor glowed under her shirt. Obadiah pressed a button and it began drilling through her shirt and into the casing of her arc reactor. "But, you see, it was just fate that you survived that. You had one last golden egg to give." Obadiah then pulled the arc reactor from her chest and held it before each of them. "Do you really think that just because you have an idea, it belongs to you? Your father, he helped give us the atomic bomb. Now, what kind of world would it be today if he was as selfish as you?" Obadiah took a moment to admire the glowing device. "No, what you have given me is absolutely amazing. You first gave me your suit, then it was this beauty, and after both you and Naruto die of cardiac arrest, and yes, that little mixture I put into Naruto should kill him in a few minutes, then I'll take control of both your company and your son. He inherited your mind after all, and he's still young enough to teach the lessons that I was unable to make stick in your mind. And look at it like this, I at least gave you enough time to say goodbye to Naruto first. If only you could see the prototype armor that I've made. It's not as conservative as yours, but it will get the job done. Now, I'm sadly going to need to kill Pepper. I would have preferred if she lived." Obadiah stood up from where he was sitting and put the arc reactor and the drill into the suitcase. He walked to the front door and then stood over Naruto. "Oh, I never really hated you, Naruto. You were such a loyal security guard. It's why I convinced Howard to hire you. Sadly, I'm going to have to let you go." Obadiah then walked over Naruto's prone and out the front door. It would be a minute before Tony regained the ability to move. When she did, she ran over to Naruto, who was unmoving on the ground. "Naruto, please don't die on me," Tony ordered. She was completely thankful that Naruto had pulled out the shrapnel in her chest. Though she did feel slightly depowered from the experience. That reactor did a lot more than power an electromagnet, it powered her in a way. "Take care of, Obadiah. Kurama, fixing me," Naruto replied as he breathed heavily. Kurama was trying to burn the poison out of Naruto as quickly as he could. This was one issue that both Naruto and Kurama noticed. While normal injuries were easy to fix, it was poison that took a while to remove. Probably due to how poison was a substance that wasn't really related to injuries at all. Another couple of minutes and Kurama could burn out the rest of it. Tony nodded and kissed Naruto before rushing off. She would definitely kick Obadiah's ass for this. She then took off running to the lab and to the arc reactor that Pepper had earlier dropped off when she had stopped by after Naruto and Tony's flight together. It was the one that Tony had given to Naruto in order to dispose. Pepper had instead put it in a box which Tony really appreciated now. When she got down to the lab, Tony broke open the box on the table and pulled the arc reactor from the wreckage. She quickly placed it into the hole in her chest when she heard the door behind her open. "Tony, what is happening?" "Naruto told me to come down to the lab since you would be able to explain," Rhodey said with some worry. "To put it in simple matters, Obadiah hired the people who kidnapped me, then he tried to kill Naruto and now he is going to try and kill Pepper," Tony replied before rushing over to the black-plated floor. "Is Pepper okay?" Tony asked. "She's fine. She's with 5 agents and they're about to arrest Obadiah," Rhodey replied. "That's not going to be enough. Want to see something cool?" Tony asked. "Jarvis, armor up." The metal floor broke apart and quickly began to assemble the armor pieces onto her body. When it was finally assembled, Tony turned around. "What do you think?" Tony asked with a grin. "That's the coolest thing that I've ever seen. Rhodey replied. Not bad, huh? Let's do it. Tony let the faceplate drop down, which completely covered her face. You need me to do anything else? Rhodey asked. Make sure that Naruto is alright and keep the skies clear. Tony quickly walked with the armor out to the garage and took off, which left Rhodey alone in the lab. He turned and looked at the other set of armor that Tony had made. Next time, baby. Rhodey then ran out of the lab and up the stairs and saw Naruto standing on his feet and breathing heavily. Whoa, you need to rest, Rhodey said. Is Tony flying out there? Naruto asked while looking at Rhodey. Yeah. Why? Rhodey asked. Naruto let the illusion hiding his Rinnegan fall to reveal his rippled eye to Rhodey. What is that? Just one of my secrets. Here's another one. Naruto was quickly covered in his chakra cloak, which began to heal him faster, and he found that he was breathing much more easily. Rhodey's jaw fell open at this. Yeah, I have superpowers. Now I need to catch up to Tony. Watch Alex. Naruto sped to the door and opened it in a flash of yellow. Then he stood still and absorbed natural energy until her could take off into the sky. Kurama, how am I looking? Naruto asked. I nearly burned out the rest of the poison. You're going to be tired by the end of this, but aside from that, you'll be able to kick ass. Kurama replied. Naruto grinned at this. Yeah, he did have ass to kick, specifically, an old bald man's. It took Naruto a few minutes to fly over to Stark Industries, and when he finally made it, he was surprised to see Tony already battling a giant version of her suit in the sky as both were flying together. Well, he was always good at crashing parties. With that in mind, he flew at Obadiah and smashed into the giant metal suit, which he sadly crashed into one side of the Stark building and out of the other side. When let go of the suit and Obadiah smashed into the ground. What the hell? Obadiah said as he pushed himself off the ground. Hey Obadiah, did you forget about me? Naruto asked with a grin. Even when hidden inside the metal suit, Naruto could easily tell that Obadiah was in shock. Yeah, Tony wasn't the only person who was hiding something. How are you still alive? That poison should have killed you, Obadiah shouted out. His voice was distorted by his suit. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Stark. I have fought a goddess. Your poison is small shit compared to what I've had to deal with. Now, Naruto willed a chakra fist from his body which smashed and dented Obadiah's suit. This is for poisoning me. This, Naruto smashed another chakra fist into the suit, is for trying to kill Pepper. And this, Naruto jumped onto the fallen form of Obadiah and punched his fist into the glowing panel of the arc reactor before ripping it out, is for trying to touch my family. He heard the sound of Tony landing behind him. Well, I guess you took all the fun out of beating up Stain. Do you feel better? Tony asked. Yeah, a lot better. Naruto looked around to see that they were in the parking lot of Stark Industries and there were a huge amount of people taking pictures and videos of what had just happened. Yeah, Tony, I think that we need to get out of here, Naruto said. Not that possible for me. I'm running low on power right now. You'd have to carry me, and I really don't want to be embarrassed by a bunch of people recording me due to you holding me. Naruto scoffed at this. It was ridiculous, but he would support what his wife wanted. I'll teleport us inside the building. Anywhere you want us to go? Naruto asked. Yeah, I already contacted Pepper. She and a bunch of agents are waiting inside for us. Now, can we please go? I really don't feel like dealing with a bunch of cops. Naruto nodded and stood up from the fallen metal titan that once was Obadiah Stain. Before he reached Tony, he turned around and made a few hand signs before slamming them into the ground. Quickly the ground reacted by creating 4 triangles of concrete and dirt which formed a tent over Obadiah's prone form. Just to make sure he can't escape, Naruto explained and put his hand on Tony's shoulder. In a single second, the couple teleported into Stark Industries where Pepper was waiting with a couple agents. One agent was quite familiar to Naruto and Tony. Hey Phil. So, about that explanation. I think I understand now, Mr. Stark. Phil replied with a nod. Naruto let his chakra mode disperse which left him slightly tired. What now? Tony sat in a chair in her office reading a paper that would dictate what Tony would say for the press conference. Naruto read the paper from over her shoulder while Pepper fussed with Tony's appearance. Tony read it aloud. You've all received the official statement of what occurred at Stark Industries last night. There have been unconfirmed reports that a robotic prototype malfunctioned and caused damage to the building. Fortunately, a member of Tony Stark's personal security staff, Iron Man, joined by another person known as the Yellow Flash, stopped the rampage. Tony grumbled out at the end. When Naruto had finished reading the paper, he began laughing. Iron Man? Wow Tony, that is amazing, and it's even funnier that I got that name. He received a punch to the shoulder in retaliation. Tony looked slightly miffed at this. What do I need to do? Hammer a pair of breasts onto the armor? And iron, really? It's a gold titanium alloy. This is a terrible statement. At least if it's going to be fake, then they should do a better job. When Tony said this, Agent Coulson walked into the office with Alex following after him. Here's your alibi, Coulson said while handing her a paper. Tony took a look at it and her eyebrow rose. Okay. You and your family were on your yacht. Yeah. Tony was already thinking of what to do about this. She couldn't take having to hide her adventures. And Naruto would be going out to be a superhero. This would be totally unfair. We have port papers that put you in Avalon all night, and sworn statements from 50 of your guests. And we have 3 complaints about you and Mr. Stark being too loud. Tony just thought this was too much. Yeah, she would be spinning all of this around. I was just thinking that a night out at sea with Naruto, Alex, and I playing Scrabble on an island together would be a better explanation. That's what happened, Coulson said unfazed. All right, Tony replied with annoyance. Alex walked over to Tony with a smile. Mom, even if no one knows about you being in that armor, I still think that you were awesome, you know, Alex said, which made Tony smile fondly at her son. Thanks, kiddo, Tony replied. She looked at the alibi and she felt something was off. There's nothing about staying here, Tony remarked. She wondered what explanation would be used to say why the old man wouldn't be showing up to work anytime soon. Officially, he's on vacation. Small aircrafts have such a poor safety record, and officially, he will never see the light of day again, Coulson replied. Naruto and Tony looked at each other with relief. Both would never want to deal with that old man again. But what about the whole cover story that it's a bodyguard and some random guy who wanted to help? That's kind of flimsy, don't you think? Tony said with skepticism. Just stick to the official statement, and soon, this will all be behind you. You also have 2 minutes, Coulson replied before he began to walk out of the room. Naruto and Pepper walked over to the agent together. Agent Coulson, I just wanted to say thank you very much for all of your help, Pepper said with a smile. Naruto was much simpler in his approach of just holding his hand out. Agent Coulson shook it in reply. That's what we do. You'll be hearing from us. Especially you, Coulson said as he looked at Naruto. From the strategic homeland, Pepper began but was interrupted. Just call us S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson replied. Okay then, Naruto said. Both he and Pepper walked back over to Alex and Tony. So, honey, what was so funny about the name that you received? Tony asked. Even Alex was curious about it when his mother told him about it. Naruto smirked at this. Back in my world, that was my dad's moniker. The yellow flash of the leaf. He got it due to being able to teleport in a yellow flash. Tony smiled. Then you got more from your father than just his looks. Tony stood up from her chair and looked herself up and down. She had been put much against her will, into a skirt and white blouse. Beneath the blouse, her arc reactor glowed. I look good, Tony stated. Naruto walked over to Tony and out his arm over her shoulder. You always look good. Both Naruto and Tony kissed one another much to their son's disgust. They eventually separated with smiles on their faces. So, are we going? Peps? Tony asked. We're good. Now let's go. Come on, Alex, Pepper said. Both she and Alex would be going to their seats. Tony and Naruto would be up on stage together with Tony speaking and Naruto doing his job of being a bodyguard. Not that he would be one for long, what with Tony and Naruto's discussions about Naruto going out to be a hero. As Tony and Naruto walked out of the office and towards the press conference, Tony just couldn't let the thought of what it would mean if she just let the alibi take control of her life. It was just completely against her mindset to let someone take credit for what she had done. Eventually she walked onto the stage and the photographers began to take their pictures. Been a while since I was in front of you. I figure I'll stick to the cards this time. She internally groaned at this. There's been speculation that I was involved in the events that occurred near the building, Tony said. One reporter interrupted her. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stark, but do you honestly expect us to believe that that was a bodyguard in a suit that conveniently appeared, despite the fact that you... I know that it's confusing. Tony interrupted. It is one thing to question the official story, and another thing entirely to make wild accusations, or insinuate that I'm a superhero. Tony said this with barely any effort in trying to hide her identity. I never said you were a superhero, the reporter responded. Didn't? Well, good, because that would be outlandish and fantastic. I'm not the hero type. I have too many flaws. She took a deep breath and sighed. Yeah, this story would stick. Screw it in the script. I am Iron Man, and the yellow flash is my husband. Tony finished while pointing to Naruto. Naruto smirked at what his wife had done. He expected something to be different from the script provided, but this was something completely ridiculous, something completely Tony. Naruto walked forward so that he stood next to Tony. Then he activated his chakra mode. After the demonstration, The Stark family were driven back home in a limo by Happy. They were in a way, excited at what had happened. Now, they just wished to go home and figure out what to do next. They entered the mansion together. Jarvis. Tony announced. Welcome home, ma'am and sirs. Jarvis replied. Naruto began pulling his tie off with Alex doing the same. Both hated having to wear these formal clothes. How about you go get changed, and we'll follow up after you, Naruto said to his son. Alex nodded and ran off while Tony and Naruto continued their march through the house and to the kitchen. I'm Iron Man. And my husband is the Yellow Flash, a voice said mockingly. Naruto transformed his arm into a chakra cannon and aimed it at the intruder in their house. The person stepped out of a corner of the house and came into view of the couple. He was bald with dark skin and an eye hidden behind an eye patch. He wore black clothing and a black trench coat. You think you're the only superheroes in the world? Starks, you've become part of a bigger universe. You just don't know it yet, the man said. Naruto kept his cannon trained on the man's head. Who are you? Because right now, Naruto and I are not very fond of home intruders, Tony said with open hostility. The man was completely calm during all of this. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm here to talk to both of you about the Avenger initiative. Nick walked over to the kitchen and pulled up a chair before sitting down. He acted with an ease of a man who knew what was about to happen. Tony also grabbed a chair and sat down. Well then, go ahead, we're all ears, Tony replied. I've been, for the past few years, constructing a roster of people with special talents. They were to be put together in order to combat threats against the world. Then you chose the wrong person. Naruto would be for it, but me, I'm not a team player. I can see that, but I came here to let both of you know, I've got my eye on you. I've had it on you, Naruto, ever since you first popped into Stark Industries. Tell me, how is it that no database in the world has any true info about you besides the bull that Antonia made for you? It's almost like you were never born. Well, on this world at least. You've got my interest, Fury. Now what? Naruto said as he let the chakra cannon merge back into his normal hand. It always felt weird to transform parts of his body into machines. While the Avengers initiative is on the back burner as of now, I was wondering if you would like to act as consultants for us? Fury asked. Naruto and Tony looked at one another. They had an internal debate that was completely unspoken. Then they turned to Fury. We'll do it. They responded together. Alex paid barely any attention in his math class. Anything that the teacher wrote on the board was something that he already knew, and while that did bore him, he managed to find other ways to occupy his time. It boggled his mother's mind to no end as to why he didn't just skip most of his grades and head off to high school. He always talked his mother out of it as he had reasons for not skipping grades. For instance, he was fine with the pace that he was going, and then there were all his friends that he had made here at the school. Especially Ashley. He had been friends with her for years and didn't want to leave her behind. Speaking of Ashley, Alex could feel her tap on the back of his head with her pencil. This was usually her signal for when she would pass a note to him. Alex obliged her by holding his hand behind his head, and eventually he felt a scrunched-up ball of paper. Quickly Alex brought the note onto his desk and looked up at Mrs. Broom, who was still writing on the chalkboard some basic equations. The old lady who was Mrs. Broom had a knack for catching students messing around behind her. Alex was probably one of the few students who the lady was just unable to catch doing anything wrong. Then again, that student's father was a ninja, so it would stand to reason that he could sneak around a lot better than his fellow peers. Alex quickly unfolded the crinkled note and read it. Want to hang out after school? The note read out in Ashley's atrocious handwriting. Alex was completely up for it. His parents were out today. Mom was in the Iraq dealing with some terrorists who were causing trouble, all the while doing it in her suit, which she dubbed the Iron Maiden, even if legally she couldn't use the name. This forced her to publicly call it the Iron Woman armor. Dad was somewhere in Brazil after the US and Brazilian government gave him an assignment down there to stop some cartels that had taken up residence there. Apparently, since his dad was acting as a freelance hero, multiple governments around the world had been calling up his services. This made Alex slightly lonely at times, as the house was left empty except for him and either Happy or Pepper, who would be called in to watch over him until either his mom or dad got back. Thankfully, his parents and both Pepper and Happy were pretty lenient on letting people come over to the house if they were friends of Alex. In response to Ashley's question, Alex gave her a thumbs up, which he could tell even with the girl behind him that she was happy. Eventually the bell tolled, which made Alex sigh in relief. Finally, the day had ended. He turned to look at Ashley. She had a slight boyish look to her due to her strawberry blonde hair being cut short along with the gray t-shirt and shorts that she wore. Her green eyes looked quite happy. At least class is finally over, Ash, Alex stated. Yeah, it was really getting boring. I don't know how math comes so easily to you. I can't wrap my head around it. Ashley replied in a joking tone. Homework's small tonight at least. She hefted her red backpack in emphasis. Sure it is. Alex said with a smile. Ashley had stuck by him through thick and thin, especially when he gained a rise in popularity when his mom and dad had outed themselves as being superheroes. It was then that multiple groups started to flock to him in an effort to hang out with the son of both Iron Maiden and the Yellow Flash. Ashley was the one to keep his head from swelling up too much, which usually entailed her smacking him upside the head if he started sounding too arrogant. Alex personally thought that Ashley just liked hitting him. So, ready to go? Ashley asked. Alex nodded and slung his orange backpack over his shoulder. The two friends then began walking out of the classroom and down the hallway. As they did this, Alex and Ashley heard a slightly high-pitched voice cry out from behind them, which made the duo groan. Alex, wait up. The voice said. Alex and Ashley turned around and saw the girl known as Whitney run up to them. She was the date to Ashley's night with her dark long hair, a blue blouse, and a denim skirt. In a couple years, Whitney would probably grow up to be a bombshell that would get a lot of attention. As of now, she just had a small clique that followed after her, all of them in the same area of attractiveness that Whitney was in. Alex forced a smile upon his face while Ashley didn't even bother with that simple gesture. Hey Whitney, what is it? He said. Whitney eventually stopped before him before she replied. Well, I was having some trouble with doing the math homework and I was wondering if you could tutor me tonight? Whitney asked. Alex could tell that Ashley rolled her eyes at this, as Whitney had used this excuse before. Why don't you go to the teacher if you have such a problem with your homework? Alex asked the girl. Yeah, but the teacher is really boring and you are much more interesting. Whitney replied with a smile as she sidled up next to Alex, which slightly pushed Ashley out of the way much to her displeasure. I just need a little help. You're smart and can understand all of this much easier than me. Alex looked over Whitney's shoulder and at Ashley, who was tapping her foot in impatience. Then he looked back at Whitney. How about we talk about this later? I have to get home. Alex replied, which made Whitney's grin falter slightly. She eventually rebounded from the letdown and grinned. It's fine, Alex. We can talk about it when tomorrow. Whitney replied and began to walk away from the blonde while also bumping her shoulder into Ashley's. Eventually Whitney and her group left the two friends alone, which made both sigh in relief. At least we don't have to deal with her now. She is really annoying, Ashley said in relief. Alex nodded. She is, you know. Now let's go. Happy is waiting outside, Alex said and began walking, which Ashley followed closely after. Homework first, then video games. Sounds great, Ashley replied. The two walked through the halls together and eventually out of the school itself. Parked in front of the school was a black limo parked in the front. Alex and Ashley walked up to the limo and both got inside. Happy looked at the two from the mirror. Hey Alex. I'm guessing that Ashley is coming over today? Happy asked. Yeah. How was your day, Happy? Alex asked as he shut the door of the limo. The two took their backpacks off and set them down at their feet. This was quickly followed by them putting their seatbelts on. Pretty boring. Not much happened, Happy replied. Is Mom and Dad back yet? Mr. Stark is going to be gone until tomorrow. Your mother said that she'll be back in an hour. I hope that helps, Happy replied. Alex nodded at this. Even if his dad was gone many days of the week, he always tried to make it back by the weekend so Alex could deal with his dad being gone for long periods of time. He was especially happy when he finally mastered his Rasengan. His dad had been so proud when that happened along with his mom. As they drove back home, Alex just had to think about what his mom and dad could possibly be doing right now. He hoped that they were just able to make it back home safely. Naruto calmly strode forward as bullets bounced off of his Sage Mode enhanced skin. His cloak fluttered behind him as he walked into the building where a whole group of drug dealers were making their final stand together. At this point, Naruto knew that they were absolutely helpless as he was just the decoy for his clones who had positioned themselves above these men. Naruto raised his hand up and snapped his fingers, and the clones that had hidden jumped from the ceiling and jumped onto the men before quickly chopping each man in the neck, which knocked them out of commission. It was jobs like these that were truly easy for Naruto. It seemed like these criminals never learned that they couldn't hurt him with their guns as they continued to fire upon him regardless of how futile it was. He nodded at his clone, who quickly got busy with tying each of the men up. With his job done, Naruto walked out of the building and took a breath of fresh air. Outside the building, a whole group of police waited for the all clear from him. Naruto nodded and the officers began marching past him and into the building. The captain walked up to Naruto with a smile. That was all of them. Thank you for the help, the man said with a smile. He was extremely nice for a man in authority. He also was quite tall as his balding scalp crested an inch over Naruto's. He also showed his age in the form of wrinkles around his eyes. You're welcome, sir. Just doing my job, Is there anything else, or am I free to go? Naruto asked as his foot tapped on the ground. He really wanted to make it back home quickly. The captain shook his head and Naruto smiled in relief. You are a lifesaver. Naruto walked away before activating his chakra cloak and taking off. If he went at a fast enough pace, then he could make it back home within an hour. He wanted to start teaching Alex in how to use nature chakra. After that, he would probably make Alex sign the Toad contract and then he would get them to Myoboku where he could begin training for Sage Mode. He would definitely need to conserve chakra beforehand for the journey as the last few times he teleported Toads here, he was left exhausted. His other task that he'd been doing for the past month or so was to train Tony as hand-to-hand combat as he personally thought that she desperately needed it. It led to something quite interesting when they fought one day. Naruto stood across from Tony in their backyard which had temporarily been converted into a combat arena with all the items that had been moved out of the way. On one side of this makeshift arena was Tony in her slightly updated armor. Due to her annoyance with being thought of as male when in her armor, she had made some tweaks to it which involved the armor having a slightly tighter fit to her body. When Naruto had once commented on why she didn't just go the full way and pound a pair of breasts into the armor, Tony told him with complete seriousness that it would be a stupid idea that could get her killed due to it directing bullets straight to the center of her chest. Either way, the armor had an upgrade or two added to it, from the stronger repulsors that had been put into it to the added tensile strength in the rotors of the armor. Naruto stood across from Tony clad only in an orange shirt and black sweatpants. Ready, Tony? Naruto asked. Tony nodded and flew at Naruto before making a punch at his face. Naruto caught the punch before throwing Tony into the ground. Gotta be better than that. Tony used her repulsors on the ground and was launched at Naruto with an elbow aimed at his face. This was once more rendered useless as Naruto ducked under the attack before kicking her in the stomach for good measure. Tony eventually skidded to a halt a few yards away. It is completely unfair that you can dodge all of my attacks, Tony replied before firing a couple blasts from her repulsors. Naruto ducked and weaved through each one before running at Tony and punching her directly in the face. The clang of metal and fist rang out before Tony grabbed Naruto's wrist and threw him in the air. She then powered up her repulsor and fired which Naruto countered with a Rasengan. What he didn't expect to happen was for his Rasengan to somehow eat the energy in a way before growing slightly larger with energy arcing from the formerly blue, now completely white sphere. He fell to the earth on both of his feet before he looked at Tony. Well, that was unexpected, he stated. Tony's faceplate slid up before she walked over to where Naruto was. Can we head to the lab? I really want to get a scan of that. Tony asked, and by asked, she immediately grabbed Naruto by the wrist and off to her lab. Apparently from the study that Tony had made, both chakra and arc reactor technology were compatible with one another. The energy arc reactor technology made was almost like uncontrolled chakra that under the right circumstances could be harnessed and controlled. This led to multiple tests involving Tony firing her repulsors at Naruto, who was expected to block each shot with a Rasengan. After passing over the land, Naruto eventually saw his home on the rocky outcropping of the cliff they lived on. Home sweet home indeed. With a practiced ease, Naruto landed on the porch at the front of his house. He deactivated his cloak and opened the door. The black limo outside the house indicated that Happy had arrived at the house with Alex already. He wondered what they were doing today. When Naruto pushed the door open, he heard some excited shouting coming from the living room, so he kept walking in until he found out what exactly was happening. The TV screen was playing a video game that looked like one of those shooting games which Alex liked so much. On the couch was Alex, Happy, and Alex's friend Ashley. Hey, I'm back, Naruto announced. The three turned around and looked at the blonde. Alex had a large smile on his face at this before he got flipped off the couch and ran to Naruto. I thought that Happy said you'd be back tomorrow, Alex stated. Naruto smirked at this. Yeah, well, I decided that I would show up a little bit earlier if that is fine with you, he replied. Hey Ashley, how's life been? Fine, Mr. Stark. Naruto nodded at this. Has Tony arrived yet, or did I beat her back here for once? Alex shook his head. Mom is supposed to be back in an hour, at least that's what Happy told me, Alex said while pointing to the bodyguard. As Alex said this, the sound of thrusters flying near the house alerted everyone to Tony's return. She's home, Alex said. Yes, she is. How about you go play your games and I'll check on your mom? Alex agreed and went back to the couch while Naruto headed downstairs into the lab. He eventually found Tony in her black spandex suit with the arc reactor under it glowing while her long hair was tied up into a bun. Long day? Naruto asked while Tony walked over to her mini fridge and pulled out a blender cup filled with a slimy green substance. Tony took a quick swig from it with a grimace. Yeah. Oh, that's a pick-me-up for the morning, Tony stated before walking over to Naruto and kissing him. They separated and Naruto looked at the cup in Tony's hand. "It's getting worse, isn't it?" Naruto asked. Tony nodded and unzipped the back of her suit before pulling down the front until her arc reactor was exposed. Around the area where the reactor was housed were a myriad of jagged black lines extending an inch away from the metal. Then she twisted it and pulled it out before zipping her suit back up. "I've been looking for multiple different ways to counteract my blood toxicity, but it's just not working." Tony set the reactor onto a table before sighing. "Apparently the arc reactor emits small amounts of radiation that affects me," Tony replied before taking another swig of her green drink. Naruto walked over to Tony and just wrapped her in a hug. "We'll get through this, you and I, we always do." Naruto felt Tony wrap her arms around his waist in response. He hated how he couldn't get rid of this blood toxicity by healing Tony. All his abilities in healing were only a temporary measure, as the minute he healed her, the toxins in her blood would begin damaging her once more, and he couldn't try and heal her by flooding her system with chakra, since it was like whatever in her blood was acting as some form of chakra that just resisted his attempts at removing it. He hated feeling useless. "I'm not going anywhere for a while, Naruto, but I am making some plans if things decide to go way south." The two let go of one another and he looked into Tony's brown eyes. "For one, I'm thinking that if I have to get replaced by anyone in being a person who wears a flying metal suit, then it would have to be Rhodey. I'm hearing in this, yeah, I'm making Peps the CEO of Stark Industries. I'm getting everything written up already," Tony stated with a smirk. "This is amazingly long-term for your usual thought processes," Naruto replied. "I think long-term would be me trying to get into your pants after your first week on the job." Tony drank the rest of her green slop down and slightly shivered in disgust at what her body had just consumed. "Yeah. Didn't happen for about a year. And we didn't get married until 4 years later. So yeah, very long term. I think that you were just making everything up as you went along," Naruto said in a joking tone. Tony just walked over to Naruto and patted him on the chest. "That's what you think." She then walked out of the lab and up the stairs, leaving Naruto to just chuckle to himself. Eventually he stopped and looked at the arc reactor sitting on the table. That would need to be fixed eventually. He'd probably call Fury soon if Tony couldn't figure out a solution within the week. Maybe get another mind looking at this problem to solve the solution. He and Tony had been given a number to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. if they ever needed help. Well, more like Naruto had been given the number as the agency didn't see Tony as being responsible enough to have it. Then there was that expo that Tony was setting up, which could easily be construed as Tony showing off her immense ego. Pepper was rightly worrying about it, and Naruto had to do a lot to keep Tony's focus on that task at hand. At least it was working. Naruto looked next to the reactor and saw some plans that Tony had drawn up. They looked like an Iron Maiden suit that could fit into a briefcase. Always working, wasn't she? 2 weeks later, after watching Tony try and fail to make a suitable replacement for the arc reactor, Naruto decided to pick up the phone one day. He had done everything that he could to mitigate the effects of the arc reactor's radiation, from banning Tony from putting that reactor in her chest. Due to Naruto's insistence, Tony had to build her suits with an external power source so as to not agitate the small amount of palladium poisoning that she had. It was a standing order until Tony figured out a new power source for the arc reactor that would go into her chest. The phone began to ring before being quickly picked up by the operator on the other side. "Hello, welcome to the customer service department. How may I help you today?" the woman on the dial tone asked. This was where the code phrase that Fury gave him would help. "My toilet is making me furious. Could I please get some help immediately?" Naruto asked calmly. "That is very easy to fix. Just give us some time and we'll send someone over," the woman replied. Naruto just hated having to wait for something, but he would, just because this was all for Tony. It would be 3 days before anything happened. Naruto, Tony, and Alex were all watching a movie together, which was Lord of the Rings. It was just at the scene where Frodo gets the ring when Jarvis announced to the family, "Front door has been breached." Naruto flipped off the couch and let a metal chakra rod grow out from his palm, which he broke off. He moved to the hallway of the front door, where he stopped his charge at the familiar man standing there in his black trench coat. Immediately upon seeing the person in question, Naruto lowered his chakra rod and looked donned a much more relaxed posture. "Took you long enough, Fury. What were you taking the long route when you decided to come here?" "I came here because you called when I could be doing something else that is much more important with my time. Now, is Stark already dealing with the palladium?" Fury asked nonchalantly. This surprised Naruto when he said this. "How did you know?" he asked. "I have my ways. Now, may I see Stark, or is she going to go down to suit herself up? And then is your kid going to attack me with one of those energy attacks that you're so famous for?" Fury asked with a smirk on his face. As he said this, Tony came out around the corner with a powered gauntlet on her arm and her arc reactor in her chest. Alex, on the other hand, came out from the same corner with a Rasengan spiraling in his right hand. Fury. Tony stated before lowering her hand. Alex saw the relaxed postures of his parents and decided to end his technique. What are you doing here? I'm just here to help your little problem. Or do you wish to continue with your attack against me with your gauntlet and your half-breed? Fury asked, which caused both Naruto and Tony to glare at the man. You were called here to help, not insult my family. Naruto replied. Fury sighed before rummaging into his jacket's inside pocket and pulling out an object that looked like a black EPI pen. He walked past Naruto and up to Tony before injecting her in the neck. Ow. That hurt. Tony noticed how she didn't feel as sluggish as before. That thing managed to cure the effects of the palladium poisoning. You think that you can hook me up with more of that? Tony asked. That's just to take the edge off your symptoms. You still need to find a replacement for your reactor, unless you'd like to leave your kid motherless. Fury replied calmly. He then reached into his jacket and pulled out a phone. He put it to his ear. Bring it in, Fury said before pocketing the phone. As he did this, Alex looked at his mother. What did he mean by that, Mom? Alex asked. Tony sighed before kneeling down next to Alex. You remember how I've usually had my arc reactor in my chest? Well, the palladium core that makes up my device is not that healthy for human bodies to be exposed to for long periods. It's poisoning you, isn't it? Alex asked, figuring out the issue immediately. Tony nodded. Alex adopted a horrified look on his face at this before hugging his mother in some vain effort to make sure that she didn't leave him. Tony just wrapped her arms around Alex in response. Alex, I'm not going to leave you. I'm working on the issue right now so you don't have to worry about me disappearing anytime soon. You got it? Tony asked. Alex had utter faith in his mother, but he was still worried. As they talked about this, multiple people in suits began walking into the house with boxes full of items. Among those agents was a very familiar face. Phil? Naruto asked. The agent smirked at this before standing next to Fury. Hello, Naruto. Not the best time and place to meet one another. How are you doing? Phil asked. Both had worked together on a case together when he was called in as backup. The case was solved and Phil and him went out to get a drink together. As good as I can in this situation. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. I'm here to keep an eye on Mrs. Stark in order to make sure that she is staying on task. I'd personally recommend that Mrs. Stark makes any calls that she needs to, as we don't wish for her to leave her house until she cures herself. Phil replied. The trio of men stepped out of the way as a large crate was moved into the house. One of the men walked up to Fury. That is all, sir. Fury nodded in response and the rest of the agents began to leave the premises. This quickly left 5 people in the house. Now, Mr. Stark, try to make sure that your wife stays focused. While you do that, I'll make sure to keep my eye on all of you, especially you, Uzumaki. Fury said, which slightly shocked Naruto. He hadn't been called by his actual last name in years. It was both in part by Naruto's last name being overshadowed by Tony's and him wanting to slightly sever his connection to his home world. It helped lessen the pain of leaving his home. You are really trying to push my buttons, aren't you? Naruto asked. No, I just haven't found a reason to trust an alien who decided to marry one of the most powerful people on the earth whose father I happen to know. Fury then walked past Naruto and up to Tony, who now stood up. So, tell me, Tony, how far have you gotten on that cure of your? Fury asked. Nowhere fast. I've tried everything, every combination and permutation of every known element, Tony replied. Fury smirked at this. What if I told you that you haven't tried them all? Fury said with a hint of satisfaction in his voice at knowing something that Tony didn't. Tony looked down at Alex. How about you go with your father and work on some of your techniques while I speak with the tall, scary Cyclops? You sure, Mom? Alex asked before glaring at Fury. Yeah, squirt. We can continue watching the movie later. Alex walked over to Naruto and the two walked away with Naruto glaring at Fury in warning. His illusion that was covering his left eye fell, which exposed his Rinnegan. Then the two left for the workout room. Nice guy, Fury stated. The two walked towards the living room where Tony took a seat on the couch. Fury grabbed a seat on the chair across from the couch and the two stared at one another, in a way analyzing each other. Fury was the first to speak up. Did you know that that thing in your chest is unfinished technology? This confused Tony, who looked down at the glowing reactor in her chest. It was unfinished until I miniaturized it and put it into my chest. Fury calmly shook his head with a smile. No, Howard said the arc reactor was the stepping stone to something greater. He was about to kick off an energy race that was gonna dwarf the arms race. He was onto something big. Something so big that it was gonna make the nuclear reactor look like a triple A battery. And where does that leave me? You told me that I haven't tried everything. What am I actually missing? Or are you just going to tell me something cryptic that I'll have to solve? Your father said that you were the only person that could solve this mystery. Tony was full of disbelief at this statement and let it be known. My father was definitely not my biggest fan. He was cold, he was calculating. He never told me he loved me. His happiest moment was when he shipped me off to boarding school. Add in a whole host of other issues, and it's amazing that I haven't become a complete alcoholic with daddy issues. Tony replied bluntly. She had no happy memories that actually involved her father. The only possible happy moment that Tony could relate her father to was when he hired Naruto for the position of being her bodyguard. That is not true. Fury replied. Tony gave up on arguing with the man. Well then, you must know more about my father than I did. As a matter of fact, I did. He was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury stated. This threw Tony for a loop as she couldn't even imagine her father, the plain, boring, by-the-book man being related to a massive spy agency. She really had only one response for this. What? Fury smiled as he got up from the chair he was sitting on. That would be all, Stark. I hope you figure this out. It would be a shame if Howard's little girl died. Fury said as he began walking out of the room. Don't call me, little girl. You old Cyclops. Tony shouted after the man. Fury just laughed as he walked out the front door. Standing next to the door on the other hand was Coulson, who was trying to contain his laughter at the situation. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Mrs. Stark. Then why are you even here? I am here to make sure that you stay put. I've informed Naruto about this beforehand. You'll have everything that you need in order to solve this reactor issue that you're having. Tony sighed. Does that mean that I should expect a camping tent to be set up on my front lawn? Nope, I'll be going to my hotel. I'll be back in the morning. Good night, Mrs. Stark. Coulson said before leaving the house. Tony looked down at the gauntlet in her hand before she walked over to one of the crates and pried it open. Inside was a diorama of the original Stark Expo, which surprised Tony. Wasn't this supposed to be at the office? She quickly put that thought aside and checked the next crate. Inside were multiple notebooks which Tony was about to flip through when she felt a pair of hands of her shoulders. You know I hate it when you sneak around. Tony stated as she opened the notebook in her hands and began to absent-mindedly flip through each page. I just wanted to check on you. So, how did the talk with Fury go? Naruto said while looking over Tony's shoulder at the items in the crate. Apparently my father left me some items that are supposed to be the cure to my palladium poisoning. There is something in all of these crates that can complete my arc reactor. Eventually Tony flipped to another page in the journal when Naruto's eyes widened and he pulled the journal from her hands. Hey, I was looking at that. Naruto ignored his wife and just stared at the drawing of the Tesseract in the journal. He eventually looked up at Tony. What was your dad looking at when he was designing the arc reactor? Naruto quickly asked. He said that it came to him one day. Why? Naruto flipped the journal and pointed right at the Tesseract before replying. This is not from this world. It is something completely alien. Naruto replied with seriousness. How long ago did Fury leave? He asked. 3 to 4 minutes. Why? Naruto closed his eyes and began to sense out Fury's energy. When he located the man, Naruto teleported away with the journal in hand. Tony felt completely out of the loop and decided to interrogate Naruto about it later when he came back. As of right now, she had some work to do. Nick Fury was pleased with how today had gone. Sure, Tony could be a handful at times, but Fury could handle it. She was quite easy to manipulate when that was needed. As Fury got into his car, the engine started and quickly his car took the center of the convoy. At least he could help Tony, even if he would never admit it. He liked the woman that she had become. Fury was brought out of his thoughts when Naruto appeared on the hood of his car with a journal firmly plastered to the window. Fury's driver stopped the car, which caused every other car in the area in the convoy to do the same. When Fury looked at the journal that Naruto held, he noticed a very familiar object, the Tesseract. What could Naruto possibly know about it? With a sigh at how his day would be getting much more complicated, Fury opened the door of his car and was followed by all of his agents doing the same while also upholstering their weapons. Mr. Stark, there are a few things that I would like to know. For one, why the hell are you on my damn car? 2. How in the hell do you know about the Tesseract? Naruto hopped off the car and glared at Fury. I'm the one who is asking the questions here. How do you know about the Tesseract? How did you get it? What is the Tesseract? Naruto demanded. This surprised Fury. He partially assumed that Naruto knew more about what the Tesseract even was, but this meant that the man standing before him was clueless about what the cube even was. Let's talk about what we both know, shall we? Its origin is not of Earth and it contains immense power. Now could you please explain what you know before one of my more trigger-happy agents decides that it's in the best interest of everyone if they shoot you? I've seen it before. When I was first coming to this world, I saw it in a vision. What is it? Please, tell me. Naruto asked. Fury was already planning how he could use this to his advantage. It came to a quick conclusion that he could hold the information against Naruto in order to use him. Well then, I'll give you this. The Tesseract is in just 2 words, unlimited energy. More than you could possibly comprehend. But maybe we can work together to find out more about the Tesseract if you would care to work with us. Naruto chuckled at this. I will think about it and give you a call. Just tell me, where is the it from? Naruto asked. We don't know. As Tony read over each journal and notebook of her father's, she began to get a sense of the man that had never connected with her. The only time her father had ever shown her any attention was when he was too drunk to hide what he was thinking internally. She leaned back and remembered one of the only times her father had ever shown such disappointment and anger with her that she had remained cooped up in her room for days. In a large mansion, a young girl with long brown hair ran around the house chasing after a red remote-controlled car that she had built by herself. She had spent her day building it before she took it out on its first test ride around the house. In her hands she held the black remote which steered the car around. This girl was Antonia Stark, and she had recently gotten out of the boarding school that her father had sent her to on a break. Because she wanted something fun to do, she decided to make something with the rudimentary engineering skills that she had, ergo, the toy car. She smiled as she chased after the car and made it turn around a corner and went around a balding man in a suit. He was the family butler known as Edwin Jarvis. Hey, Jarvis, Antonia said, running past him. The older man smiled at Antonia's childish display. Be careful, Mistress Antonia, he called after the running girl. I will, she said as she rounded a bend. Eventually she made it to the end of a hallway where she raced the car into her father's office. The room would seem to have a type of warmth to it from an outside perspective, what with its carpeted floor, bookshelf filled with books, and fireplace off to the side, but it was anything but to Antonia. Her father would usually go in here and demand to not be disturbed. Tony drive her small car around the room while following it and looking around the room. She rarely spent more than 5 minutes in this room, so each time she came it seemed completely new and interesting. Part of that fascination came from the area being forbidden for her. Finally, after spending enough time in the room, she began to drive her car out until it crashed into the foot of a man in a suit. He had the same eyes and brown hair as Antonia, but his features were much sterner. To complete the look, he had a bushy mustache on his face. The man looked down at the toy car and picked it up off the ground, all the while glaring at it. Tony felt her stomach sink as the man walked over to her. This is yours, I take it? He asked. His grip on the car began to crush the plastic covering. Is this what you've been doing with your weekend at home? His voice began to grow louder while Antonia's hands trembled. Dad, she wasn't able to finish as her father slapped the remote out of her hands and into a bookshelf, which caused the remote to break apart. Waste of time, he shouted as Antonia felt tears running down her face. I don't need to deal with any of this. Do you understand me? Antonia began to openly cry as she ran past her father and down the hall. Her first weekend home in a month, and it was completely ruined by her father. Why did she even want to be here in the first place? She wanted to go back to school rather than be here. I want to go back to school, she chanted as she ran past Jarvis. Tony set the journal that she was reading down and leaned back. She really hadn't had to think of her father like this in years, and it hurt her to do so. She was brought out of reminiscing about her father when Naruto teleported into the room with journal in hand. Naruto, at least he was there when she always needed him. So, what was the freak out about? Tony asked. Naruto walked over to the couch where Tony was sitting and pushed aside some of the books that she was reading in order to make some room for himself. I saw something that I didn't think I would ever see again. Naruto handed her the journal with it still open to the page of the Tesseract. This is what I've seen, and Fury knows about it as well. I didn't get much from him besides a cryptic answer that it was alien and had the potential for unlimited sustainable energy. Tony stared at the page before thinking. Where did you see this before? She asked inquisitively. Naruto sighed before turning his body so that he faced the woman. Then he held his fist out to her. You remember when I had you meet, Kurama? Naruto asked. Tony nodded. It had been a completely surreal experience, as meeting the giant fox made her realize how small she was in the universe. Well, I'm about to do something similar to that. It's the only way to really explain. Tony nodded and bumped her fist with Naruto's. Then everything faded to black. She quickly found herself in Naruto's mindscape, an endless expanse that was made up of a ground of golden water which she could stand on in an endless reddish-black sky. Next to her was Naruto, who was looking ahead at the great creature in front of them. The being was a massive red fox with 9 tails that dwarfed the couple. Hey, Kurama. Naruto said with a grin. Brat, Tony. Kurama said, which made Naruto roll his eyes at the fox. That fox would never give him an inch of respect. Hello, Kurama. How have you been? Tony asked. Bored out of my mind for so many years. Thank whatever merciful deity out there that the brat decided to do some heroism. Kurama replied. Still, you want to head to those memories, don't you? Yeah, mind if you can take us there? Naruto asked. Kurama nodded and crouched before the couple while Naruto grabbed Tony by the waist and jumped onto Kurama's head. Eventually the two were sitting together as Kurama stood up and walked in a random direction until everything was covered in a white light. Naruto and Tony separated from one another back in their house and Tony looked once more at the journal on her lap. Should we be worried? Tony asked. I really don't know, but Fury has more answers than he is willing to give right now. Naruto leaned his head back and stared at the ceiling. Any breakthrough with the new element? Or are you still looking into it? I read some of the books, but I didn't find much that I didn't already know. I'll probably check out the videos tomorrow in order to get an answer for this. Where is Alex, by the way? Tony asked. He fell asleep a while ago. My clone took care of him, Naruto replied. So, would you like to head off to bed? Definitely. Naruto had the dream of the stones once again. It wasn't bad, but he gained no pleasure from seeing both them and the objects that contained them. As he woke up, he noticed how his arms were empty, which indicated that Tony had left their bed much earlier. He got out of the bed and grabbed his pair of pants off the floor and put them on. Then he walked out of the bedroom and down the stairs where he found Tony sitting on the couch with an old video projector next to her that was playing videos on her wall. The video that was playing was one that involved Tony's father talking about the Stark Expo that sounded very much like what Tony was planning to do. Tony. The woman didn't respond as she looked at her father on the wall. Tony? As he said this, Howard Stark began to speak once more on the video which captured Naruto's attention. Tony. You're too young to understand this right now, so I thought I would put it on film for you. I built this for you, he said while pointing to the Stark Expo model behind himself, and someday you'll realize that it represents a whole lot more than just people's inventions. It represents my life's work. This is the key to the future. I'm limited by the technology of my time, but one day you'll figure this out. And when you do, you will change the world. What is and always will be my greatest creation is you. The video ended as the reel quickly ran out of film. Naruto looked back to Tony and noticed how she was almost about to cry. In an effort to comfort her, Naruto sat down on the couch and just hugged Tony. Eventually the effort of trying to hold back the tears failed and she began crying into his chest. Naruto had known Howard Stark to be a cold man who rarely showed any sign of warmth to Tony. That video that had just played had probably been the largest amount of affection that Tony had ever received from the man in her entire life. This would be one reason that Naruto didn't really care for his father-in-law. Eventually the tears dried up and Tony pulled herself off Naruto. Better now. Yes, and I think I know what to do, Tony said while staring at one of the crates. She stood from the couch and walked over to the crate before opening it once more. Inside of it was the model of the original Stark Expo. Could you carry these pieces downstairs for me? Tony asked before picking up on the parts of the board and carrying it downstairs. Naruto created a few clones which grabbed parts of the model board before carrying it downstairs as well. It would be 10 minutes of assembly later when the model of the expo came together. Are you all taken care of down here? Naruto asked. Yeah. You can go now, but could you please make me some food? I think I'll be working down here all day. Got it, princess. Naruto began walking out of the lab when Tony called after him. Love you too. One day later Alex found himself being woken up on his Sunday morning due to extremely loud banging that was occurring around the house. He at first tried to go back to sleep, but when the banging persisted, he finally woke himself up and got out of his bed. There he walked to the door and found his mother covered in sweat and dust while hauling a sledgehammer over her shoulder. Mom, what are you doing with that? Alex asked as he rubbed his eyes. Science. Your father is downstairs making food if you want it. Tony replied while the robotic dolly dummy followed after her with wires trailing gripped in its claws that were behind it. Okay, Mom. So what are you making with science? Alex asked. A new element. I'll show it to you after I've finished building my particle accelerator. Tony replied as she walked down the hall and out of sight. Alex's eyes widened quickly as his grogginess left him. His mom was actually building a particle accelerator. It would be around 3 later when Tony had finally finished wiring everything upstairs and began to work on building the actual device downstairs. She finished screwing in the last bolt of the project when Naruto and Alex, who were joined by Phil Coulson, walked into the area. Hey boys, ready to see something amazing? Tony asked. What are you talking about, Mrs. Stark? Phil asked the woman. I'm about to create a new element with a particle accelerator that I just built today. Now, to finish this, I just need to put this right here. She grabbed a large wrench and tightened it onto a bolt which could move the mirror inside the accelerator. This would control the beam that would launch out at the stand just a few feet away from her, which contained a triangular piece of metal. Tony grabbed the welding goggles that she was wearing around her neck and lifted them up to cover her eyes. I would recommend that none of you keep your eyes open if you want to be able to still see things. The three males quickly closed their eyes, which made Tony smile to herself. Then, she shouted out, "Jarvis, start the machine." Soon, the lights in the house dimmed and a hum could be heard from her accelerator before a beam of energy hit the mirror within, which launched a beam of energy straight out of the machine and into the wall a foot away from her target. The wall quickly began gaining scorch marks while stone was chipped away. Tony quickly gripped the wrench in her hands and began to pull on it, which moved the beam of light closer to the triangle on the stand. When she hit the stand, the metal surrounding the triangle was slowly being melted by the beam until finally, Tony hit the triangle, which caused a bright blue light to glow from it. "Jarvis, shut it down," Tony ordered. The beam disappeared when this happened and the machine turned off, leaving a glowing blue triangle in its wake. "You can all open your eyes now," Tony said as she ducked under the accelerator and walked over to the new element. Well, that was easy. She grabbed a pair of pliers and pulled it off the stand. "Congratulations, ma'am, you have just synthesized a new element," Jarvis said. Tony then placed the object into a new reactor that she built early this morning, which made the glass plating close over the element. "Ma'am, the reactor has accepted the modified core. Beginning diagnostics." Tony turned to the three males with a grin. "What do you think of them apples?" Tony asked. "Cleanup is going to be a nightmare," Naruto replied. Alex walked over to the new arc reactor and looked at the device. "That's gonna go in your chest?" Alex asked. "Yup, that will be replacing the old reactor that I have right now." She picked up the reactor in her hand and took it over to her desk in the room and set it on a new stand next to a computer. "I guess that this is the point where I'm no longer needed," Phil stated. "I'll be heading back to base. Good luck with everything." Phil and Naruto shook hands and then the agent walked away. "What are you going to do now?" Naruto asked. "I'm up for getting some lunch. Are any of you up for some lunch?" Naruto and Alex nodded. "Great, after that, I'll be working on a new set of armor. Other than that, we're looking good for the foreseeable future." After going out to eat, Tony went back down to her lab along with Naruto and checked on the new reactor as Tony planned to put it in her chest today. "How's everything looking, Jarvis?" Tony asked as she picked up the reactor. "The new core produces a much higher level of energy output than the previous version." Tony pulled down the collar of her shirt at this, which exposed the empty hole in her chest. Then she placed the new reactor in. "How are you feeling?" Naruto asked. "I feel," Tony began coughing, "tastes like coconut." She coughed some more before she eventually stopped. "And metal," her eyes lit up as she once again pulled down her shirt, which exposed the reactor along with the black lines on her skin, which were now receding. "Oh yeah." As she said this, her reactor lit up before finally dimming down. "This is amazing," Tony finished. "I'll hold you to it," Naruto replied. 3 months later. Tony felt pumped as she sauntered around the plane she was in while wearing her new suit. She had added some new weaponry to it along with a change in the chest plate, which gave the suit a triangular-shaped opening instead of a circular one. Naruto and Pepper were both there for support. Well, Pepper was there for support. The Naruto that was standing next to her was a clone that he had made. "You ready, Tony?" Naruto asked. "Yeah. Gonna go impress my adoring fans and make an amazing 3-point landing," Tony replied with her helmet under her arm. "I really think that this is too much, Tony," Pepper stated. She was against doing this as she correctly guessed that it was boosting Tony's ego, not that it needed any more assistance. "You need to live a little, Peps." As Tony said this, the intercom of the plane turned on. "We are 270 at 30 knots, holding steady at 15,000 feet. You're clear for exfiltration over the drop zone," the pilot announced while the bay doors slowly opened to reveal a night sky. Pepper decided to take a seat while Tony and Naruto walked to the bay doors. "I'll meet you down below. Please try not to get shot down by any fireworks that are going to be launched," Naruto said with a grin. Tony kissed Naruto on the lips and put on her helmet before running off the edge of the bay doors like it was a springboard. Naruto turned and looked at Pepper. "That's my cue. I'll see you later, Pepper." Naruto quickly burst into white smoke, which left Pepper completely alone. "Is everyone that I know completely abnormal?" she asked herself with some fatigue in her voice. Naruto smirked as he gained the memories of his clone. He looked down at Alex, who was standing right next to him. Both were waiting for Tony to make it to the expo already. "Your mother is dropping down now," Naruto stated while looking at the sky that was filled with multitudes of fireworks. Alex seemed excited at this prospect. It was 20 seconds later when Tony finally made it to the ground on a 3-point landing with her fist hitting the ground followed by her knees. Naruto noticed that there were some scorch marks on her armor, but other than that, Tony raised her hands into the air, which made the crowd cheer. Tony took all of this in stride as the flooring beneath her lifted up and began to disassemble her armor until it finally left her in her clothes, which consisted of a white blouse, a vest, dress pants, and leather shoes with some heels to them. Naruto ignored the rest of the showboating that she was doing as he had his secondary job to do, and that was to act as head of security. This was made quite easy when he could clone himself and then disguise those clones as inconspicuous objects like litter, boxes, cans, etc. Eventually, after Tony made her speech, the screen above her lit up with an old video of her father, Howard Stark. Tony didn't even look at the video as she walked backstage to where Naruto and Alex were standing. "So, how did I look?" Tony asked. "You were great, Mom. And the way that your rig removed your suit was amazing. You were able to disassemble it so fast." Alex and Tony then started to converse in inane technobabble that Naruto couldn't understand. In moments like these, the two showed how much that they were alike. "Well, since you two are having such fun together, I guess I should go off to look around the expo by myself," Naruto said with a smile as he began to mind the motion of walking away. Tony just grabbed him by the shoulder and dragged him next to her. "No need to rush. Let's just go together." Tony looked down to Alex. "All right, little man, where do you want to go first?" Tony asked. Alex thought on this before replying. "There was this really cool hydraulic engine that this guy was making for his car that I wanted to check out," Alex stated. Tony smiled and nodded. "Sure, I always up to see a new car design. Let's go." With that, the family of three left the stage at the back entrance in order to avoid the crowd of people lined up at the front of the stage. The plan was to meet Happy at the building near the entrance of the expo and then leave with him. The trio happily toured around the expo looking at all the different inventions that people from all over the world had created and brought to this expo. They were unable to see everything as there was just too much to see in just one day. Luckily, the expo would be open for 5 more months. Originally, Tony wanted it open for a whole year, but through the combined efforts of both Naruto and Pepper, they were able to put a stop to it. Well, almost. The most Tony would compromise was 5 months. After their touring around the expo, the group headed to the entrance building of the expo where they were mobbed by many fans. Most flocked to Tony as she was the most recognizable, but quite a few went to Naruto due to his heroics around the world. After dealing with the mob, the trio headed to one of the break rooms where they found Happy waiting for them. "Well, Tony, Naruto, your new car is waiting in the front. Do you want an escort from anyone else, or is Naruto enough?" Happy asked. Naruto and Tony looked at one another before turning back to look at Happy. "How bad could it be?" Tony asked. "Besides, Naruto here can watch out for me." "Will you be okay for the rest of the night?" Happy nodded before tossing Tony the keys to the car, which she caught in her hand before shoving them into her pocket. "Good. See you later." The family of three stepped out of the room together and were immediately assaulted by the blinding flashes of cameras. While Tony dealt with adoring fans and other important people, Naruto scanned the crowd for threats. Next to him was Alex, who was just taking the sight of all the people in. Tony got stopped for an autograph, which she began signing. That was when Naruto noticed a kid standing next to him with a picture of him. Well, him when he was in his chakra mode. He put on a grin for the kid. "Can you sign this, Mr. Stark?" Chuckling as he did so, Naruto took the pen that was offered to him and signed the picture with his name before handing it back. "Thank you," the kid said as he ran off excitedly. Alex laughed at Naruto for this. "What's that about, Alex?" Naruto asked. "It's funny watching you deal with your fans." "I wouldn't be laughing now, Alex. One day you might have a huge mass of adoring fans wishing for you to sign things for them." This logic made Alex blanch before remaining silent for the rest of the trip out of the building and onto the street where the car was parked. Naruto and Tony noticed a woman with auburn hair leaning on their car. She wore a purple buttoned-up shirt, a black skirt, and heels. Naruto was the first to notice a piece of paper in her hand. "Hello there. And who would you be?" Tony said while unlocking the car and causing the roof to collapse in the back. Naruto headed to the passenger side of the car and opened the door before pulling the seat forward, which let Alex into the back. "A marshal." Tony didn't break stride as she opened the side of her car and sat in the seat. "Why would a marshal be here?" Tony asked while fastening her seatbelt. "Serving subpoenas," was the simple response before the marshal handed the document in her hand to Tony. "I don't like being handed things. Kinda a pet peeve of mine," Tony quickly replied. Why was she being called to court? Did she accidentally blow something up that wasn't meant to be destroyed? Naruto held out his hand and took the document before opening and scanning its contents. "I got it," the marshal replied. "You are hereby ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Sounds like fun. We couldn't have gotten an alert that was earlier than this." Tony then started the car and sped off. "I really hate having to wake up early in the morning to do stuff." "What about all the times that you wake up to go play in your lab?" Naruto interjected. Stuff I don't like. I really hope that these guys hurry up with this witch hunt. It's getting really boring just listening to these people whine at me. Could be worse. Naruto replied. Yeah, if I didn't have an adoring audience here, then it would definitely be worse. One of the members of this committee grew annoyed with what Tony was doing and voiced his concerns into the microphone in front of him. The man wore a blue suit and was slightly pudgy with brown hair. Mrs. Stark, could we pick up now where we left off? Tony pretended to not listen to the man, but then he spoke once more. Mrs. Stark. Please. The man said with annoyance in his tone. Tony spun around in her chair with a mischievous grin. Yes, dear. Tony asked, which caused the audience to this hearing to chuckle at this. She really didn't like Senator Stern, who was the most gung-ho on her giving the Iron Woman armor to the military. Because this man was being such an annoying prick, Tony didn't feel like she should show any respect to him, at all. Can I have your attention, now? Stern asked with barely controlled anger in his voice. It was quite funny to watch a man like this start to turn red with rage. Absolutely. Tony replied. Inwardly she was thinking that the man was an asshole. Do you, or do you not possess a specialized weapon? Stern asked. I do not. Tony replied. She never considered her armor a weapon. You do not? Stern asked incredulously. He had been having this back and forth with Tony for a while, and Tony was no closer to admitting that her armor was a weapon than Senator Stern backing down from acquiring her armor. I do not. Well, it depends on how you define the word weapon. The Iron Man weapon. Always with that word, weapon. This guy would just not give, which was starting to piss Tony off. She actually had plans with what she wanted to do this week. And besides, she was planning on giving Rhodey a set of her armor since she, Naruto, and Alex would be going on a vacation for a long while. It was going to be a busy week since Tony also planned to bequeath Peps with the title of CEO of Stark Industries. My device does not fit that description, Tony stated firmly. Well, Stern was at a slight loss for this. How would you describe it? He asked in order to get a handle on the situation. It's a high-tech prosthesis. Sadly, if you're after it, I need to recommend that you trim down a bit since it definitely won't fit your figure. Some of the audience chuckled when they heard this, which caused Stern's face to get even redder. It's a weapon, Mrs. Stark. Now I'm just wondering, is your priority to take my suit and weaponize it, or are you trying to do something else? Tony remarked to Stern. My priority, Antonia Stark, is to have the Iron Woman weapon turned over to the care of the United States of America. Tony's eyebrows shot up in annoyance at the senator calling her by her full name. Oh, so it's just so that you can fill your pockets with all the money that the military is most generously offering you. Well, I'll tell you now, that the suit and I are one. I am Iron Woman, and to turn my suit over to you would be the equivalent of me offering myself to you in either servitude or prostitution. You will never have it. Tony finished. Mrs. Stark, you are taking this too far. Now look, I'm no expert. Stern was then casually interrupted by Tony. In prostitution? Of course not. You're a senator. Really? Tony let the statement hang in the air as everyone in the courtroom began laughing. Stern, on the other hand, let some of his self-control slip, which you could see through both the redness in his face along with the tightened grip on his gavel as he slammed it and called for order. Tony also wanted to win the bet that she had made with Naruto earlier by getting the senator to swear on television. Mrs. Stark, I'm no expert in weapons. That's why we have someone here who is an expert in weapons. I'd now like to call Justin Hammer, our current primary weapons contractor. Tony almost couldn't help laughing at that statement. Justin Hammer, the guy whose weapons were half as likely to fail than they were to kill the enemy, if they even reached the enemy at all. The man was a hack who only tried to grasp at Tony's success with little to actually show for it. He was also an annoying lecher who constantly tried to hit on Tony regardless of her actually being married. Naruto sure was pissed the last time that Hammer had tried talking her into working with him. As if. Even Kurama found the man detestable, somehow. As Justin Hammer walked into the courtroom in a gray suit, he tried giving Tony a smile while also giving a wink under his square-frame glasses. Tony could hear Naruto lightly growling at the man. Please, let the record show that I observed Hammer entering the chamber, and I am still wondering if and when any actual expert will also be in attendance. Eventually Hammer walked up to the stand and walked near a TV display before turning to the audience. Absolutely. I'm no expert. Tony smirked as she folded her arms across her chest. At least Hammer finally admitted it. I defer to you, Antonia. Tony's eyelid twitched. You're the Wonder Girl. Hammer then looked up to Stern. Senator, if I may. I may not be an expert, but you know who was an expert. He looked back at Tony with that ever-condescending smile of his, your dad, Howard Stark. Tony couldn't take any more of this man's speech. If she had to deal with him, then she wanted it to be quick and most likely with Hammer thoroughly embarrassed. Hammer, The senator may enjoy your flowery speech about how much you wish to date my dad or whatever else it may be, but could you hurry this up? Some of us have things that we wish to do. Justin was thrown off his tirade and looked at Tony as he stammered slightly while retracing where he was going with his speech. Justin coughed into his hand and continued. Antonia Stark has created a sword with untold possibilities, and yet, she insists it's a shield. She asks us to trust her as we cower behind it. Tony quickly pointed to Naruto who was sitting behind her. Then wouldn't that also mean that you're cowering behind him as well? And he doesn't need a suit to fly. Tony rebutted. Hammer avoided gazing into Naruto's eyes when this was brought up. Ladies and gentlemen, Hammer began with a slight squeak at the beginning. You know we live in a world of grave threats. Threats that Mrs. Stark will not always be able to foresee. Thank you. God bless Iron Man. God bless America. Hammer finished before walking over to the table opposite of Tony and taking a seat. Stern looked slightly pleased at this. That is well said, Mr. Hammer. The committee would now like to invite Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes to the chamber. Tony's eyes shot open at this. Rhodey. What? Tony asked as she turned to look at her friend entering the courtroom in full uniform. Hey, buddy. I didn't expect to see you here, Tony stated. Rhodey rolled his eyes at this. Look, it's me, I'm here. Deal with it. Let's move on. Rhodey quickly finished. Drop it. Rhodey finished quickly, which made Tony turn back around in her seat. Fine, pushy, Tony muttered loud enough for Rhodey to hear, which made the pilot crack a small smile under his mask of indifference. I have before me a complete report on the Iron Woman weapon, complied by Colonel Rhodes. And, Colonel, for the record, can you please read page 57, paragraph 4? Stern ordered. You're requesting that I read specific selections from my report, Senator? Rhodey asked in confusion. Yes, sir. It was my understanding that I was going to be testifying in a much more comprehensive and detailed manner, Rhodey replied. Stern seemed slightly annoyed but managed to soldier on regardless. I understand. A lot of things have changed today, so if you could just read. You do understand that reading a single paragraph out of context does not reflect the summary of my final. Rhodey was quickly interrupted by Stern. Just read it, Colonel. I do. Thank you. Rhodey sighed at this before pulling out his report and flicking to the exact page. Tony turned to look at Naruto with some confusion. She then mouthed. There are more than 57 pages in that thing. Naruto nodded with an incredulous look at Rhodey. What possible things could Rhodey have been studying to get that much information? Very well. As she does not operate within any definable branch of government, Iron Woman presents a potential threat to the security of both the nation and to her interests. I did, however, go on to summarize that the benefits of Iron Woman far outweigh the liabilities and that it would be in our interest. Stern held his hand out to silence the man. That's enough, Colonel. To fold Mrs. Stark, that's enough. Into the existing chain of command, Senator. Rhodey finished, much to the senator's chagrin. Tony thought that this hearing was going absolutely wonderful. I'm not a joiner, but I'll consider Secretary of Defense, if you ask nicely, Tony stated with a grin which caused the audience to laugh. Stern ignored Tony and continued looking at Rhodey. I'd like to go on and show the imagery that's connected to your report. Rhodey looked stunned at this. I believe it is somewhat premature to reveal these images to the general public at this time, Rhodey advised. With all due respect, Colonel, I understand, and if you could just narrate those for us, we'd be very grateful. Let's have the images. As Stern said this, the TV screen flickered to life with images of prototype armor devices. Tony was unimpressed with these imitations to what she could do. So, as everyone was looking stunned at these images, Tony pulled out her touchscreen phone, which she invented herself, operating system and all, to start hacking into the feed. Intelligence suggests that the devices seen in these photos are, in fact, attempts at making manned copies of Mrs. Stark's suit. This has been corroborated by our allies and local intelligence on the ground, indicating that these suits are quite possibly, at this moment, operational. Rhodey finished gravely. Wait, hold on a sec, buddy. Let me see something here. As Tony said this, she held her device at the screen and pressed it a few more times. Finally, the screens began pulling up multiple photos and videos that made both Stern and Hammer nervous. Look at that. I managed to get into their screens in under 10 seconds. Now that I've got your screens under my control, let's get to the bottom of this, shall we? Tony asked playfully before tapping her device a few more times. What is she doing? Stern asked. Tony quickly found a video which popped up onto the screen of a large bipedal suit stomping out of a hangar. If you will direct your attention to said screens, I believe that's North Korea. The suit quickly fell over and the minigun attached to its side began firing until it hit the camera. Turn it off. Stern ordered, and Hammer stood up like the good little droid he was and tried to unplug the screen. Another video popped up with a much smaller suit that took off into the air. Iran. Tony stated as the suit flew into the air and all too quickly crashed to the ground. Wow, really grave threat, huh? Another video came up which made Tony internally giggle with glee as it had Hammer standing in front of a suit while commanding the pilot inside. Hey Justin, look at the camera, you're on TV. When did you get into the game? Tony asked. In the video Hammer ordered the pilot to lift his arm, which he did. Then he ordered the pilot to turn. This made the pilot twist further than their spine could go, which horrified the audience. Finally Hammer pulled the plug on the TV and stepped out looking quite embarrassed. Wow. I'd say most countries, 5, 10 years away. Hammer, you're 20. Way to try and hang with the big boys, or in my former case, girl. I'd just like to point out that the test pilot survived. Justin announced. Stern on the other hand looked defeated at this point. The wind in his sails had finally died down. The point of all of this is, you're welcome, Tony said confidently. For what? Because, both I and Naruto are your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. What more do you want from me besides stealing my suit? I've done you boys in DC a huge favor by privatizing world peace. Tony turned to look at the audience with peace signs in both her hands, which caused everyone to stand up and talk. I tried to play ball with THSES ass clowns. Guess they can't pitch. Tony walked out of her chair while behind her. One word that Stern said made Tony internally cheer. Fuck you, Mrs. Stark. Fuck you, buddy. We're adjourned. We're adjourned for today. With that, Tony walked over to both her family and Pepper. She kissed Naruto, which got a few pictures taken by the photographers in the area. She kneeled down and tousled Alex's hair. Thankfully she wasn't wearing a skirt, or this would have been a little awkward. Did I do well, or what? Alex nodded while laughing. You did awesome, Mom, you know, Alex replied. Tony then stood up and looked at Naruto. I won the bet. You know what that means? Tony asked with a suggestive wiggle of her eyebrows. Yep. Naruto replied. Great, we'll have to discuss more about this when we get home. Yes, we shall. It took a day for the Stark family and Pepper along with Rhodey, who was tagging along for the trip, to get back to Malibu. On the plane ride back, Alex called Ashley to see if they could hang out when he got back. This made Naruto and Tony happy in two ways. One would be that Alex had a friend that he could hang out with, the other would be that the house would be free for the two for the next few hours. When they arrived at the airport and met up with Happy, they drove first to Pepper's office as it was closer, then they made their way to Ashley's house, which was a big cobblestone house. The girl's mother was a nurse while her father was a lawyer. The two were quite nice people who Naruto and Tony had the pleasure of having a few dinners with. When Alex had been dropped off, the remaining Starks were dropped off at their house by Happy, who drove away as he knew what his longtime friend was planning to do. It was when Naruto had dropped off both his suitcase and Alex's, with Tony dropping off hers by the front door of the house when they entered, that Naruto popped a question. Which will it be, Sage Mode, Chakra Mode, or Clones? Tony undid the bun that her hair was in, which let the brown hair roll down to her shoulder blades. Then she slowly undid the buttons of her black vest first and threw it to the side of the hallway. I think. She undid the buttons of her white shirt, which revealed the arc reactor in her chest, which was quickly followed by bountiful cleavage, which made Naruto's pants feel extremely tight. That we should do all of them. Tony began walking towards the stair to head up to their room, all the while letting her shirt slip off her shoulders onto the ground, which revealed her bare back. Naruto quickly ran after Tony while stripping his clothing off in turn. If one were to look outside the window of the Starks' main bedroom, they'd have seen a golden light show happening in the window. The couple were finished within an hour and Tony hugged her naked body next to Naruto's. You are eventually going to need to tell Pepper about signing over your company. And that Rhodey is going to be getting a new suit of powered armor soon. Have you even finished building it yet? Naruto asked. Yeah. Rhodey's suit is just collecting dust downstairs. And don't worry about him being able to fly it. I taught him the basics a few weeks ago when you were out on one of your missions. I'll tell Peps about the company tomorrow. What about you? What about me? Did you get that Rene whatever in your head working for the trip? Tony asked. It's called the Rinnegan, and yes, I did, but it is tiring for me. Boy, were Fukasaku and Shima surprised when they saw me. Naruto replied fondly. Those two old toads hadn't changed a bit, which had made him quite happy. All right. Time to practice this, Naruto said to himself as he stood in the garage of the house. Both Tony and Alex were out of the house at the moment, which was why Naruto was doing this now, as he didn't want them to get hurt by this unpracticed technique. He had only used it once to go across a distance this far, and that was the trip to this world. The other times that he had used his Rinnegan's teleportation ability was for short distances. Now though, Naruto pushed chakra through his eye and quite suddenly a dark purple sphere grew into existence. Naruto felt his chakra getting quickly drained from keeping this technique open like this, And so, he made a very hasty decision of grabbing the duffel bag by his feet and jumping into the portal. In but an instant, Naruto found himself standing next to a very familiar waterfall that wasn't made of water. No, it was made of glistening bronze oil. Surrounding this waterfall were many statues of stone toads. Once living beings themselves until they were overwhelmed by natural energy. Now they watched forever in silence this waterfall. Naruto breathed heavily for a minute until he regained some measure of composure. That jump just wore him out. Really hasn't changed a bit, has it? Naruto asked aloud. It had been a few decades since he had been here. In short, Naruto decided to travel the path he had gone down so many times when he was first trying to become a sage. This path led to the house of Fukasaku and Shima. It took a few minutes of walking as Naruto didn't wish to go any faster. He just wished to take in the sights around him. As he walked, he saw the giant trees with their massive leaves that multiple toads laid sleeping on. In the distance were the mountains made of literal spikes. Eventually he came to the wooden one-storied house of his old teachers. With a smile on his face, Naruto knocked on the door. "Pa! Go get the door!" Shima shouted. "I'm on it, Ma. You don't have to scream." Fukasaku replied. Soon enough, Fukasaku turned the handle on the doorknob and opened the door up, which revealed a 1-foot-tall green toad wearing a cloak of darker green with a white mohawk of hair, a goatee, and eyebrows. Now who could be coming at this time of day? Fukasaku stopped mid-speech and looked at Naruto with his jaw dropped. "And Naruto boy, what are you doing here?" Fukasaku asked in surprise. Naruto just waved his hand. "Hey Fukasaku, how are you doing?" Naruto asked. Fukasaku held his hand up to silence Naruto and shouted out into the house. "Ma! Get out here! You have to see this, it's Naruto boy!" A quick smacking of feet onto the floor announced Shima moving until she was at the door. Shima was the same size as Fukasaku except that her coloring was purple with a tan color making up her underside. On her head were multiple bumps while the cloak she wore was a gray. "Naruto boy, come inside and don't dwell outside like some layabout," Shima said as she hopped up and grabbed Naruto by the jeans that he was wearing and pulled him into the house before dragging him to a table. "Sit, I've just finished making some of my delicious grub," Shima announced, which slightly scared Naruto. Shima's cooking, while probably delicious to toads, tasted absolutely horrible to humans. Fukasaku quickly joined him at the small table. "Naruto boy, what are you doing here? I thought that you weren't coming back," Fukasaku asked. "Well, I decided to make a quick visit for a couple of reasons. You see, I was testing out an ability of my Rinnegan because I was thinking of taking my family back to my old stomping ground for a vacation. Another reason is that I was thinking of having Alex learn Sage Mode," Naruto replied. Fukasaku took a glance at Naruto's Rinnegan. It had been a long time since he had last seen the Rinnegan. That had been during the battle with Pain, and during that battle he had lost his life but was eventually brought back to life by Nagato, the man who controlled Pain, along with the rest of the villagers that had been killed. Fukasaku looked at Naruto incredulously. "Why would you wish for us to teach him Sage Mode? After all, you are a natural at manipulating natural energy." Naruto just rubbed the back of his head with a big grin. "Well, it's just that you were my teacher, and I thought that since you taught me in Pervy Sage, then you could teach Alex." Fukasaku smiled when he heard this. "Then, I would be honored to do so, Naruto boy. So, tell me, how is your son and wife? That last I heard of them in our talks, Alex was only 4 and your wife was still quite the firecracker." Naruto remembered when Tony had first met the old toad sage. She had a minor freak out but eventually she managed to regain her composure. That was before Alex was even born. "Well, Alex got a lot from me." Naruto zipped his bag open and pulled out a photo with Alex, Tony, and himself from the bag before handing it off to Fukasaku. It was a photo that was taken at a science fair with Alex winning first place for his RC car that was powered by water. "Well, your boy certainly took after both you and Minato boy. What is he like?" Fukasaku asked. "He got Tony's mind and a mix of our personalities, you know," Naruto said with pride. "He will be an interesting student to teach then." "How's the village been since I've been gone?" Naruto asked. "Well, since both you and Sasuke saved the world, it has had a long span of peace with cooperation from each of the villages, and it would all be due to you. After all, you united everyone." Naruto smiled at this. At least Jiraiya's dream was finally accomplished. "What about my old home? Has that changed in any way?" Fukasaku smirked at this. "Kakashi boy became Hokage after you left, then he turned the position over to Sakura girl." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at this. "I missed a lot since I've been gone, haven't I?" "Yes, you have." That was when Shima entered the room with multiple bowls of cooked insects in her hands and being balanced on her tongue, which she dropped onto the table before the two. "Your cookin' looks great, Ma," Fukasaku stated. Of course it does, Pa. I always make the best, you old toad, Shima replied. Look in the mirror, Ma. Shima groaned at this before fixing her attention on Naruto. So, tell me, Naruto, how has life been in your home? Shima asked. Great. My family has been doing very well, and Tony finally quit the weapons making business, which I'm happy about. It just took her getting kidnapped and watching people die by her own weapons before she decided to no longer make any. She then went on to build a mechanized suit of armor which she uses to fight terrorism. Naruto replied while reaching into his duffel bag and pulling out another photo of Tony in her suit at an expo. Good for her. Now she can use that to keep you in line, Shima stated, which made Naruto slightly flinch in pain upon remembering when Tony slapped him on the back of his head for being an idiot one day. It hurt like hell with that metal gauntlet of hers. Even I have been getting back into using my powers to help people. Apparently, it seems that I'm the strongest person on the planet at the moment. Of course you are. The combination of the Rinnegan, Sage Mode, and a tailed beast would make anyone seem godlike. Just make sure that it doesn't go to your head, otherwise I will need to show you my rolling pin, Shima warned. Naruto quickly nodded in response. He knew what it was like to get a Sage Mode enhanced pin hit against his head. It hurt like hell. Got it, Shima. You better. Now let's eat. Naruto shuddered at looking at some of the still moving grubs in the bowls. Bottoms up, the meal was quite tame to other times that he had been forced to eat insect. At least none of the bugs had any shells on them. Then I guess the rest of our summer is planned out. As Tony said this, the couple were about to go back to having some more fun, when the front door opened. Tony. Are you there? I need to speak with you. The voice of Pepper resounded throughout the house, which caused the couple's eyes to widen. Tony, I'm coming up, Pepper announced as the click of her heels hit the floor. Naruto did the only sensible thing that he could. He activated his chakra mode and willed it to form clothes made of chakra, which quickly covered his nudity. Tony pulled the sheet of the bed up on her body. Just then, Pepper walked into their room completely unaffected by the sight of Tony in the nude. Tony, I need to speak to you about a document that I found today at the office. Apparently, it involved the transfer of the company into my hands. What is the meaning of this? Tony held her hand out and Pepper passed a document into Tony's hands. The woman then looked at it and nodded in response. Yeah, everything is in order. Didn't expect for you to get this until Monday though, Tony stated. Can you please tell me why in the world I'm becoming CEO of the company? Tony had the decency to look slightly embarrassed at this. Surprise. Naruto got out of bed. Seems like a talk between you two. I'll just go make some food, Naruto announced as he walked out of the room and towards the kitchen. He did not wish to be in the area for when Pepper would no doubt yell at Tony for her rash action. Pepper was used to it by now, since Tony doing something crazy was something that occurred during a weekly basis. It was then that the front door was blasted open, which caused Naruto to form a clone which rushed to where Tony and Pepper were. Then Naruto sped his way to the remnants of the front door, where Naruto saw something that shocked him. It looked like a heavily armored robot that was made of a lot of scrap metal. That wasn't the shocking part. No, it was the familiar white glow of an arc reactor in the center of the thing's chest. The machine upholstered a pistol and was about to fire at Naruto until he threw his hand forward, which launched a golden chakra claw at the machine faster than the human eye could process and stabbed itself through the being's chest while ripping out the reactor. When the claw retracted, Naruto held the glowing remains of the reactor in his hands as the machine collapsed to the ground. He heard Tony and Pepper coming downstairs and turned to look at the duo. What was that? Pepper asked. Tony had changed into a silk robe with a gauntlet powered up in her hand. Naruto held the arc reactor up to the two. Someone attacked the house with a machine that had this in it. Naruto tossed the reactor over to Tony, who caught it and began inspecting it with a glare. Is that what I think it is? Pepper asked. Yeah, it is, Tony replied while crushing the reactor in her gauntlet-encased hand and letting the remains hit the floor. Why would someone send this over to the house? Naruto mused aloud. As he did so, the phone began ringing. Ma'am, the number appears to be untraceable, Jarvis announced. Naruto and Tony looked at one another in confusion. Put it on loudspeaker, Tony ordered. Yes, ma'am. When Jarvis did so, the three could hear laughing in the background. Who is this? Tony asked. I hope that you enjoyed the remodel. A male spoke with a thick Russian accent. Not really. I think I may have to speak to you about it. How about you tell me where you are so that we can have a chat? Tony asked. No, not good idea. 2 against 1 is quite unfair. No, I think that I want just you, Stark. Your little Von Erich can stay home for this. No suit as well. Just you and me, the man stated. Tony crossed her arms. And why would I possibly wish to do that? Tony asked. Because kids aren't like robots. They can't be replaced easy. The three adults in the room quickly understood what the man meant. Naruto lost his calm composure at this while Tony kept a much calmer facade. "Where is Alex?" Naruto growled out. "With me, alive. It could change quite quickly. I'll call you again in a few hours, we'll meet, and we can have little chat like you want, Stark." "Just you and me, or the little Stark may not live to see his next birthday," the man replied. "If you touch him, there will be no place safe for you," Naruto shouted out. "We'll see. Call you soon." The man ended the call and left a very angry Naruto and an extremely quiet Tony. "Naruto, call Shield. Jarvis, do whatever you can to try and trace that call. Pepper, call the Hendersons and make sure that they are all right. I'm heading to the lab," Tony ordered with immense amounts of anger in her voice. As Tony walked into the basement, she looked on a table to see two suits that she had finished making. Both were compacted versions of her previous suits. One was in the form of a suitcase while the other had been converted into the form of a backpack. "Jarvis, how's the backpack looking?" Tony asked. "The designs should work, but it is still untested, ma'am." "Then it is going on a test run today. Have you gotten any closer with tracing that call?" "I view that as a bad idea, ma'am, and unfortunately, I've been unable to make a single trace of the call. Something is blocking me from doing so. I've been looking into it." Tony's gauntlet-encased hand slammed on the table in frustration. She had no idea who this guy was, but when she found him, she would make sure he suffered horribly. In a van, a man with long graying hair that was in a ponytail sat in his chair thinking up a plan. All across various parts of his body were tattoos while a short beard gave him a rugged appearance. At the moment, he had parked his van in an alley in order to bandage up a few of the wounds that he had gotten when he tried kidnapping the Stark brat. This man was Ivan Vanko. The kid gave him a run for his money with that blue sphere of his. If his exosuit hadn't protected his chest area, then he'd probably have either died or have been horribly injured. As it were, there was still a spiral-shaped wound that went a few centimeters into his chest. The man looked into the back of the van to see the kid unconscious with his hands cuffed behind his back. This would all work out in the end as he would eventually have vengeance against the Starks. Sure, he had to change his plans when it was revealed that Stark's husband had special abilities, but it was quite easy to do so. He just had to get to the weakest link first, which had been the kid, even if he put up a hell of a fight to do so. Now, he just needed to kill Tony, and then the kid afterwards, and that husband of hers would probably snap and possibly go insane. A perfect ending for the Starks. After he finished bandaging himself, he started the van up once more and drove off the abandoned warehouse that he had found while scouring this city for good locations to fight Stark with an advantage. The skies may have been Stark's advantage, but the ground was definitely his, especially with his exosuit. His father would be so proud of him for finally doing what he always wanted, getting vengeance against all the Starks. But to be honest, it wasn't just because of how the Starks deported his father back to Russia in order to suffer prison time along with a host of other things. No, it was also because in a way the Starks took his childhood away from him. While other children may end up playing outside or going to school, he had to suffer through his father's rages at the Starks, which usually entailed being too drunk to tell if his son wasn't one of his hallucinations. He suffered for it, and he grew strong from the abuse. He learned through a force-fed education from his father about the arc reactor and robotics. All of that had assisted him in surviving to where he was now. But there was still that niggling doubt at the back of his mind as to why he was even doing this. Sure, if the Starks hadn't deported his father, then he would have had a normal life. He wouldn't have had to become a criminal in order to survive. But was wasting his life in an endless pursuit of revenge really worth it? Guess it didn't really matter about what his personal opinion in the matter was. He was already this deep into his plan. It was too late to back out now. So, without hesitation, Ivan drove into the warehouse entrance and backed the van up to a docking back. There he killed the engine of the van and got out of the van and headed to the back to open the doors up to reveal the Stark brat beginning to wake up. Ivan grabbed the kid and tossed him over his shoulder before shutting the van doors and walking over to a small office in the warehouse where he set the kid down in a chair against the wall and took out an extra set of handcuffs which he cuffed to one of the kid's wrists, and then to a radiator grill. On a table, across from the wall, Ivan walked over to a second exosuit that he had been working on. This would have to do as his first one was destroyed by the kid. Ivan looked back at the kid behind him. He managed to have a normal childhood unlike him. It made Ivan slightly jealous of the boy. He turned back to working on his exosuit. "Where am I?" the voice of the boy asked. "Somewhere," Ivan replied. The sound of handcuffs being tugged announced that the boy was already trying to find an escape from this. "Why are you doing this?" the boy asked. "It is because your family is made up of beggars and thieves, and now I will have my vengeance against the Starks." "That's a stupid reason, you know. Getting revenge will get you nothing but more pain," the boy replied. Ivan's eyes narrowed as he screwed some of the pieces of the suit together. You were young and know nothing about the world from your cozy little house on the cliff. I had to struggle and crawl to get everything I have now. You know nothing of that, Stark, Ivan said. Yeah, you're right, I don't understand what you had to go through, but I want to learn. Ivan snorted at this and decided to humor the boy. Then let me tell you about your family. Ivan grabbed a pair of goggles and a welder which used to weld pieces of the suit together. My father was a scientist who came here to America after he got a job at Stark Industries. Eventually he defected from the Soviet Union and began working closely with your grandfather. Together, they made the arc reactor, but your thief of a grandfather got my father deported back to the USSR, and then he took credit for the arc reactor while my father was sent to prison. Ivan stopped welding and removed the goggles that he was wearing and turned to look at Alex. Because of your family, I had to live my life on the streets living off scraps like a dog. I'm sorry about that. But hurting people for vengeance will get you nothing. Pain creates more pain in a cycle that never ends. You hurt someone's loved ones and they will try to hurt you. And when they do, your loved ones will try to hurt them. Can't you just stop this? The boy asked. This will stop when either I'm dead, or your family is. Ivan replied. He then turned back to the rig of his exosuit and extended one of the cables out. With a flick of a switch, the cable ignited in glowing blue plasma. Alex looked on, slightly impressed. Finally, Ivan turned the cable off, pleased that the test had worked. Alex couldn't help but comment on the one flaw that he had noticed. You know, you could double the rotations for more power, Alex stated. Ivan froze in contemplation at this idea before pulling out his screwdriver and unscrewing a few pieces before altering them and placing them once more into the device. When Ivan flicked the switch once more, the cable once again ignited in plasma, except that this time it was brighter than before. Once satisfied, Ivan turned the cable off. Good idea. At least you have brain, even if it's young, Ivan stated. Any other ideas? Ivan asked. It was interesting speaking with someone of similar intelligence. He never had anyone to actually talk to about science except for his father, who was half as likely to beat him for some slight or another. The repulsor energy in those channels are not as efficient as they could be. You could do much better than that. Possibly using metal channels, Alex stated. Ivan looked back at his design and began mentally mapping what could be fixed or changed. But metallic channels are much more expensive and increase weight. Yes, but the metals are much better conductors and you could outweigh the risk of metal channels with extra prosthesis to handle the weight, Alex countered. I'll have to think about that. When did you learn about arc reactors? Ivan asked with his attention fully on his prisoner. Well, when my mom got the reactor in her chest was about the time that I started learning about it. Mom taught me more about it later on. Then can you tell me about energy from your hands earlier? Oh, it's chakra. Dad taught me about it. Apparently you have to either be born with it or have it activated. Getting it activated is supposed to hurt, and my dad doesn't really want for chakra to really spread in the world, so. Only you and father have this, chakra, correct? Alex nodded. Ivan leaned back in his chair while mulling the idea of chakra in his head. It had merits, certainly. It's energy, yes. In the simplest form, yeah. Though I haven't learned everything about it yet, Dad said that he's going to teach me more later on. Ivan nodded at this. Tell me, I found it interesting as to who your father is. All I hear is Stark getting married one day to him. She seemed too into herself to do so, Alex shrugged. They liked each other, I guess. Ivan nodded at this. Fair enough. With that, Ivan went back to work, talking to Alex during this time as they traded ideas back and forth with one another. It was an odd type of partnership. Both were highly intelligent and yet, they never really had time to talk to those who had the same amount of intelligence. With this, they both had the chance to share ideas with others, even if one planned to kill the other's mother and had the other handcuffed to a radiator. Tony walked back upstairs with her backpack strapped to her back while Naruto twirled a black chakra rod between his fingers. Pepper sat at the counter of their bar in silence. How'd it go? Tony asked. Coulson will be arriving within the hour. Apparently, there were reports of a guy with a flaming skull or something in our area. He's supposed to be bringing a partner for this case. Naruto replied. The rod between his fingers kept on spinning as he said this. Tony nodded and sat next to Pepper at the minibar. She was extremely tempted to start chugging on a bottle of whiskey at the moment, but she stopped herself. She needed a clear head for this. Peps, what did the Hendersons say about what happened? Tony asked. A man broke into the place and knocked James Henderson unconscious before going after Alex. Alex fought the man, but he used this suit that had whips to attack. They said that Alex used clones and some blue ball which he formed in his hands to attack the man, which injured him. But the man took Alex by surprise and knocked him unconscious with a taser. After that, he left the house and Samantha Henderson called the cops. Tony thought about this. Someone had an arc reactor and had built a suit. This was bad. As Tony let these malignant thoughts cloud her head, a voice of a woman shouted from the hole that used to be the front entrance of the house. "Hello, is anyone still alive?" they asked. "Yeah. By the bar," Naruto replied. As he said this, a blonde woman wearing a blouse, black pants, and a jacket stepped into the room with her gun drawn while a taller man stood next to her wearing a black suit. The woman quickly holstered her gun. "Hello, I'm Detective Chloe Decker. I'm here because we got a call from the kidnapper," Tony quickly snapped. "Forgive Tony, she's a little on edge right now," Naruto said, still looking down at the rod twirling in his hand. "Can you tell us of anyone who would possibly want to do this?" Chloe asked. "How about the myriad of terrorist organizations who I've managed to piss off?" Tony replied. "That's a bit rude, isn't it?" the man in the black suit asked. "Whatever, tall, dark, and probably doesn't belong on the police force." The man nodded in reply to this. "About right. She's good, isn't she, detective?" the man asked. "Not now," the woman said in an annoyed tone. "Trust me, Mrs. Stark, we'll find your son in no time." "About that, we've already called in some people for that," Naruto replied. Chloe looked at Naruto with confusion. "Who would that be?" "That would be us," the voice of Phil Coulson announced as he strode into the room while being followed by an unsmiling Asian woman with shoulder-length hair. She wore black pants along with a black zipped-up jacket. "Who could you possibly be?" Chloe asked. "Yes, who are you?" asked the black-suited man with curiosity in his voice. "We're S.H.I.E.L.D., and we'll be handling this investigation. You may go. But if you still wish to keep your job as detective, then I would recommend that you leave this to us, detective," Coulson ordered. Chloe looked slightly angry but took it in stride. "Come on, we're leaving." "Now that was a boring case, wasn't it, detective?" the man asked. "I do not need flack from you right now, Lucy." "Oh, pet names now?" The two kept on bantering back and forth as they left the house and left the five alone in the room. Naruto got out of his chair and let the rod of metal fall onto the counter in front of him where it rolled slightly before stopping. "How far are you into solving this?" Naruto asked. "We've been looking on security cameras, but whoever this guy is, he's good at hiding his tracks." "What about you, Mrs. Stark? Have you found anything out?" Coulson asked. "I'm dealing with the same problem. He's somehow avoided all possible cameras from catching him," Tony stated. The Asian woman stepped past Coulson and went to the kitchen where she set down a briefcase. "What's that?" Naruto asked. "You told us earlier about how you received a call from this man and that he would be making another one soon. What Agent May is taking out would be a tracer that our scientists came up with." "And how would that work when my tracer didn't?" Tony asked. "You'll just have to see. Now though, we have to wait," Coulson replied. With that, the group went back to sitting around waiting for the call. Pepper and Tony talked during this while Coulson and Naruto caught up with one another. "Who's silent and broody over there?" Naruto asked while motioning over the Agent May. "She one of our top field agents. Don't mind her, she's usually like that." "And why would we need a field agent when we have me? I can clone myself after all," Naruto asked. "Trust me, she is one of our best, and the reason that she is here is due to Fury's orders," Coulson stated. Naruto just grew another small chakra rod from the palm of his hand and broke it before he began twirling it in his fingers. "I hate being useless," Naruto stated. "We'll find Alex. It will just take some time is all." Coulson tried to be assuring. This made Naruto remember something from earlier. "Yeah, I heard you guys were over here due to some guy with a flaming skull. Mind explaining that?" Naruto asked. Coulson sighed in disappointment at this. "Whatever it is has been showing up around this area taking care of crimes and gang-related activity before moving on. We really don't know why and we haven't found any trace of it. The thing just keeps disappearing right when we are about to find it," Coulson replied. "Great, another being with an unknown power that I might get involved with," Naruto groaned out. "Why's that?" Coulson asked. "With my luck, I'll be a magnet for the strange and unusual to come to. I can already see it." Coulson just patted Naruto on the back. It was then that the phone rang and Agent May activated the tracking device while Jarvis let the call go through the speakers of the house. "Stark, how was the wait?" the man asked. "Just tell me where you want to meet," Tony demanded, completely tired of the man's games. "Always wanting to get everything immediately, that is something common with you Starks. Still, little tracing program of yours will find me soon enough, but I want you to come alone, or else your boy will suffer. No tricks, and also to sweeten the deal, I want you to pack a case with $1 million. Meet me at 9 in the warehouse or your boy will die." The call quickly ended after that and the occupants of the room turned to look at Agent May. "The location in an abandoned warehouse that is 20 miles away from here," May announced. Great. Tony said before walking over to the wall behind the minibar. She kneeled and opened a cabinet which revealed the door to a safe. Tony pressed a few buttons and opened it to reveal multiple stacks of bills in numerous denominations. Tony then began taking the money out and dropped it onto the counter above her head before she felt satisfied with the amount of bills. Have had that for a while just in case I needed a lot of cash in a hurry. Luckiest, huh? Tony remarked as she stood up and gently kicked the safe door shut along with the cabinet door afterwards. Naruto just walked to a closet and opened it before pulling out a few of the assorted objects stored in it before finally finding a small gray backpack. Naruto quickly tossed it over to Tony, who caught the bag and began shoving money into it. Jarvis, download the location off their tracker and put it into my suit. Already done, ma'am. Jarvis replied. Tony, I'm following after you, got it? Naruto stated. Tony nodded as she pressed a button on the strap of the red backpack. Then Tony held her arms stretched apart from each other as the backpack separated itself into different metal parts which quickly created a suit that encompassed her whole form until a gold faceplate covered her face. You two can follow if you want. You just better be able to keep up, Tony said before she grabbed the gray backpack off the counter and quickly took off out of the destroyed entrance of the house. Naruto activated his chakra mode and absorbed some natural energy before taking off quickly after Tony. Phil and May rushed out of the house together into a red sports car and took off, leaving Pepper completely alone in the house. Ivan began strapping his exosuit to his body quite quickly. He had upgraded it from the previous one with some last-minute fixes that Alex had recommended to him. As he did so, he kept on thinking about what he wanted to do. Did he feel wronged about his place in life? Yes, he did. Would killing Antonia Stark make him feel better about it? Probably not. What Ivan didn't understand, as he screwed some parts of the suit onto his body, was how speaking to Alex had given him all these doubts about what he was doing with his life. It was something completely insane. It had only taken an hour of speaking to Alex before Ivan began to open up to the boy, telling him about his life in Russia, his time in gangs, in prison, even how his father had died. Alex just nodded and listened. It was at this point that Ivan came to the steady realization that everything he had been doing in life had all been manipulated by his father in order to get that man's vengeance. Ivan was completely conflicted about what he wanted to do now that he came to the understanding that he had been used by his father his entire life to accomplish this one moment. After he finally put his exosuit together, Ivan looked at all the scraps and plans that had been laid upon his workbench. Then he looked at a piece of paper and a pen and an idea formed into his head. Ivan was a survivor, that much he knew about himself that hadn't been controlled and molded by his father. He was smart and resourceful, and he would get out of this situation alive and intact. He began writing on the paper, and when he felt that everything was perfectly written out, he folded it up into a small square and walked over to Alex, who was still handcuffed to the radiator. Read after everything is done, Ivan ordered before shoving the paper into Alex's pocket. Alex looked at Ivan in confusion. What are you doing? Alex asked. Vengeance against Starks may happen another day. Until then, I wait. Ivan replied before pulling up a loose floorboard that he had found earlier when he first started using this warehouse. In it he had stashed some items away. Mostly bottles of vodka. Today would be different. Ivan walked over to his table that contained the old schematics for his exosuit and he stashed them into the opening and traded it out for a bottle of vodka. Then he replaced the board and began walking away while also grabbing a tattered brown coat off a hook. When Stark brings the money, tell her that I thought that it would be funny, Ivan said with a small smile before leaving Alex alone in the room. Ivan figured that he would escape now while he had the chance and take a while to figure out what he would do next. It seemed that Alex had managed to compromise him in the end. His rage was still there, but there wasn't that familiar drive to do anything with it. So, Ivan went to his van and drove out of the warehouse and away from the area entirely. He could find another place to settle down and plan. As of now, he needed a long time to himself, along with a few bottles of vodka. As he drove down the street with a few cars ahead and behind him, he noticed a person covered in a red and gold suit fly above him. Following that was a man covered in golden flames. Ivan laughed to himself at this. At least he managed to put fear into Stark today. Now though, he needed to find a place far away from here that he could park his van at and sleep. That damn kid really turned him soft today, didn't he? It would be an hour later when Alex found himself home after dealing with the intense worry of his parents and a few questions from S.H.I.E.L.D. He had gone up to his room to be left alone. His parents thought that they understood as to why he was doing this. He had just been kidnapped after all, but Alex wished to look at that note that Ivan had stashed in his pocket. When Alex finally made it to his room and closed the door behind himself, he opened the note and began reading. I have decided to stave off vengeance for now. Instead, I have a proposition for you. Be aware, I will come back one day, but I also would like to give you a fighting chance. I have stashed all the old schematics for my suit into a floorboard. I wish for you to find them and then improve upon them in your own way. Then we may test our minds against each other once more. Until then, you need to work on something much more complicated than cars. Alex quit reading the paper and walked over to his bed before lying down upon it. Alex was slightly confused at how Ivan managed to turn from an enemy into a friend within a few short hours. He was thankful for it as that meant that his parents wouldn't have to deal with a massive fight, but it slightly bothered him. He once again looked at the note before his eyes widened slightly. Ivan had left those schematics in the warehouse. The warehouse was extremely far away. His parents would definitely not want him to go back to the warehouse. Alex quickly began smacking the back of his head onto his bed at this inane dilemma. He would need to find a way to get back to that warehouse if he wanted to get those plans. At least he remembered the way to get there. It was when Alex heard a knock on the door did he push himself off of his bed and shove the note under his bed. He quickly got back into a sitting position on his bed. "Come in," Alex announced. The door opened and his father walked in. "Hey Alex, how are you doing?" Naruto asked. "Good, Dad." "Why do you ask?" Naruto walked over to Alex and sat next to him on his bed. "Well, you did kinda get kidnapped by some weird guy who can make arc reactors. I just wanted to check up on how you were doing," Naruto said. "How's Mom?" Naruto's face slightly cringed at this. "She's dealing with it," Naruto replied. "Is she angry?" Alex asked. "Not at you. She's angry about the situation in general, which means she's in her lab." Alex finished for his father. Naruto nodded at this. "What about you, Dad?" Alex pondered. Naruto just patted Alex on the head. "Oh, you know me. I'm able to deal with it. After all, there has to be someone in this family who is stable." Alex rolled his eyes at this. His father, the man who nearly cried tears at a restaurant that had been unable to serve ramen noodles, stable. Then again, his dad was pretty cool all around. Him having quirks like that just seemed natural. "So, what's going to happen now?" "Well, you know how it's summer vacation for you." Alex nodded at this. "Well, your mom and I figured that we could do something different for the vacation." "Like what?" "You remember how you wanted to use Sage Mode like I could?" Naruto asked. Alex thought back on this. Yeah, it seemed really cool to use since it gave you super strength along with durability and the ability to sense people around you. When he had asked his dad about if he could learn how to do it, his dad had told him that was very dangerous to learn right now, but when he got older. Alex got a wide smile. "You really mean it, Dad, you know?" Alex asked with excitement. "Yeah. But in order to do it, we would need to go back to my old home." "Wait, you mean?" "Yup, we are going to another world this summer." Naruto finished with a grin. Alex remembered all the stories that his dad used to tell about his home when Alex asked for bedtime stories when he was younger. So, his dad decided to talk about the origins for his world, which eventually led up to him finally ending up on Earth. "That's awesome, Dad, you know," Alex said with excitement at this new perspective journey. "When are we going?" Alex asked. "About next week when your mom gets some things cleared up. After that, we are leaving," Naruto said. This did make Alex confused about one part of this trip. "How are we getting there?" Alex asked. Naruto let the illusion hiding his Rinnegan fall before pointing his thumb at his eye. "This isn't just for decoration. I can use it to transport over very far distances, too bad it tires me out so much," Naruto replied. Alex looked at the rippled eye. It really had a bunch of uses to it. When he asked his dad if he would ever get an eye like that when he was younger, his dad told him that it was very unlikely since the eye wasn't originally his. It was his best friend's eye. "That's awesome, Dad." Naruto nodded before getting up. "I'm going to go check on your mother. I'll try and prevent her from blowing up the house. We'll talk later," Naruto said before he walked out of the room. Alex went back to lying down on his bed. This would definitely be a summer to remember. As one boy thought about a trip to a new world, a man thought about destruction of an old one. He sat on a throne next to his wife. She was extremely beautiful, devoted, and doting. Down at the bottom of their throne, a young girl with straight white hair played with a few puppets clad in black. The man looked back over to his wife who just watched their daughter play with the puppets with a small reserved smile on her face. The man found the most beautiful part about his wife was her beautiful long dark purple hair along with her lavender-colored eyes. For years, his wife had managed to convince him to not destroy her old world, and yet, he felt those living on the world that his home constantly orbited to be unworthy of life. He had finally come to a decision against his wife's will to destroy the world that abused the gift of chakra. Now, it was time to activate his stolen eyes which he had taken from his wife's sister. His wife still didn't know about it. With his mindset held firm, he planned to activate a technique that would use the moon that made up his home, to destroy the world that he so despised and that his wife so loved. It was time to end this farce. He was brought out of his thoughts at the sound of his daughter laughing. Maybe he would delay destroying the world after his daughter was finished playing. Until then, the world was living on borrowed time. The white-haired man leaned back into his chair, his eyes glowing a bright blue in the slightly dimly lit area of his palace. Soon the celestial decree would be fulfilled, and there was no one that could stop him from doing so. Naruto and Tony were both in their room at the moment. Both had done their packing for the trip, with Alex in his room doing the same. As Tony packed her clothes away into her suitcase, Naruto pulled his trunk from under their bed and opened it up, which revealed the contents within to Tony. He grabbed a few of the scrolls inside the trunk and placed them onto the top of the bed. Tony looked at these scrolls with some confusion. "Could you tell me what we are possibly going to be doing during our little trip?" Tony asked as she pulled out a red swimsuit and tossed it into the pile of growing clothes on the bed. "Plan was that we'd end up going to the Leaf first. I'd have Alex sign the Toad summoning contract beforehand so that he would be able to get training in the mornings by the Toads. After that, we'd just explore around, see what has changed, then head back home. That a good enough plan?" Naruto asked as he rolled one of the scrolls open. He bit his finger, which drew blood, and smeared it onto the scroll. A puff of smoke burst from the smear of blood and quickly dispersed to reveal a large scroll about 3 feet long, which Naruto picked up. "What's that?" Tony asked. "Toad summoning contract," Naruto replied while hefting the scroll under his arm. "I'll be back in a couple of minutes." With that, the blonde left the room and headed to Alex's room. When he approached the door, Naruto knocked on it. There was some shuffling around, but then Alex said, "Come in." Naruto entered to see his son's suitcase on his bed with clothes and toolkits inside of it. "Hey, you excited about tomorrow?" Naruto asked as he walked over to Alex's bed and sat down upon it. Alex joined his father and sat down next to him. "Yeah, it's going to be great. We'll get to see a whole new world, you know," Alex replied. Naruto smiled and nodded before pulling the scroll from under his arm and setting it on his lap. Naruto unrolled the scroll so that Alex could see multiple boxes with lettering unknown to him. It kind of looked like Japanese kanji, really. Naruto pulled the scroll open some more and Alex could see that the names ended after the 6th one. Each name looked to have been written in what seemed like dried blood, while under the names were 5 fingerprints pressed in. Naruto pointed to the 6th name. "This was where I signed my name under the contract." He pointed to the next name, "And this is where your grandfather signed his name. And next to his name is where my teacher, Jiraiya, signed his name," Naruto said with a smile. He remembered the day that Jiraiya had allowed him to be a summoner. It connected them, and Naruto wouldn't forget that. "The reason that I brought this out is because I think that it's time for you to become a summoner," Naruto said, which caused Alex's jaw to drop. "You really mean it, Dad?" "Absolutely. I believe that you're old enough, and if you were to work on Sage Mode, then it would be much more official if you were a summoner for the Toads." Naruto felt Alex hug him, and so Naruto patted Alex on the back. Eventually the two separated and Naruto set the contract onto the floor. "Now, the next part is that you need to sign your name onto the contract, in blood." "What?" Naruto bit his thumb, much to Alex's displeasure, and some blood dripped down from it. "When you summon, you need to sacrifice blood in order to do so. All power comes at a price, Alex. Some prices involve training your body and mind, while others involve sacrificing part of yourself," Naruto consoled. Alex looked at his hand with some hesitation, and finally he bit his thumb, which caused Alex to wince in pain as he drew blood. Alex got down onto the floor with the contract and quickly wrote his name out onto the contract, where he finished it by pressing his thumb to each one of his fingers and pressed it underneath where he wrote his name. Then he got back onto the bed where he sucked at his thumb in order to alleviate the bleeding. Naruto nodded in approval. "You did a good job, Alex. Now, if you were to train, you'd be able to summon the Toads back on my world. Sadly, since we are extremely far away, you'd need a lot of chakra to do so, much more than you have available." This slightly dampened Alex's spirits when he heard this. "But, I'll show you what you can do, follow me." As he said this, Naruto got off the bed and rolled the contract up and placed it under his arm. Then he walked out of Alex's room and downstairs until he reached the glass door in the back of the house, which led out onto the backyard. Naruto set the scroll down and bit his thumb. "Watch this, Alex," Naruto said before he slammed his hand into the ground. When he did, a large burst of smoke surrounded the blonde before it was violently flapped away by a gray three-winged, three-legged bird with a sharp jagged beak and purple rippled eyes. On its head was Naruto. "So, what do you think?" "That is amazing. How are you able to summon that? It isn't even a toad," Alex asked. The bird summon quickly disappeared and Naruto landed onto the ground. "My Rinnegan allows me to bypass the chakra cost of the toads by allowing me to summon a couple of personal summons that are not constrained to my world. Sadly, even though they are useful, they aren't good at small talk. They don't have any intelligence, they're just controlled by me, unlike other summons which are sentient. Naruto explained. Wait, summons can talk? Alex asked. Yeah. Try not to get them angry, alright? Alex nodded and Naruto picked up the scroll once more. We should probably try and pack some more, after all, we are going to be on my world for a month. I got it, Dad. Don't worry about me, Alex replied. Naruto nodded and the two walked back off to their rooms to pack. When Alex got back to his room, he pulled out a few of the scrolls that he was hiding under his bed. His dad had taught him on how to seal objects, and it was extremely helpful at this moment. He unrolled the scroll and pressed on one of the seals with his hand, which caused a set of plans to appear along with the beginnings of an arc reactor. Alex pulled the toolkit from his suitcase and pulled out a few tools before he began to tinker with the arc reactor. With a few twists, he added a cylinder to the device and screwed it in. It still wasn't finished yet, but it was getting there. He looked down at the plans on the floor. Most were modified versions of the exosuit that Ivan had worn. Alex had a hard time in trying to convince Happy to drive him back to the warehouse, but it had been worth it for what he had gained from it. Alex looked at the plans once more. He really wanted the suit to be more flexible compared to what Ivan's designs were, as it would be more beneficial to his chakra abilities in the long run. Either way, this was going to be a great summer. Los Angeles. There was a nightclub in Los Angeles that bustled with activity every night. Inside of it was a resort for those who wished to let loose, drink much alcohol, and have fun. On tables and in decorative cages, multiple beautiful women danced the night away, while at the bar, people drank as much as they could. It was during this time, above the club itself, in a penthouse, that a man in a black suit sat at his own personal minibar drinking scotch. He preferred going down to his club and livening it up most of the time, but as of this moment, he had multiple growing thoughts in his head. One of them would probably be the detective who he worked with. She definitely had her charm, and there was just something about her that the man couldn't stop fixating on. The other thought would be the message that he received from good old Dad. Well, more like a messenger spoke for his father, but it was basically the same thing. Either way, his father, the man in the sky, Jehovah, YHWH, one above all as it were. Well, more like dimension, but he tried to avoid thinking about the pandimensional mechanics behind it, had given him a task. The man knew that he would avoid whatever it was, as there were still issues to sort out, but he was interested when the letter had come from his brother. Frankly, Dad was never this clear most of the time. This was why the man was drinking at his bar with the letter sitting unopened on the counter. He didn't know what was in it, but it was really tempting to just see what Dad had sent. With a quick chug of the scotch in his hand, he slammed the glass upon the table and poured himself another drink. He really hoped that Dad wasn't that upset about the rider that he had set loose upon the earth. After all, the rider was punishing the wicked, so it couldn't have been that. Maybe it was that time when he was unable to collect the Darkhold. It may have been because of that. He finished the drink quite quickly, and with some hesitation, the man opened the letter. Slowly, the man pulled out the items inside of the letter. When he did, his eyes widened slightly. Oh, this was bad. At least with the Darkhold, you were slightly limited in the scale of what you wanted to do. With the stones, the man held in his hand 5 pictures. A few of them were rudimentary drawings, but at least 2 were pictures taken with a camera. The first drawing had the Infinity Stones on it in all of their glory. The second picture was a drawing with the Infinity Gauntlet. The third was a picture from a camera of the cube that one of the Infinity Stones was trapped in. He was sure that the Asgardians had it, last time he had checked. The fourth a drawing of 9 separate beasts, each with a different amount of tails, 1 through 9. The man knew of these creatures when he had still been in hell. There were a lot of visitors with tales of these creatures, add in the fact that he had seen them in action from when he watched the universe go round at times. What did Dad want with these creatures? Sure, they were once part of a whole being which was a part of the universe at large and were a shard, but why were they important right now? As the man looked at the last picture, this one was an actual photo, his eyes widened. In it, the picture of Naruto Stark was looking at the camera with a grin. He knew of that man. Many cosmic beings knew of the guy. He contained one of the tailed beasts along with a Rinnegan. A very powerful combination that some cosmic beings were weary of. The man had encountered Naruto once, and that was a few weeks ago, when he and the detective had gone to his house for a case which was quickly shut down. The man flipped the picture over and saw writing on the back. He is the key. The man let these words mull in his head before he flipped over the picture of the cube to see 3 words that he didn't wish to see. It's on Earth. The man flipped over the other pictures to see on the back of the drawing of the Infinity Gauntlet the words, "The Mad Titan comes." This was troubling. The last time he had heard mention of Thanos, the man was trying to bring about the death of the entire universe in order to please death. Most tried to stay out of the Mad Titan's wrath. Sadly, even if they tried, his plans still involved everyone dying. The man really wanted to punish Thanos. That being had been alive for too long without paying for his actions. Guess father wanted him to warn him about everything. Maybe he would look into Naruto, but on his own terms. Not those of his father. Well, Daddy dearest, you made my life much more interesting, I'll tell you that. He looked at the ceiling as he said this. It's almost as if you were actually trying to warn me for once, aren't you? I doubt that it's because you care about me. No, probably your precious creation is in trouble. The man poured himself another drink as he thought of what he'd do next. Probably check out this Naruto. Then after that, who knows? All the man did know was that if he met Death again, they would certainly have a long chat about the reasons as to why she was still leading on the Mad Titan. Really, she could solve a lot of issues if she just talked to the guy instead of doing her aloof shtick. Well, he would try and head to Malibu in a few days. Maybe some weeks. Catch some sun, meet some of the interesting locals, and maybe get involved with the Starks. If he was lucky, he could possibly wrangle Tony Stark into coming to his club. That would certainly improve his business. Next morning, Stark Mansion as it were, the Stark family stood together in the living room with all of their bags packed into 3 different scrolls which Naruto had sealed all of their things in beforehand. Naruto had 2 of the scrolls in his pockets while Alex had the 3rd. Each of them were dressed for the trip as while Tony had decided to wear a blue tank top and black shorts while on her back was a metallic red and gold backpack. Alex wore a red shirt with blue pants. Naruto was the most oddly dressed, from the black headband with a metal plate that had an insignia on it, to his black jacket with an orange zipper, orange pants, his black sandals, and finally a red cloak with black flames at the bottom. Across from the family stood 3 people, Rhodey, Pepper, and Happy. Now Tony, could you try and be careful on this vacation? Try not to do anything too risky, Pepper asked. Tony put her hand on Pepper's shoulder. Don't worry about me, besides, you have a multi-billion-dollar company to run now. I'm probably the least of your concerns right now. Though the New York project should be started by next week at least. She looked to Rhodey. The new suit that I designed for you is down there. With some hesitation, I've decided to allow you to use your suit with Air Force use. That's all that I'm giving you, so don't ask for more, Tony said. Wouldn't dream of it, Rhodey replied. Don't be too much of a war machine when using that suit. Other than that, the keys are yours, have fun. Tony then looked to Happy. The house is yours while I'm gone. Do whatever it is that you'd like. Yes, ma'am, Happy replied. After Tony had said her piece, she looked at Naruto. It's about time that we should be going, burning daylight after all. Watch this, Naruto said as his left eye turned into a Rinnegan. To the side of the group, a black portal grew until it was a head taller than Naruto. Okay, everyone get in. I can't hold this for long. Tony and Alex waved at the 3 as they entered the portal. Take care you guys. We'll be back at the end of the month. Naruto then stepped through the portal and came out on the other side to see Tony and Alex staring in amazement at the waterfall made of oil that they were standing across from. Hello. Welcome to Mount Myoboku. A voice said from behind the trio. They turned around to see a toad with a mohawk in a gray cloak sitting on a rock. Tony and Naruto were used to the toad. Naruto due to knowing Fukasaku, Tony due to meeting him once. Alex on the other hand. Did you just talk? The toad looked at the boy before hopping over to him. Yes I did. And you must be Alex, Fukasaku replied. How do you know who I am? Alex asked. Your father spoke of you. I know a lot about you, Alex boy. My name is Fukasaku, pleasure to meet you. The toad said. Alex crouched down so that he was closer to height with the toad. Who are you? Alex asked. I'm the one that trained Naruto boy in Sage Mode. I'm here to train you if you wish. Fukasaku replied. Alex nodded to this. I'd like that. Alex said. Fukasaku smiled and nodded in happiness at this. Then follow after me, Alex boy. We'll be trainin' here for a while, so you should meet with the other summons here. Afterwards, you'll be speaking to Gamakichi as he's the boss summon who you'll need to impress. Really? Yes. Naruto boy, Antonia girl, come back at the end of the day. By then, I'll have shown Alex boy around Myoboku. Naruto nodded at this. Got it, Pa. We'll come back to Maz after I show Tony the Cloud Village. Naruto replied. Why aren't you heading to the Leaf first? Fukasaku asked. I'm saving the best for last when Alex is able to join us. We're going to go meet B in the cloud. I haven't seen Octopops in ages. Naruto replied. I won't hold you then. Fukasaku said, now come, Alex boy. There is much to see. Alex nodded before looking at his parents. I'll see you guys later. Alex said as he walked away with Fukasaku, which left the 2 adults alone. Tony looked at Naruto. So, there's a guy whose name is B? She inquired. Yeah. I usually call him Octopops. He is a Jinchuriki just like me. Actually, if it wasn't for him, both Kurama and I would probably still not be speaking together. He is the one that trained me in how to use Kurama's chakra. Without him, I would have died during the war. Naruto said fondly. Then I'll just have to meet the guy, Tony said. Yeah. Well, let's get to the cloud. Naruto concentrated and another portal opened up. Thankfully it didn't put as much of a strain on him as the first portal did. The couple then walked through the portal and found themselves at the gate to a mountainous area. Hold on, I got the located bee, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and quickly activated Sage Mode. It felt good to be able to do so instantaneously compared to Earth. He quickly located B in a valley. Got him, Naruto said as he opened another portal. The couple stepped through the portal and found themselves standing on a cliff that overlooked a valley of water. They turned around to see steps that led up to a shack on the top. He's up there, Naruto said excitedly. He really wished to see B after all these years. Then let's go meet him. I want to see what this guy looks like, Tony stated. Yeah. You are really impatient, Naruto said. Internally, he was bouncing about. Up on top of those steps was Killer B. Even Kurama was slightly excited at meeting his sibling Gyuki once more. You know me, always wanting to get things done quickly. I do have a short attention span after all, Tony said as they walked up the stairs together. Of course, I have been living with you for years after all. I'll tell you this beforehand, B is a little bit different. So, try not to judge him. He's really cool when you get to know him, Naruto stated. Their feet finally hit the top of the step and they both stood in front of a shack. What do you mean by that? Naruto ignored Tony's question before shouting, Hey, Octopops. You in there? The shack was silent. Then quite quickly, the door opened and standing there was an older man a head taller than Naruto. He had dark skin with a tattoo of bullhorns on his left cheek and a symbol on his right shoulder. The man had long blonde hair that was swept back and went down to his shoulders while his face had a blonde goatee. The man wore a pair of sunglasses along with an open dark gray vest that exposed his chest, white pants, and sandals. Naruto? Is that you, or am I playing me for a fool? The man asked with disbelief. I'm standing right here, Octopops. Been a long time, Naruto replied with a grin before he held out his fist to the man. Killer B took a moment to process this before bumping his fist with Naruto. You're like a reflection, I can feel a connection. Killer B replied with a soft smile. Yo 9-0, what you been doing? And tell me it all, please no fooling. Hey, 8-0, I've been doing well, in fact I'm pretty swell, Naruto replied enthusiastically. On a dime, your rhymes aren't the worst, but remember who it was that spoke them first. Ya dig? Killer B criticized. Naruto's smile fell at the criticism of his old teacher. Tony looked between the two with some confusion. Why in the world were they both rhyming? Killer B looked to Tony and scanned her quickly. His eyes lingered on the arc reactor in her chest. Then he looked back up to her eyes. Hello, who do I see, for I'm the almighty rappin' Killer B, the man asked. I'm Naruto's wife, Tony Stark. Who are you supposed to be? A backup for Wu-Tang Clan? Tony asked. B's eyebrow rose when he heard this. Wow 9-0, already got a wife I see. Can you please tell me who she's supposed to be? And now that I think about it, I really should invite you into my house for a bit. B asked. Tony was still trying to get her bearings on the man in front of her. He was certainly odd, that was for sure. But he had something about him that was quite likable. Maybe Tony would figure it out eventually. Yeah. That would be nice, Naruto replied. With that, the three walked into B's hut. The place had a nice cozy feeling to it. There was a stove in the middle of it while to the right side of the hut was a bookshelf with a myriad of filled notebooks. Next to the bookshelf was a table with a half-filled manuscript. On the opposite side of the room was a large table with chairs surrounding it. At the wall, opposite to the Starks, were multiple swords placed on the wall. All of them were dagger-like blades that were over a foot long with red handles. When the Starks took another step into the hut, they heard a growling coming from the left. The two turned and looked to the table with the manuscripts on it. Under it, the growling continued. Naruto and Tony walked over to the table as both were curious about what was making that noise. Then they approached. The being came from under the table, which caused Tony to jump back behind Naruto. She stretched her right arm out and the backpack that she was wearing opened up on the right side before encasing her arm in a gauntlet with a glowing palm. She was about to fire at the being when Naruto lowered her arm with a slight chuckle. From under the table was a creature that seemed to just be made of scales. It was over 5 feet long with a mouth full of sharp teeth at the front of it. At the end of this creature was a yellow handle with a skull. This was Samahata. Naruto knelt down to the sword. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while, Naruto remarked. The blade nodded up and down vigorously before looking at Tony, who was hiding behind Naruto. "What is that?" she asked. "That would be Samahata. It used to be owned by one of my enemies until it took a liking to be. It's not going to do anything to you, so you don't need to be afraid. Just don't touch it," Naruto said before standing up and walking over to the table where Bee was sitting down at. Tony followed after Naruto with her arms still encased in her armor. Even though Naruto told her to not be afraid of the creature, the teeth on it weren't very convincing of its benevolence. Bee just watched this play out with a small smile. He was entertained with Tony's reaction to Samahata. Then again, it tended to make that happen to people who weren't used to it. Still, he was extremely curious as to what Naruto had been up to after all these years. Where to start, Naruto began. "Well, over these past 23 years, I've gotten married, and I had a son." Bee grinned at this. "Way to go, I knew you did. You must have really gotten to it." Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Tony on the other hand chuckled at this. "Actually, I'm the one who instigated it." Naruto here was as oblivious as a pile of bricks for a while. Tony said while patting Naruto on the back. Bee laughed at his friend and Naruto fell into deeper humiliation. "How's Gyuki?" Naruto asked. "8-0 has been chillin' for a while and we've been great, as you can see. We've been happy to relax and write rhymes." Bee replied. Naruto nodded at this. This was when Tony had to interrupt. "You're one of these tailed beast guys, right?" Tony asked. Bee responded with a yes. "There's supposed to be 9 of you, right?" "True. Numbers 10 to 70 have been living without the burden of a Jinchuriki, while 80 and 90 have been in you and me," Bee replied. Tony still found the practice of sealing these creatures into people to be horrible, if only because of all the stories that she heard from Naruto about what happened to those who were Jinchuriki. At least the others aren't getting sealed away. Now Kurama and I can rest easy. But still, the world I'm living in now has these massive buildings everywhere. They're called skyscrapers and are much larger than anything our villages build," Naruto said as he continued telling Bee about his time on Earth. Bee listened intently to everything Naruto said about the world he had been living on for the past 2 decades. Bee seemed really interested in the planes and cars that Naruto talked about. When Naruto had finished recalling everything about his world, Bee looked absolutely thrilled about it. "If that doesn't interest me, then nothing will. I would like to go with you, to get my fill," Bee rapped out. "You want to go with us?" Naruto asked with a smile. He would be thrilled if Bee would come to his home. "Yeah, that's what I just said, fool ya, fool," Bee replied. "Tony, you wouldn't mind Bee living with us for a while, would you?" Naruto asked. Tony gained a contemplative look on her face before she replied. "If he can calm it with the rapping, then sure. I really would like to see what your friend can do with chakra. I've tested you before, but now I could have a new subject to look at." "You wouldn't mind any tests, would you?" Tony asked Bee. "As long as you're cool, then we're cool," Bee replied. Tony rolled her eyes at this. "I'll take that as a yes. Now, could you possibly show us around this cloud village of yours? Naruto's talked about where he has lived, but since we are saving that trip for when Alex can join us, we were going to look at the other villages." "Definitely, I've been meaning to see my brother A in order to say hey. And we could get some food there before the end of the day," Bee said as he stood up. As he did so, Samahata crawled from where it was and onto Bee's back where it shivered slightly before remaining still. Tony was still creeped out by the sword as it just bugged her in all the wrong ways. It reminded her too much of what the cross between a spider, a snake, and a sea urchin would be like. As the trio was about to leave the shack, Naruto saw Bee stop in his tracks. This happened to Naruto as well as he was brought into his mind. Naruto looked around the white landscape that he was in before his eyes fell upon Bee standing in front of Gyuki, a massive creature that was a dull pink with the body that had a torso that was vaguely humanoid, the head of a bull with 4 horns, and 8 octopus tails. "Hey, Octopops, Gyuki, why are we here?" Naruto asked. "Hey, don't look at me, it was tailed beasts who brought us here, as you can see," Bee replied. Naruto looked behind himself to see Kurama standing with a grin to his sibling. "I wanted to see Gyuki once again. I really want to fight him once again, for old time's sake. After all, we haven't used a full transformation in years. Here on this world, I can just cut loose. So, what do you think, Gyuki? Up for it?" Kurama asked with some excitement. Naruto was understanding of Kurama's plight. After all, he had to hide the full amount of his abilities on Earth since otherwise most countries in the world would be completely terrified of him. Even the US was nervous about him. If they discovered that he was an alien, then Naruto really had no idea as to what he'd do, or how the people of the world would react. Normally I'd be against doing so as Air Darui would be completely pissed, but even I have missed the days when we used to fight against one another. I'm up for it. Naruto, This will be just between us, Yuki said. I'd be willing, but no tailed beast bombs, Naruto ordered. Kurama scoffed at Naruto's agreement. As if we'd need to resort to that, we can contain ourselves, Kurama replied. Then it is agreed, we'll sit back and watch the beasts fight. They'll then show us their powerful might, Killer Bee said. With that, the group left the mindscape and Naruto was once again in the hut with Tony shaking him. Come on, Naruto. Stop just standing there, it's getting weird, Tony said. Naruto brushed his wife's hands off of him and looked to her. Cut that out. I'm back. Then what was with you and Bee standing there doing nothing for the past minute? You'll see in just a few minutes, Naruto replied as the trio once again resumed their way out of the hut and now down the stairs. Come on, just tell me. I hate having to wait, Tony begged. Naruto looked at Bee, and Bee looked back. We're about to spar, so just make sure to not get in the way or you could die, Naruto replied. Both men nodded before jumping off the cliff that the stairs overlooked and down to the water below. Tony shouted after Naruto did this, but both he and Bee opted to ignore her as both landed on top of the water with a splash. Then the two jumped back away from each until they were on opposite sides of the water-filled valley. Naruto was covered in golden chakra until a massive avatar of a golden nine-tailed fox erupted into existence with a roar. It was covered in multiple black markings. On the opposite end, 8 octopus tentacles erupted from his back before he disappeared and the body of Yuki grew into existence. Tony looked at these two transform in amazement. She had never actually seen Naruto transform into his nine-tailed form, but from what she could see now, it was powerful. The two great beasts then charged at one another with great splashes of water flowing behind them in large waves until finally, the two beasts collided with one another. After that, Kurama let the first punch loose by hitting Yuki in the snout. Yuki in turn slapped one of his tentacles into Kurama's side which launched both beasts away from each other. Both once again charged at one another and performed a flurry of attacks with their tails. Each smack caused a crack to sound off in the air which made Tony slightly wince. Each blow was something that Tony was sure could completely damage her suit. And these two beasts were just sparring. What would happen if they decided to go all out? Tony would really not like to know any situation where these beasts would ever have to fight at their fullest. But now she knew part of what Naruto had meant when he said he fought 6 of these things. Kurama swiped at Yuki's snout but his arm was stopped by one of the tentacles. Yuki took this opening to punch Kurama repeatedly in the chest until Kurama began smacking Yuki about with his tails. The fight continued like this for a while, neither beast bowing down as they ravaged one another with hits. Finally, after a final set of blows, the two beasts jumped back from one another before charging once again with their fists cocked. With a final punch, each beast's fist met one another's and a loud crack resounded throughout the valley. Kurama was clearly grinning at this, while Yuki seemed to be in a better mood as well. The two beasts then began to shrink down until the only figures left in the valley were Naruto and Bee. The two let their fists drop before they smiled at one another. Their spar was finally over and both they and their tailed beasts were satisfied with it. The two Jinchuriki jumped back over to Tony and landed. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with some embarrassment at how Tony was looking at him. What did you think? Naruto asked. Tony closed her eyes and took a breath, then she opened her eyes and grinned. I never thought that I'd ever see a real-life Godzilla movie, Tony replied. Bee was completely confused with the reference. What? Bee asked. I'll have to show you the movie when we bring you back home. So, let's head to the cloud, Naruto replied. As we walk, we'll be able to talk, but before we go, we've had other people besides Tony Gawk. Bee pointed to 2 cloud ninja who were looking at the group of 3. Oh, so we get to meet the locals. I'm already liking this vacation, Tony remarked. As the 3 adults dealt with the newcomer cloud ninja, Alex had been given a tour around Mount Myoboku by Fukasaku. As it were, the two after exploring much of the Toad Village, were now heading to the boss summon, Gamakichi. Alex was slightly nervous at meeting with the boss summon of this mountain. What if he did something to upset the giant toad? He really wanted this meeting to go smoothly. The two eventually made it to a large housing complex of rich dark wood and a red tiled roof. The flooring was a pale wood while the whole area was quite open as there weren't any walls to it, so Alex could see a massive orange toad with blue markings over his body along with a blue vest. How are you feeling, Alex boy? Fukasaku asked. Really nervous. What's Gamakichi like? Alex replied. Fukasaku chuckled to himself. You have no need to fret. Gamakichi is quite lax compared to when his father was the boss summon. Your father could vouch for me on that. When Gamabunta finally accepted Naruto as a summoner, it was after the boy had gone through a rigorous trial of holding onto Gamabunta's back while the toad tried his hardest to knock him off. Even then, That test was mainly a joke by Gamabunta, and it was when both he and your father fought against the One Tail that Gamabunta finally accepted him as a summoner. Fukasaku said. So, you're saying that I won't have to worry about holding onto a toad's back? Alex asked. Fukasaku nodded and Alex sighed to himself in relief. He really didn't wish to deal with that. How his dad had managed to survive that trial would be a mystery to Alex. Now, I'll go first. You follow after me, Fukasaku ordered as he hopped ahead of Alex. The old toad eventually made it to the center of the compound with Alex following quickly behind. It was then that the toad stopped where he was at. Gamakichi, I need to speak to you. The great orange toad known as Gamakichi turned around quickly at this. What is it, Fukasaku? The toad asked with respect. Alex quickly caught up and stood next to Fukasaku, which was when Gamakichi took notice of the blonde boy. Naruto, is that you? Gamakichi asked with disbelief as he rubbed his eyes. No, this is Alex boy. He's Naruto boy's son, Fukasaku replied. Gamakichi's face was full of surprise at this news. Naruto had a son. Indeed he did. Naruto decided to come back here for a while to show his family his old home, and for Alex boy to be taught senjutsu. He also recently signed the toad summoning contract. Gamakichi lowered himself slightly in order to get a better look at Alex. He doesn't seem like much. Alex didn't feel reassured at all when the toad said this, but neither did Naruto when I first met him. Well kid, I'm Gamakichi and I'm going to be your boss, got it? Alex felt slightly happier when the toad said this. I got it. You can count on me, you know, Alex said nervously. Great, I'll tell you now though, if you ever want to summon me then you owe me some snacks afterwards, Gamakichi demanded. That won't be hard, replied Alex. He was starting to feel more comfortable around the toad at this rate. Tell me, how's Naruto been? It's been so long since I last saw him, Gamakichi asked. My dad's well. He and mom are off doing something while Fukasaku shows me around, Alex replied. Then if you see your dad, tell him that I want to talk to him. We have so much catching up to do. I'll see you later, Alex, Gamakichi said. Alex wondered how his father had become friends with the giant toad in the first place. Maybe he would learn about it one day. With that, Alex and Fukasaku walked or hopped away together. Come Alex boy, it is time that you met with the great toad sage, Gamamaru, Fukasaku stated. Who are they? Alex asked, curious as to who would be known as a great toad sage. He is the oldest toad living in these mountains and is known for his ability to see the future. Your father met him when Gamamaru predicted that he would save the world as the chosen one. Naruto boy accomplished it before you ask. Fukasaku replied quickly before Alex could open his mouth. Is Gamamaru big like Gamakichi? Alex asked. Yes. He's much older as well. Certainly a few hundred years older than me. This made Alex wonder as to how old these toads could get. Normal toads didn't live even a quarter as long, so what caused these toads to be so long living? Then there was what Fukasaku had said before about how the toad predicted his dad could save the world. You said that Gamamaru predicted that my dad would save the world. Does that mean that he can see the future? Alex asked. Yes. His prophecies are extremely accurate. Sadly, Gamamaru can be a bit cryptic when talking about one of his prophecies. I wouldn't worry about it at the moment, Fukasaku stated. As it were, the two found themselves before a large temple which they entered together. Inside was a dark room without any real conventional lighting, and yet, the two were able to still see inside of it. It was here that a large toad sat on a large pillow with curtains surrounding him. There was a glass orb on another pillow right next to him. The toad seemed quite old compared to the likes of Fukasaku. He had wrinkly brown skin and his eyes seemed far off. He wore a black hat with a tassel that belonged on that of a professor. Fukasaku bowed when he reached the massive toad. Greetings, Gamamaru. I brought our new summoner here to meet you, Fukasaku announced. The large toad shifted slightly before looking down to Alex. Who is he again? Gamamaru asked with some confusion. Fukasaku sighed in annoyance at the elder's forgetfulness. He looks like the boy Naruto. Is that you Naruto? Alex quickly leaned down to Fukasaku. Is this toad senile? Alex whispered. We all think that he might be, Fukasaku replied offhandedly. Alex didn't feel very confident about this great elder. Alex stood straight up before looking at the great elder. That was my dad. I'm Alex Stark, Alex replied. Gamamaru gazed inquisitively at Alex when he said this. A lot like Naruto before you. Technically you should have the last name of Uzumaki, while your father should have had the last name of Namikaze. That was, surprisingly insightful from the old toad. You're talking about my grandfather, yeah. Indeed. Was that what I was talking about? Alex and Fukasaku both palmed their faces at how the toad was so forgetful. You were talking about Minato boy, Great honorable geezer. Try to remember what you have said before. Fukasaku shouted in annoyance. The elder blinked his eyes owlishly at this. Come back again one day when I have a prophecy for you. Your family has the strings of destiny tied to them. It was then that Gamamaru froze where he was while his eyes widened slightly. He then looked down to Alex and squinted his eyes to get a better picture of the boy. Multiple stones of color will follow you and your kin. And a great battle against something purple will occur. What just happened? Alex asked with confusion. Fukasaku looked shocked. The great honorable geezer just predicted the future. Whatever he said, you need to take to heart, Alex boy. Fukasaku replied quickly. See you boys again. Gamamaru said before leaning back against the wall with a large smile on his wrinkled lips. Fukasaku bowed to the toad elder before hopping away. Come Alex boy. We'll discuss what has happened at my house. Fukasaku said. Alex was about to try and ask Gamamaru what he meant when he talked about his prophecy, but then he quickly remembered how Fukasaku told him that the toad elder's prophecies were extremely cryptic. Should I be worried? Alex asked as they exited the building. In a way, yes and no. I would recommend to not live your life by prophecy since even it can be proven wrong at time. Besides, living with the present is a way to live without a large amount of stress compared to looking at everything from a future point of view. Understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I got it. Much better than Naruto boy. When he was younger, he used to be much more thick-headed than he is now. I view it as him growing up. Fukasaku remarked. Really? Oh yes. When I had to explain the usage of Sage Mode to Naruto, it went completely over his head until Gamakichi used a food metaphor to explain it. This caused Alex to crack up at his dad. Fukasaku smiled at this as he was quite happy that both of them were beginning to connect. Do you have any other embarrassing stories about my dad? Alex asked. I have more than enough. With Naruto, Tony, and B, the three had been brought into the Cloud Village by two ninja. As the small group passed through the area, Tony noticed a reverent awe that some of the people in the village gave him. It was completely different compared to Earth where that awe was directed at Tony. Guess this is what happens when you save the world. Tony looked at her husband taking all of this in stride. While he seemed to be happy about the attention that he was receiving, Tony could quickly look past the facade that he was putting up to see that he was uncomfortable with the attention usually directed to Tony. After all, there was only so much attention that the husband and bodyguard of a billionaire would receive before they were overshadowed by said billionaire. She slipped her hand into his and Naruto looked to her with a small smile. It made her happy. Eventually the group had been brought across a bridge to a large building with a symbol on it. Tony assumed that the place belonged to the head honcho of this village. That, or they just loved making some buildings look important for no reason. What Tony quickly spotted on the building was that some portions of it looked quite new compared to the rest of the building. She let her question be known to be. My brother A used to be the rakeage. During that time, the builders had to fix the building almost every day. Ya dig? B replied. Tony still found the rapping to be annoying. I get it, Wu-Tang. If your brother isn't this, rakeage, anymore, then who is? The Black Lightning user himself. Darui the rakeage is up there on the political shelf. Eventually they entered the building and were taken throughout it until they reached a closed door. It was quickly opened and there sitting in a desk was a man in a red and black outfit. He had dark skin and shaggy blonde hair with a small trimmed mustache. He looked up at the group before his eyes flitted to Naruto. You're back, he said simply. Just visiting while on a vacation, Naruto replied. It has certainly been a long time. Most assumed that the savior of the world was gone forever. Sorry about that, Darui said. Why are you sorry? Naruto asked. It's nothing. So, you just stopped by for a visit. At least that makes this day less dull. Darui added. Even though the man had an easy nature about him, Tony could tell that there was more to it than a lazy nature. He seemed to be prepared for everything, otherwise he wouldn't have been scanning them the moment they entered the room. Yeah, I just wanted to meet B and check out some of the locations in the nations. Probably going to head to the sand next, Naruto replied. Sounds interesting. Still, I heard reports from my men about two-tailed beasts duking it out near B's home. Would you mind explaining that? Darui asked. Naruto and B looked at each other as if someone caught them stealing from the cookie jar. Just training. Naruto replied. Wanted to test if we still up to par. We gotta be above those bars. B added. Tony found the situation to be comical as the two made up excuses for their actions. Sure you were. Is there anything else that you were going to be doing? Darui said completely unconvinced. Not much. After a month, we are going to be leaving back for our home, Naruto said. This caused Darui to focus his attention onto Tony, his eyes glancing most often to the reactor that glowed in her chest. And who would you be? Tony Stark, I'm married to the idiot right next to me, Tony replied confidently. Certainly haven't been living a dull life. You two can leave now, I need to speak with B alone for a while. Have a nice vacation, Darui said in dismissal to the couple. Before they left, Naruto looked at B. We'll see you later before we leave, for sure. I'll be waiting for you at my door. B replied, and the couple left the room with B explaining to Darui why exactly he had turned into his tailed beast. Seemed like a nice guy, if not for the chronically tired vibe I got off him. How do you know him? Tony asked. His former boss was punching my face in, Naruto replied. Oh. Tony winced. How did you piss off a guy enough to punch your face in? Second question, why did you let a guy punch your face in? I was trying to beg A to take the hit off of my friend. I let him take his anger out on me in some hope that it would work. Did it? Hell no. A still declared that Sasuke was to be hunted down and killed, and he got to punch me in the face. It doesn't really matter anymore. That was years ago, Naruto finished. I'll hold you to it then. What are we doing next, because I really haven't seen much of this village and it seems really interesting to me. Well, at least with how a bunch of people decided to build their buildings into the literal sides of mountains, Tony said. They're called the Cloud Village for a reason, Naruto retorted. Whatever. Your home has weird naming conventions for your villages, and then there is my question of why they're called villages when they look more like cities, Tony asked. Naruto shrugged as he hadn't thought much on it. With that, the two began their trek around this village, just looking at all the buildings. Their time in the village was only an hour, as eventually the two decided that they wished to head back to Myoboku. This village was really nice. Is yours like this in any way? Tony asked. She had taken mental notes on the buildings and their structural designs, which she might one day put into a building project if she ever had any others that took place in mountains. As it were, she had given Pepper plans earlier before they had left for the building that she had wanted constructed in New York. It would be completely powered by arc reactors. It was a start to the project of giving clean renewable energy for mankind. Really, the only drawback to this was the oil companies that would pitch a fit at losing all their money, but it would show them. Those oil tycoons really needed to get with the times. Not really. Mine is based in a forest, hence its name. We have only one mountain which is decorated with the faces of previous Hokage. We also have a larger population, or at least we used to. I don't know anymore since casualties were high during the war. The two made their way past the village gates where Naruto stopped along with Tony. Naruto used his Rinnegan to open a portal and the two stepping through the black sphere and out in front of Fukasaku's house. Here we are, Naruto said. Just wondering, where are we going to next? Tony asked. The sand after this. Then we can go to a few other countries for the next 2 weeks, Naruto replied. Your naming convention is still ridiculous. What else do you have? Rain? Grass? Tony asked incredulously. Naruto had the decency to blush at this, which caused Tony to let out a laugh. Are you serious? I was just joking about those names, but people actually call their villages that? And you should be talking Miss United States of America. Your world has weird names for countries. Uganda, Australia, Brazil. Even Madagascar sounds like it was made up on the spot. Naruto retorted. My world has simpler names than your world at least. Tony kept laughing at this. I get it, it just seems funny to me, Tony replied. Keep it up, Chuckles, I'll get you back for that, Naruto stated. Sure you will. I'm always up for any little payback that you have if you can dish it out, Whiskers. Tony replied playfully. Naruto smirked as he had a few ideas now that Tony was open to the idea of him pranking her. As the two entered into the house of Fukasaku and Shima, Naruto had a feeling of dread grow in the pit of his stomach. He didn't know why. Fukasaku, Shima, Alex, we're here, Naruto announced. Come in, Naruto. We're at the dinner table, Shima announced. It was then that Naruto knew why the dread had grown. He had forgotten to get food that was actually edible instead of the bugs that Shima was about to feed them. At least this would be some payback to Tony. After all, she knew nothing about Shima's cooking. When the two entered the room where Shima's voice had come from, they found many bowls on the table filled with a myriad of insects. Some were still wriggling in the bowls. Fukasaku and Shima looked perfectly content with the food they were eating, while Alex seemed mortified as he tried to take small bites of the worm that was in his hands. Tony's eyes widened and she tried to walk away, but Naruto wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her into the room with him, much to her horror. You made lunch for us, Naruto stated. Yes, I hope that both of you enjoy the food. I took extra preparations with it, Shima replied. Tony blanched at the thought of eating this food. Naruto then dragged Tony with him to an open space at the table and sat the both of them down at it. Dig in, Tony. I hear that the food is really good, Naruto said with a massive grin. Tony leaned over to Naruto's ear before whispering, "I'm going to kill you for this, Naruto." "Love you too, honey." Naruto replied sweetly. He was internally laughing at the situation. Tony was about to get hers. With that, the two began putting whatever food seemed edible onto their plates. Due to having done this song and dance before, Naruto just tried to eat all of the bugs in one bite without having to deal with the taste that they left behind. Tony wasn't as fortunate as she took small bites which made her gag after each one was swallowed. "Wonderful cooking as always," Naruto complimented in a strained voice. "Thank you, Naruto. How was your trip to the cloud?" Shima asked. "Great, we met up with B and Yuki. Kurama really enjoyed fighting him," Naruto replied. Alex's ears perked up at this. Sure, he had heard tales of Kurama from his dad, and he had spoken to the fox a few times whenever his dad let him take over his body, but to actually see Kurama fight, that was just too awesome to miss. "Why did I have to miss that fight, Dad?" Alex asked. Naruto looked over to Alex. "Maybe next time before we leave, Kurama might fight Yuki again. After all, it's rare for him to come out in his body, especially back home," Naruto replied. Before he went back to eating his food, his eyes quickly shifted to crimson with slitted pupils which winked at Alex before shifting back to blue. Alex smiled at Kurama's small appearance. Whenever the fox managed to make an appearance, he usually acted like the cool older uncle that you rarely got to see. As it were, Alex looked back down to the moving insects in his bowl and tried to put on a strong front. They were just here for a month so he could easily deal with this terrible food for a while. The worm wiggled again, maybe not. After the lunch, Fukasaku decided that he would begin Alex's training. With that in mind, Alex was brought to the oil waterfall. Naruto had decided to join Alex in this endeavor while Tony decided to stay behind and tinker on her suit for a while. "How does this sage mode work?" Alex asked as he stood before Fukasaku. "You know about how chakra works, yes? It's the combination of the body's physical and spiritual energy mixed together. Why do you ask?" "Sage mode works on adding a third aspect to that mix which consists of natural energy. This is energy that surrounds you at all times, and yet most are unable to interact with it. Natural energy when added to a being's chakra will dramatically increase the being's power as it is being augmented by the power of the world itself. Do you understand this?" Fukasaku asked. "Yeah. I got it, it's kinda like the Force in Star Wars," Alex replied. Fukasaku looked at Alex strangely as the reference went over his head. Regardless, in order to utilize this power, a person must be one with nature as well as being able to sense natural energy. There are multiple ways that one is able to become one with nature, one of those is to die. Alex became worried about this and looked to his father for help. Naruto chuckled. "You aren't going to die, Alex. What Fukasaku means is that you must learn to become very still. I remember when he told me that when I first began training for Sage Mode." Alex was calmed by Naruto's words and looked back to Fukasaku. "Now, while you may have lower chakra levels than Naruto boy here, utilizing Sage Mode takes a while to master. You won't need to worry about that like Naruto boy here first did when he needed Sage Mode for his battle against pain. Instead, I'll be teaching you how to sense out natural energy, and how to become still enough that you could utilize it. We'll go into training you on how to actually use the technique when you get higher chakra reserves," Fukasaku said. "Why do I need high chakra reserves for this technique? It seems like it's just meant to augment a person's abilities," Alex asked. "Look around you, Alex boy, and tell me what you see," Fukasaku ordered. Alex did so and all he noticed was the oil waterfall and the toad statues. He let his observations be known to the toad. "Yes, those statues are all around here. If you searched hard enough, you'd notice that there are over 100 here." "Why's that? Unless someone really liked building toad statues, I don't know why there are so many around here." "That's because those statues are users who failed to properly absorb and control Sage Mode. They let the natural energy take over their bodies which turned them into toad statues. This is why you need a high level of chakra before you can even begin trying to activate Sage Mode. There is a very real risk of dying if you don't treat Sage Mode with respect," Fukasaku said in warning. "If you think that's going to scare me off, then you have another thing coming, you know," Alex said in a front to seem confident. Internally he was nervous about this training now. Naruto noticed this and put his hand on Alex's shoulder. "Alex, it's alright to be a little afraid. Fear is good for you. Just understand that you don't have to start this training if you don't want to, we won't be upset," Naruto consoled. Alex looked up to his dad with determination in his eyes. Sure, he was scared of failing, but that didn't mean that he wasn't going to try. "I can do it, Dad." "Of course you can," Naruto said while tousling Alex's hair. Fukasaku looked at this interaction with a small hint of pride. The kid that he had once trained, who had been extremely thick-headed at times, had really grown up to be a fine young man. It was these small moments that made the toad happy to be a teacher. Good, then Alex, the first step for you when learning about Sage Mode is how to remain completely still, Fukasaku announced. What do you mean by that? I don't think that it would be that hard to remain still, Alex replied. Fukasaku gave Naruto a knowing look, completely like his father in his cockiness. Oh, you'll see. I have my ways of teaching that. When you said training, this is not what I thought you meant, Alex shouted while sitting on a stone slab which was positioned atop the spike that made Appa was having trouble with keeping the slab balanced on the spike as he kept on wobbling. Across from him, Naruto and Fukasaku were completely at ease with their slabs being perfectly still with birds already settling on Naruto's shoulders. With a final wobble, Alex's slab began toppling over with the boy falling with it. When Alex started screaming, Fukasaku shot his tongue out of his mouth and wrapped it around the boy's waist, easily catching him. Training is training, Alex boy. Your father knows quite a lot about it. Fukasaku gave a side glance to Naruto as he said this. But how are you guys so good at this? Alex asked. Practice. You'll catch on eventually. Now, do you wish to try again? Yeah. Let's do it, Alex replied. Very well then. While Naruto and Alex had gone off for training, Tony had enjoyed the quiet time to herself with the tinkering of her portable armor. It really was a great idea to change up the design from briefcase to backpack, at least in her humble opinion. The briefcase looked good in public, but the backpack was able to be carried around with less hindrance. Tony tightened up a few bolts on the suit before she felt satisfied that it had been slightly perfected. After all, this would be the first long-term test run for this suit. But as she was looking at the backpack, she also got other ideas on armor implementation. For instance, she really wanted to make an armor that would come to her on command. Tony took her custom phone out of her pocket before tapping on it. A Stark insignia appeared before the familiar accent of Jarvis took over. Hello, ma'am. How may I assist you today? The AI asked. Jarvis, I want you to put down notes in my future R&D folder. Name it Mark 7. I want to install a suit with the ability to home in on me when needed, Tony replied. Done. Is there any other pressing matters to be concerned about? Jarvis asked. Yeah. I want you to do some scans on the suit when I'm flying. I've got to test this baby out immediately, Tony replied. Would you also like me to scan the environment during flight, ma'am? Sure. Do a scan on gravity pull, air particles, and a myriad of other things which I can't think about. Tony replied as she got off the floor she was sitting on, put the phone into her pocket, and lifted the backpack with her. She put it on her back and buckled the straps together before she spread her arms apart. The backpack then began breaking apart with pieces of metal beginning to assemble onto her body. Finally, the helmet covered her head and a HUD appeared before her eyes. Tony then made her way out of the house and took off into the air. The flight capabilities of the armor were spot on. Then again, it was her design after all. It would be perfect regardless of what she did. While Tony flew in the air, she took the time to look at the world that trailed under her. It was quite a beautiful place, even if the toads did invoke the fear of a giant monster movie. As she flew around, she looked up to the sky where she saw the light outline of the moon in the sky. It wasn't dark enough to see it clearly, but she took note that the moon was much closer on this world than back on Earth. Either that, or it was bigger. How are we looking? Tony asked. The suit is functioning at optimal capacity. There are only a few systems that haven't been tested yet. One would be the weaponry, and the other would be the survival features, Jarvis replied. We'll save the palladium core lasers for later. We're going up. With that said, Tony aimed the suit up to the sky. Ma'am, I really would recommend that this course of action shouldn't be taken in any other environment besides the lab. Too late, already leaving the stratosphere. Tony replied as she began to fly above the clouds. The sky around her was slowly becoming darker as she flew higher and higher. How's the oxygen holding up? Tony asked. You have 15 minutes of air if you conserve it wisely. Less than 7 in your case, Jarvis remarked. Got it. How high are we now? 50 kilometers and rising, Jarvis replied. Then I think we should go back down. We'll run diagnostics on the ground. Tony stopped her ascent at this point and began slowly going back down to the ground. Too slow and she would run out of air, too fast and she would burn up in the atmosphere. She had to go just right. It was at this point that Tony looked up into the sky once more and saw the moon high in the sky. What she noticed now that she was closer to it, was that there seemed to be chunks of it coming off. Jarvis, you're seeing this, right? Tony asked. Yes ma'am, I'm recording it as we speak. That isn't normal, Tony said to herself as she thought about what detrimental effects were to happen due to the moon losing structural stability. She would definitely speak to Naruto about this to see if it was normal for his world. Other than that, Tony thought that she had accomplished a lot today. She got to see a Godzilla movie occur in real life, broke previous records of how high her suit could go, and she survived eating bugs. This vacation was certainly interesting, though she would do everything she could to get Naruto to find her actual edible food. It shouldn't be that hard for him. Oh, and she would get Naruto back for making her eat Shima's cooking. As Alex laid on the ground breathing heavily, Naruto and Fukasaku walked over to the boy with grins on their faces. Alex raised his head to his father and teacher. "I don't think I can go any farther," Alex stated before he let his head fall back onto the ground. After trying to balance on a board that was balanced on a spike for training, Alex just felt completely exhausted. "You're right," Naruto agreed before turning to Fukasaku. "Let's call it a day, we can work on his training tomorrow." "Yes, we'll get you balanced eventually, Alex boy. You did quite well for your first day. Ready to head back to my house?" Fukasaku asked. The toad had a look of pride at his new student. Alex tried to push himself off the ground, but he just couldn't manage it and instead fell back down. Naruto chuckled as he walked over to Alex and lifted him up in both of his arms. Alex was too tired to complain about it, and the three began leaving the training ground together. "Hey, Alex, you did really good today, and I'm proud of you for that," Naruto stated. Alex didn't say anything, which made Naruto look down to see that Alex was sleeping in his arms. It reminded him of when Alex was even younger. "Tuckered out already? At least with you, I didn't have to carry you everywhere after training," Fukasaku joked. "Yeah, but with me, I had a massive chakra beast inside of me that prevented me from getting that tired," Naruto replied. "Hey, Fukasaku, can I ask you something?" The old toad looked up to Naruto in curiosity. "What would that be, Naruto boy?" Fukasaku asked. "I was thinking that I might need some training in hand-to-hand fighting. I think my skills are starting to go rusty since all I have are shadow clones to train against and no one of any actual skill," Naruto replied. "Oh, that's surprising. I would think that someone like you would have no problem in any fight that you encounter. You did defeat Kagaya after all, and that was no small feat. And it's been over 2 decades since then. I'm 40, and I haven't had to actually fight anyone except my clones in years. I'd rather at least like to see how my fighting skills would play out against someone different than me that's skilled," Naruto finished. "Then we could work on it tonight if you wish. Still, what has brought on this urge to train? From what I hear about your new world, there's barely any threats that you need worry about," Fukasaku stated. "I don't know, I just feel like something is coming, and I need to be ready for it," Naruto clarified to the toad. "Then I'll help you. We can work on it tonight after dinner, Naruto boy." After Fukasaku said this, a person in a red and gold metal suit dropped down from the sky and landed in front of them. The faceplate popped up to reveal Tony looking at Alex, who was asleep in Naruto's arms. "What happened to him?" Tony asked. "Got tired from the training we gave him. He just needs to rest for a little while." "So, finally got around to testing your suit?" Naruto asked. "Yeah. Managed to almost leave orbit, until I saw something that slightly worried me," Tony replied as she strode forwards to Fukasaku and Naruto. As she did, her suit began unfolding off of her body until it became a backpack once more. Tony then pulled her phone out of her pocket and tapped on it a few times before showing the two a video of the moon cracking apart with large pieces drifting towards the world. "That isn't normal. Any ideas?" Naruto and Fukasaku looked at one another. Maybe it is due to Kaguya's body no longer being inside of the moon. That is the reason the moon exists in the first place, Fukasaku guessed. Tony's eyebrows raised in surprise at this. "Wait, that is a thing? You were just able to create a moon?" Tony asked incredulously. Naruto smirked at this before he let the illusion hiding his Rinnegan fall. He then pointed at his eye with his thumb. "I could easily create a second moon if I wanted due to my Rinnegan. It's one of the abilities that I have under my control due to my mastery of gravity. If you wanted to see ridiculous, then you should have seen Madara during the war. He casually dropped a massive asteroid onto all of us from orbit. Then he dropped a second one on top of the first." "Okay, you'll need to show me that later," Tony demanded before switching gears. "Do we have any other theories that we could go on, or is the Kagaya theory the only one we have?" Naruto and Fukasaku shared a look before turning to Tony and shrugging. "We've got nothing really," Naruto replied. "But your theory goes completely against any form of physics. Even if Kagaya was once trapped within the moon and is now gone, the moon would still hold itself together due to its own mass. What you are implying is that I should just ignore that. Tony, you're talking to a man who can turn into a living light bulb and a talking toad. I think we've gone way past the point of reason and physics." Naruto grinned at this, "And besides, I can just make a gateway to the moon and see if I can repair it." Tony sighed at this before she replied, "All right, we'll go up onto the moon and see how we can fix it, but we'll do it tomorrow." Why tomorrow, Tony girl? Fukasaku asked. I want to get my suit ready for the vacuum of space. Naruto can survive not breathing, but I can't. Also, may I say that being able to somehow breathe in space is also still quite impossible. Once again, I can walk on water, and Fukasaku is a toad. Now, how about we get back to Fukasaku's place since Alex will probably want to sleep in a nice bed? Naruto stated with a smile. Tony nodded and the trio began walking back towards Fukasaku's house. How did Alex do? Tony asked. Alex boy did great. He tried as hard as he could to accomplish the task that I assigned him. If he continues at the rate that he did today, then he'll master being still in no time. Fukasaku replied. Tony's eyebrow shot up in confusion at what Fukasaku said. You're teaching him how to be still. And what may I ask would this training be trying to accomplish, Mr. Miyagi? Tony asked in curiosity. I don't understand why you called me that, but this training is meant to help him be able to feel out natural energy and absorb it. Fukasaku replied. Still, what does Mr. Miyagi mean? Fukasaku looked up to Naruto to answer this. She's using a reference from a movie called The Karate Kid. I like to believe that she's a literal incarnation of the past 3 decades. After all, there's probably no one alive that likes AC/DC, Black Sabbath, or Iron Maiden as much as you. Now that is completely preposterous. After all, those are the best bands around. You enjoyed it when I took you to their concerts, Tony rebutted. And yet you have a guitar which was signed by the band members which you got by getting me to sneak you in backstage to the band members. If that isn't dedication, then the innumerable albums, memorabilia and collectibles you have stored in the house would say otherwise. Naruto remembered fondly that moment quite fondly. 1990 Worcester, Massachusetts. Naruto was dragged by his hand through a crowd of screaming men and women towards the front seats of a concert. The one doing this dragging was a young woman in a black t-shirt with AC/DC proudly emblazoned on it in white letters. She had her tail done up in a ponytail while an excited grin lit up her face. This was Antonia Stark, a 20-year-old woman who was dragging her hapless bodyguard with her to the AC/DC concert. Come on, Naruto. We're nearly there, Tony shouted as she pulled him through the crowd. I'm moving, just keep your pants on, Naruto stated. Tony looked coyly back at Naruto when he said this. Oh, you wish. Tony replied with a lecherous grin. Naruto rolled his eyes at his charge's response and continued the pace with her. Eventually the two managed to push their way to the front of the crowd and watched as the band members came out together and took their positions. With that, they began playing Back in Black, and Tony cheered along with the crowd in response. Naruto smirked at how excitable Tony seemed at the moment. It had been 2 years since he had been hired as one of the bodyguards for the Stark family. Ironically, it had been when he had managed to save the man Obadiah Stane during an attack by some armed thugs who had taken out his security guards. Naruto had been living on the road for 2 years of just wandering from town to town without any real thought of where to go. It was on his trip to the west coast of the United States where he had ended up in California. He had been just walking around like he usually did until he found Obadiah getting attacked by the armed thugs. Apparently, they had been paid to kidnap him for some reason or another, as it were. Naruto came in to save the day and easily handed taking care of all the thugs along with saving Obadiah. As they say, the rest is history since Obadiah decided to hire him as a security guard since he did so well in that one moment. That was what led to him eventually getting brought to Howard Stark's attention and being paid to watch his daughter due to her usual flippant behavior to all the older guards that had been hired to take care of her. When Naruto had first met Antonia Stark, he found her to be quite larger than life along with being a bit of a spoiled child, what with how she treated everything as something that was in a way, beneath her. It was a few months before the two really hit it off with one another and became friends. Tony also became much more open to Naruto as well as showed a much more personal side to him. This all led to right now in which Tony invited Naruto to attend a concert with her due to Naruto being one of her closest friends next to that of Rodi. It would be over 2 hours later when the concert ended and the two friends began to scatter with the crowd. That was when Tony decided on one of her more eccentric plans. I want to get those guys to autograph something for me, Tony stated out of the blue. Naruto looked at his friend with amusement in his eyes. One of her crazy ideas, no doubt. Couldn't you just schedule something with their manager or something? Your father is extremely rich after all. I'm sure that something could be arranged, Naruto replied. That's true, but it would be much more authentic if I got it at an actual concert. Wouldn't you agree? Tony reasoned. You don't even have anything for them to sign, Naruto replied. I'll find something. All I need is to just get backstage somehow. Naruto just sighed at this before looked Tony in her brown eyes. Naruto was about to say that this was a terrible idea, but then she started to give him a set of puppy eyes which made Naruto groan as he internally fought the motion of helping his friend do something possible illegal and very likely stupid. Tony realized that her skill wasn't doing so well against her friend, so she turned it up by asking, "Please, I just wanted to make this night perfect." She asked in an extremely sympathetic voice which made Naruto groan as his mental barriers were torn asunder. With a heavy sigh, Naruto had one thing to say. "What do you want me to do, Tony?" Said person grinned in victory at convincing her friend to do this. "I just need you to sneak me backstage with your super spy skills. That's all. I can handle the rest afterwards," Tony replied quickly. "As you wish, Miss Stark. Let's just get this over with," Naruto said with a hint of regret at what he just accepted. Tony grabbed him by the hand and quickly dragged him off through the crowd and around the entire stage towards a gated area where a bouncer was guarding the entrance to the backstage. Tony and Naruto scanned the area together, and while Naruto found the security extremely easy to pass with his abilities, he didn't wish for Tony to see any of what he could do that would be considered supernatural. "Alright, how are we getting through this guy?" Tony asked as the two took cover by one of the nearby fence corners. "I have an idea. But if I do it, then you'll need to rush in afterwards. Can you do that?" Naruto replied. Tony nodded in excitement at what her friend might just do. "Then wait right here until the signal." "And what's the signal?" Tony asked. Naruto smirked at his friend as she asked this. "Oh, you'll see." And with that, Naruto walked out of his hiding place and sauntered up to the bouncer with a swagger that you'd usually only see in those who were heavily inebriated. When Naruto came within a few feet of the bouncer, he raised hand at Naruto. "Sir, you're going to need to turn around. You have no business here," the bouncer ordered harshly. "But I heard that there was a party back here," Naruto replied in his best drunken impression that he picked up from whenever Jiraiya had been drinking heavily. "There isn't a party. Just turn around and go home," the bouncer replied. "Come on, that isn't party-like. Can't you just let me in? I know that my friends are back there. Just move along before I call security to bust your ass up." "Those sound like fighting words," Naruto said as he put his fists up. "Go home, sir, you're drunk." When the bouncer said this, he received a quick punch to the gut which caused him to lose the air in his lungs. Then Naruto laughed as he half-heartedly ran away while the bouncer gave chase as best he could. Tony took this as her chance to run through the empty entrance and backstage. Naruto on the other hand kept running while checking over his shoulder every once in a while, to see if the bouncer was still following him. When Naruto felt that he should probably disappear from the man's sight, he decided to pick up the pace until he made it to a crowd of people. Once in the crowd, he pushed his way through until he eventually got out of the crowd and now stood leaning with his back against a building. Much to his laughter, the bouncer pushed his way through the crowd and even walked past him in his effort to find the blonde. When the bouncer was out of sight, Naruto finally pushed himself off the building and walked back to where he had left Tony. It took a while, but Naruto navigated his way through the crowds and stood before the open entrance to the backstage. After waiting for his friend for a few minutes, Naruto decided that he should go in after her. Just as he was about to, Tony walked out with a grin on her face and a guitar in her arms. "Where the hell did you get a guitar?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. It's not that he didn't expect Tony to do something ridiculous, it was the fact that she managed to acquire a guitar while doing so that left him curious. "I needed to get their signatures on something. It just seemed appropriate for the moment. Now come on, I have to get you to meet these guys, they're awesome." Tony squealed out uncharacteristically like a fangirl before she grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him after her. "Never did figure out how you got that guitar," Naruto muttered. "And I'm never going to tell you. I have to have some of my own secrets after all," Tony said playfully. "Now, onto a serious matter, when is dinner?" Tony asked. "Well, Ma'll probably have it done by the time we get back." "Why?" Fukasaku replied. "Naruto, can you please find us some edible food? I'm begging you, not to be mean about your wife, but I can't eat bugs. They taste terrible," Tony begged. Naruto chuckled at his wife's suffering. "Sorry, but if I manage to survive all of my training on terrible-tasting insects, then you'll be able to as well. And isn't there a saying that it's better to suffer with others than with yourself?" Naruto remarked much to Tony's chagrin. "I am really hating you right now," Tony replied. "I love you too, Tony." It was later in the night when Tony and Alex had been put into bed that Fukasaku and Naruto decided to head outside. Naruto just wore a pair of orange pants and nothing else as he let the cool night air hit his body. The two sages stood across from one another and took fighting stances. "Taijutsu only, nothing else, as I know that I would be quite outclassed against you, Naruto boy," Fukasaku ordered. Naruto nodded in understanding at this. With that, the two fighters took off towards one another and began trading blows. While Fukasaku may have treated this fight like any average battle, Naruto found it to something completely exciting. For the past 2 decades, he'd been fighting either weak human beings who couldn't use chakra, or his own clones. Fighting someone that had skill that could push oneself, now that was excitement. Naruto now understood what Kurama meant when he had been fighting against Gyuki. As Naruto dodged the old toad's kick, he knew that he could easily speed up with his chakra and beat Fukasaku, but he didn't. Instead, he just fought without any of his other abilities. When Naruto swung his fist at Fukasaku, the toad jumped into the air and landed on his outstretched arm before kicking Naruto in the face and launching him back a few feet. Forgot how hard you kick, Naruto muttered as he rubbed his jaw. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I can't still kick your ass, Fukasaku rebuked. With that, the two charged once more at one another and traded blows. You know, I have to say that it doesn't seem like you really need training. You're doing pretty well all things considered, Fukasaku remarked as he and Naruto jumped back from one another. Naruto grinned at this. Maybe I just enjoy actually testing myself against someone again. It really is hard to find anyone who I couldn't just beat with one hit. Agreed, but just because you're powerful doesn't make you invincible. Anyone could defeat you if you aren't paying attention. Got it? Naruto rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. About that, Fukasaku's eyes widened in shock as he said this. Please, do not tell me that someone got the jump on you, Fukasaku groaned out. I wasn't expecting an old man with a paralyzing device to come to my house in the middle of the night if that's what you're asking. Fukasaku just rubbed the bridge of his nose before hopping over to Naruto. When he got close enough, he then kicked off the ground and straight into Naruto's stomach, which caused the blonde to groan as the air was driven out of his lungs. Didn't expect that from an old toad? Now did ya? What was that for? Naruto demanded. Keep track of your surroundings. Just because you don't live in a world of espionage and assassinations by chakra-enhanced beings doesn't mean that you have the right to slack off and let your abilities rust. Naruto nodded at this. I understand you, old geezer. Now, want to continue sparring? Naruto asked. Fukasaku shook his head. This old geezer, as you put it, is quite tired from a long day. If you don't mind me, I'll be heading off to bed with my wife. I recommend that you do the same since you have a big day tomorrow. After all, it's not every day that you get to go to the moon. With that said, Fukasaku began hopping back to his house with Naruto close behind. It really was going to be an interesting day, what with him along with Tony being the first people to walk on the moon. Sadly, they couldn't bring Alex since the risk of him not inheriting the factor that allowed Naruto to breathe in space was too great to consider. Instead, they would leave him behind to train with Fukasaku for that time period. As one man thought about traveling, another man in the elemental nations had much darker thoughts as he rifled through the abandoned research facility of one Orochimaru. The snake had abandoned this facility a long time ago, and yet he had left so much of his work behind, most likely in case of him ever returning to this building. The man didn't care why Orochimaru did so, he just knew that to get what he wanted, he'd need to search his bases until he found what he was looking for. The cloaked man pulled some drawers open until, much to his pleasure, he found multiple file folders with the names of Orochimaru's test subjects. After scanning through a few of the file names, he found what he was looking for with the name, Sasuke Uchiha. When that happened, he pulled the folder out and carried it to a table where he opened it and scanned the contents inside. After flipping through a few pages, he found nothing of what he was looking for and threw the file folder onto the table before going off to search some more. Just the name of the man inside that folder gave the cloaked man hope that he was getting closer to what he was looking for. A few more areas in the laboratory were searched until the man walked up to what looked like a fridge and opened the door. A smell wafted from the fridge due to it being turned off for so long, but inside the fridge were multiple trays with sealed jars and containers. Each one of the containers had a name written on top of it and two jars inside of it. One jar contained a blood sample while the other contained a skin sample. Then man grinned under his hood at his findings before he scanned each shelf of the fridge until he found the container he wanted with the name, Sasuke Uchiha, on top. He pulled that container out and held it gently in his hands in an effort to not damage the genetic material. The next second, a spiraling vortex appeared in front of him and sucked him inside before closing around him. His last thoughts were that his next target was that of Kabuto Yakushi, a man who didn't even try to hide himself after the war and instead ran an orphanage in plain sight. He would be easy to capture and subdue. Then the man disappeared from the lab, leaving it completely devoid of life. It was a new day as Naruto and Tony got up. Tony headed straight to her suit and began tinkering it while Naruto went off to meditate in front of the house. It was not like he was meditating right now just to escape having to eat Shima's cooking. It also helped him concentrate, at least that was what he told himself. Alex and Fukasaku quickly found him outside meditating. You know, Naruto boy, I find your attempt right now to be quite laughable, Fukasaku said in mirth. Naruto scrunched up his face in concentration. I have no idea as to what you're talking about, Naruto replied. You aren't fooling anyone, Dad. If we have to eat Shima's food, then so do you. Alex stated in an effort to shame his father. Naruto just groaned in annoyance before he opened his eyes to the two. You need to eat, otherwise you won't be able to keep your strength up for what you have to do today. Fukasaku stated. Naruto pushed himself off the ground and stood before the two. Fine, you got me. Anything else? Or do you wait for me to do some impossible task as well? Naruto muttered as he followed the two into the house. Well, you are going to the moon in order to find a way to fix it. If that isn't impossible enough, then I don't know what is. Fukasaku replied. With that, the trio made it to the dinner table and sat down at it. Tony was already there tinkering with her suit that was on the floor next to her. Tony, no tinkering at the dinner table. Naruto announced, which brought Tony out of the process of upgrading her suit. Fine, mother. Would you like anything else? Tony asked as she set her tools aside. Is your suit ready? Or do we need some more time? Naruto asked. Tony just patted the folded up suit and grinned at the question. Oh, I'm ready. After all, everything I make is always perfect, Tony replied. Except for Dummy. Unless you wanted him to be extremely clumsy, then I'd say that you made a perfect robot. Naruto retorted with a chuckle. Tony almost had the decency to blush at this. That means nothing in the grand scheme of things. Everything else I do is perfect. Like your first robot, which, if I remember correctly, it kept crashing into a wall for the longest time. The first suit you made, that also almost crashed. The second suit's icing problem. The time you tripped over a rug when we were in Paris and you fell onto the table full of food. Please, should I go on, or would you like me to regale everyone else with stories of your perfection? Naruto asked. Alex, listen to nothing of what your father just said. He's just jealous that he can't be science buddies with us, Tony replied petulantly. Mom, why do you have to get me involved in this? Alex complained. Because we're science buddies, and I have to get at least one thing that I can hold over your father's head, Tony replied as she looked into Naruto's eyes with a competitive glare. Alex and I are chakra buddies, Naruto retorted. Fukasaku and Alex looked between the bickering couple before they just began laughing. Okay, enough arguing you two, I've got some nice breakfast for all of you, Shima said as she walked into the room carrying a few pots with both hands and her tongue which was stretched out of her mouth. She set the pots onto the table and pulled the covers off of each of them. I've got some nice grub that I caught this morning. It looks delicious, doesn't it? Shima asked. Indeed, it does, Ma. Fukasaku replied while rubbing his hands in anticipation at the still-moving worms in the pot. The Stark family blanched in unison at this. It looks great, Shima. Alex said in an effort to be polite. Naruto didn't even bother with pleasantries and instead piled a few grubs onto his plate before devouring them as quickly as he could so as to not deal with the taste of the grubs. Alex tried to follow his father's example, but found himself unable to deal with one bite of the still wriggling larva in his mouth before spitting it back onto the plate with the rest of the grubs. Dad, how are you able to eat shit like that? Alex whispered. Naruto leaned down to Alex and whispered back, lots of practice. I found that it's easier to eat the slimier bugs by barely chewing them and instead just swallowing them as whole as I can. Other than that, I can't help you out that much, Naruto replied. Great help that you are, Dad. Alex replied. After finishing breakfast, Naruto and Tony got ready for their trip. For Tony, this involved her suit forming over her body. Naruto on the other hand just put his regular clothes on and was perfectly satisfied with that. The two then met in the front yard where Fukasaku, Shima, and Alex were waiting for them. If this all goes according to plan, we should be back within 10 minutes. I don't think that it'll take that long though, as long as Tony doesn't orgasm over the fact that she's going to be standing on the moon. Naruto remarked. Naruto just felt Tony playfully punch him in the shoulder. Don't even talk, ramen boy. Or are you jealous that I might show more attention to the moon instead of you for once? Tony asked with her hands on her hips. I'm definitely not jealous. I just don't want to have to deal with you asphyxiating in space because you decided that you had to inspect every little space rock. Naruto retorted. Oh, so you do care about me? I'll take that under consideration for any later event. As the couple bickered, Fukasaku leaned over to Shima. Is that how we usually look like to everyone else? Fukasaku whispered. No, it's probably just them, Pa. We should probably get them focused back on what they need to do. Fukasaku nodded at Shima's answer and the two toads looked back to Naruto and Tony. You two need to get to the moon sometime today. I suggest you stop arguing and do so. Naruto and Tony were drawn out of their conversation and looked at the toads. We'll be back soon. See you then. With that, Naruto turned away from the group towards an open area and activated his Rinnegan's ability. When he did so, a black sphere grew into existence before stabilizing as a large portal. After you, Tony. Naruto stated in mocking chivalry. It's nice to see how you show respect to your betters, Tony retorted before stepping into the portal. Naruto then followed closely behind after her and the portal closed behind them. When the two exited the portal, they found themselves on a gray landscape. Naruto looked at Tony's armored figure and noticed her staring at everything in the type of wonder that only a scientist could possibly show. How are you holding up? Naruto asked, which quickly shocked Tony. How the hell can I even hear you? Sound waves don't travel in space, Tony exclaimed in shock. Naruto just shrugged in response. Maybe whatever it is that allows me to breathe in space also allows me to be heard as well. After all, I can hear you speaking as well. Still, we should probably hurry since you don't have much air left, Naruto stated. Why is it that you have to wave off breaking the laws of physics as an everyday occurrence? Tony pondered in futility. Naruto just shrugged as he moved a few feet away from Tony. He raised his hand in the air and a blue sphere swirled to life. The sphere quickly grew larger until it was the size of a basketball. What are you trying to do? Tony asked. I'm going to try and carve out a hole to the center of the moon and then use my planetary destruction to crush the moon back into shape. Not that complicated when it comes down to it. He stopped talking when he heard Tony snickering behind him. What? You seriously named a technique of yours, planetary destruction? What's next, universal annihilation? Cosmic eradication? Infinite ruination? Tony joked. Much to her surprise, Naruto looked like he was actually considering these names. Please don't tell me that you are actually thinking about those names? I can't promise you anything. Though infinite ruination does sound pretty badass. Naruto then began putting wind chakra into his attack, which caused 4 white blades to spin out from the attack while also turning the once blue ball slightly whiter. Naruto covered himself in Kurama's chakra before jumping away from his planned destination of the Rasen Shuriken onto the moon's surface. Tony, get off the ground, Naruto ordered. Tony followed this order and flew up to the height of where Naruto was. That was when the blonde threw the Rasen Shuriken towards the ground. When it impacted with the ground, the shuriken began carving its way through the ground before detonating with a large explosion that sent rocks and dust flying into the air. When it finally ended, a massive crater was carved into the ground that was extremely deep. Naruto formed another Rasen Shuriken in his hand and launched it towards the ground once again, which created another explosion that rocked the ground and sent debris into the air. I guess that's why you kept a lid on all those really dangerous techniques of yours. Is that the strongest attack that you can do? Tony asked. Definitely not. Kurama and I can do something much bigger. One of the reasons I don't like using my high-scale techniques is because I really don't wish to be classified as a walking WMD compared to what everyone thinks of me right now. Imagine if the United States knew that I could casually launch nukes like it's nothing, Naruto stated. Naruto scanned the hole that he had made before grinning. I think it's deep enough that we don't have to worry about any blowback. Tony, come over here first. Tony floated over to Naruto and was grabbed by the waist and pulled towards the golden blonde. Kurama, you're up, Naruto announced. With that, a flare of golden chakra covered them both before Kurama roared to life. Now this is what I'm talking about. Let's go, Naruto, Kurama said excitedly. He then opened his mouth and red and blue balls began to coalesce into a purple sphere. Tailed beast ball, tailed beast ball. Naruto and Kurama shouted in synchronization before launching the technique down at the ground. When the ball collided with the ground, a massive explosion rocked the trio as they floated in the air. When the dust cleared, the trio's eyes widened as they saw what looked like an ocean in the hole that they had made. We're all seeing the same thing, right? Tony asked. Yes, I am. How the hell is there an ocean in the middle of the moon? Naruto exclaimed. Want me to fly us closer in? Kurama asked. The Starks nodded together at this. Kurama then flew them all down the hole until they were right next to the water. Kurama stuck his hand into the water before pulling a bit of it out, which caused it to float in the air for a few seconds before floating back down towards the water within the moon. Should we go into it? Kurama asked. Yeah, get us in. Naruto responded. With that, Kurama floated into the water. As Naruto and Kurama looked around the water that they floated in, Tony had something different in mind. Jarvis, scan the oxygen levels, the atmosphere, and everything else that is possible, Tony ordered. Ma'am, I'm sorry to say but I am unable to do so, Jarvis replied, much to Tony's confusion. Why is that? Tony demanded. Ma'am, the oxygen level has been the same ever since we were covered in this golden energy. It is perfectly breathable, but it prevents me from performing most of the functions that you have asked for. I'm sorry, ma'am, but until we leave this energy, I'll be unable to do anything, Jarvis stated. Naruto, did you know that Kurama has a completely breathable environment? Tony asked. Naruto was drawn out of looking at the ocean that they were swimming in to look at Tony. What are you talking about? Naruto asked. Tony bothered to not explain it to Naruto and instead demonstrated this by raising her faceplate. See, Tony pointed towards her face, completely breathable, she stated. Oh, I actually didn't know that. Naruto replied. That's new for me. He then looked up towards the golden walls of Kurama's body. Did you know about this, Kurama? Not really. Then again, unlike you humans, I have no need to breath. After all, I'm a chakra construct, remember? I never really bothered paying attention to it. Kurama replied in his normal insulting manner. Wow, I feel really safe right now knowing that you never cared if I could breathe or not. Naruto sulked. You can breathe in space, remember? That kinda makes worrying about you unfounded. Tony on the other hand is someone that I'd be much more worried about. Kurama retorted. This caused Tony to smile. At least you care about me, Kurama. You're really an amazing fox. Tony replied with a grin. Of course, at least you show me respect unlike the brat. Really? You treat her with more respect than me? We've known each other longer than we've known Tony. And I'm 40 years old, aren't I a little old for you to be calling me brat? Naruto demanded. To me, most of you humans are complete brats due to me being thousands of years older than all of you, Kurama stated. You know, I will hurt you for that, Naruto shouted back in retort. Kurama just snorted in response. Naruto was about to say something else when Kurama burst through the top of the water to reveal a bright yellow sun floating in the sky. When the trio looked around the new area, they saw that there were multiple islands in this ocean that curved around the surface of the world that they were in. What the hell have we just entered? It appears to be a real-world example of a Dyson sphere. Never thought that one of these would ever really exist. Guess I've just been proven wrong, Tony stated. What's a Dyson sphere? Naruto asked. Basically, imagine that the Earth's surface is reversed except it contains a sun in the center. That's all I can really explain to you before it become too complicated, Tony replied before scanning the area. On her HUD, multiple buildings were spotted. Naruto, I see a few buildings on these islands. Then how about I check to see if there is anyone alive on this Dyson sphere? Give me a sec. Naruto closed his eyes and began scanning the entire moon before he picked up 3 chakra signatures that were coming from the sun that was floating in the sky. Naruto did find it disturbing that there were only 3 people living on this world even though there was evidence that showed that there once were many more people. Kurama, we need to get to that moon. There are 3 chakra signatures on it, Naruto ordered. Aren't there more people living on the moon? Kurama asked. No, only 3. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to fly up to a superheated ball of gas? Tony rhetorically questioned. Naruto shook his head at this. If it was a superheated gas ball like you think, then how would there be 3 people living inside of it? Wouldn't they have turned into ash because of it? Naruto retorted. Tony sighed in response and rolled her eyes. If we die because you wanted to do something stupid, I'm going to totally haunt you because of it. Tony replied as Kurama took off into the sky and towards the sun. What the trio noticed was that as they got closer to this sun, they didn't experience any heat that came from the sun. In fact, it just got brighter from them. When they were close enough to the sun that Kurama could touch it, they stopped. So, are we sure that we wish to do this? After this, there is no turning back. The Starks nodded at this. With that, Kurama flew into the golden sphere and they were all covered in a bright light. When they emerged from the bright light, the group found themselves looking at a broken earthen core with multiple islands floating around it. This day just keeps getting weirder and weirder, Tony stated. Naruto, where are these chakra signatures? Kurama asked as he looked around the new area. Naruto pointed towards one of the floating islands. They are on that island. Kurama flew after the island that Naruto pointed out. What the trio noticed was that there was a castle that had been built onto that island. As they flew closer to the castle, they noticed 2 small figures in the castle's courtyard. Kurama, I think that we can fly the rest of the way. The massive fox nodded before dispersing into golden energy that sunk back into Naruto's cloak. As this happened, Tony activated her repulsors while also closing her faceplate and Naruto floated in the sky. Naruto and Tony floated in the sky and as this happened, then the 2 flew down towards the courtyard. As they got closer, they saw that one of the figures had long dark blue hair while the other figure who was smaller had long white hair. When the Starks landed, Naruto got a closer look at the 2 figures. One was a child who had pupil-less lavender eyes. She had long messy white hair and wore a white robe with 6 magatama on the collar. She hid behind the older woman's leg in nervousness. The woman next to her looked almost the same except for her hair and age. Naruto only had one thing to say about all of this. Hinata, what are you doing here? He exclaimed. The woman with dark blue hair froze at this while Tony looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, how are you here? The woman known as Hinata stammered out. I think I asked first. We're here because I managed to teleport us here. How in the world did you ever manage to get onto the moon? I live here. I've lived on the moon for many years. Would you like to come inside? I think that it would be better to talk while sitting down, Hinata replied. That would probably be for the best, Naruto stated. So, who is your friend? Hinata asked while pointing to Tony, who was still suited up. Tony waved towards Hinata and the young girl who was hiding behind her leg. Hey, I'm Tony Stark. I'm the wife of this idiot, Tony replied before playfully punching Naruto in the arm. Hinata's smile seemed to slightly falter at hearing this news. Oh, you're married. I didn't know that. Then again, why wouldn't anyone wish to marry you? Hinata replied awkwardly. Now, who's the one hiding behind your leg? Tony asked as she crouched before the two. Come on, don't be shy. Not like I'm going to eat you. Tony let her faceplate slide up to reveal her smiling face. See, I'm just a regular person under this suit. The white-haired girl decided to reveal more of herself before replying. Hello. I'm YY Yuki. It's nice to meet you, Yuki shyly replied. You're really going to need to fix that stuttering problem of yours. Tony pushed herself back up into a standing position. Now, about sitting down. Why yes. We should go and do that. Follow me. Hinata and Yuki then held hands and began walking together towards the large castle doors that the courtyard was connected to. Naruto and Tony followed after her. As they walked in the empty-looking castle, Tony leaned over to Naruto and whispered, Who is this woman, and why does she seem really into you? Tony asked. Her name is Hinata Hyuga. She was one of my friends during my time in the Leaf. She also seemed nervous and shy when she was younger. It seems that she has gotten much better over the years. And, I have no idea what you are talking about. She's never been into me. Naruto replied. Tony shook her head with a sigh. You still don't understand women even after all of these years. Now, I'm just wondering if you're getting that creepy vibe from this castle. I mean, it's a big place and the only people we've seen has been Hinata and Yuki. And also, are their hair colors natural? It's been bugging me since I've seen them, Tony stated. First of all, yes, their hair color is real. My friend Sakura had pink hair, and my master had white hair his entire life. Weird hair colors are normal on my world compared to yours. Naruto then grew more serious, and I agree. I've been sensing the area and all I've felt for chakra signatures that are actually alive would be 3 people. Seems extremely suspicious. Weight off my mind. I thought that I was just becoming paranoid. Tony turned away from Naruto and spoke up to Hinata. Hey, Hinata, why are there only 3 people living here? Tony pondered. That's because there are only 3 people alive here. Yuki, Toneri, and myself. Hinata replied. Who's Toneri? Tony asked. My husband. Eventually the group made it to a large room that was devoid of decoration. It made the large room seem both Spartan and empty. The floors were made of caramel brown wood while the walls were an unidentifiable dark color. The ceiling was held up by multiple white pillars while in the center of the room was a wooden table that seemed to be made of a rich mahogany color. Surrounding the table were purple velvet cushions which Hinata and Yuki sat down upon. Naruto sat down first while Tony had her armor fold back up into a backpack. Then she sat down next to Naruto. It was silent for a small while before Hinata broke the silence. Would both of you care for tea? I could go for some tea. Never had it that much more of a coffee person. What about you, Naruto? Tony replied. Sure. Hinata waved her hand and 4 people dressed in gray body-obscuring clothing landed next to each person at the table. Naruto was about to jump up and form a Rasengan to destroy the gray-clad people but stopped when he noticed them pouring each person a cup of tea. When the task had been accomplished, the group of 4 jumped back into the darkness of the room. Who the hell were those people? I thought that we were the only ones here in this castle? Naruto exclaimed. Tony showed the same amount of shock as Naruto in this regard. Hinata and Yuki covered their mouths as they giggled into their sleeves. Those would be the puppets that my husband controls. They're there to help us if we need it, Hinata said after regaining some of her bearing. That explains a lot. But what that doesn't explain is why there are only 3 of you living on the moon. Could you please tell us why? Naruto asked after he calmed down. That is because everyone that had once lived here has now died due to civil war that occurred here. My husband was the only survivor from it. Hinata replied. Eventually Toneri grew lonely and came down to our world and we found each other. Both of us were quite lonely, and we enjoyed one another's company. When he asked me to join him on this world, I took him up on his offer. Seems a bit fairy tale to me, but that's just my opinion, Tony interrupted. Really, Tony? Naruto shook his head in exasperation. Could you please continue? Thank you, Naruto. Now, after living with Teneri for many years, we decided to get married to one another, and then I had my daughter, Yuki. Hinata finished with pride as she looked at the white-haired girl. What about you? Naruto grinned and rubbed the back of his head. Well, when I left our world, I traveled for a while until due to some things that were happening, I saved a man who hired me to act as a bodyguard. Then I was assigned to Tony and her family and things happened between Tony and I and we got married. Eventually we had a son named Alex. Naruto quickly summarized. You don't know how long it took for us to start dating. He was so oblivious at first. Tony added in. Hinata's eyebrows shot up slightly while her mouth quirked into that of amusement. Yes, he really is. Hinata agreed as she took a sip from her cup. Tony followed suit and drank the entire cup in one gulp. After Tony finished, she set the cup back down and gained a mischievous look. He almost completely missed all the hints that I laid on him. Tony leaned back into her seat. Don't you remember those times? Tony asked. Whatever you say, Antonia. I remember a few of the stories that your mother told me about you. I really wouldn't try to hold that over me if I was you. Tony's eyebrows shot up into the air after Naruto said this. Naruto coughed into his hand before he gained a serious look. Still, Tony and I are here for a reason. And what would that be? Hinata asked. The moon that you live on is starting to break apart, and the pieces are hurtling straight towards the world. Hinata became shocked at this while Yuki didn't find this to be odd at all. Originally the plan was for us to teleport to the moon, dig a hole towards the center, and then detonate a planetary devastation in the center to fix the problem. The plan was scrapped when we dug a little into the moon and found a massive world within it. And that's where we are now. Naruto finished. Hinata gained a pale look on her face before she stood up from her seat, and the Starks were about to get up with her until Hinata waved them off. Please, wait here, I'll be back in a little while. Hinata leaned down to Yuki. Just stay right here with the visitors. I'll be back soon. Yuki nodded in reply before looking back at the sitting Starks. With that, Hinata walked away from the group and left Yuki and the Starks alone. How old are you, Yuki? Naruto asked in order to break the silence that had fallen upon the room. Yuki looked down to the floor before murmuring out a response. What? I'm T10. Yuki replied once more a little louder. 10 years old, huh? That's the same age as our son. You and him might get along quite well. Naruto mused to himself. Do you get out this castle that often, or are you always here? Not really. Papa SS sometimes takes MMEO out T to the I islands below. He flies MMED down T to the G ground. Yuki replied shyly with her sleeve raised up in front of her face. Naruto and Yuki smiled warmly at this, though Naruto did find the fact that Yuki's father could fly was something of note. Very few people with the ability to use chakra could fly unless they had a Kekkei Genkai or were extremely strong chakra-wise. After Yuki said this, she found her eyes drawn to those of Naruto's. What is it? Naruto asked. Why your eyes A or L like Papa's? Yuki quickly replied. She then looked at Tony's eyes. And why your eyes A are really different. Yuki quickly added. Tony found this to be intriguing. Did this mean that the girl had never seen brown eyes before? If so, then she was truly isolated from the outside world. What's so strange about them? Where I come from, brown eyes are pretty average, Tony asked. I've never seen T the C color before. They L look BB beautiful. Yuki finished with a massive blush that she hid behind her sleeve. Tony smiled brightly at the compliment. Thank you, Yuki. That was quite nice of you to say. You also have nice eyes as well. I'm sure that when you get older, all the boys will really like you. Tony replied with a grin, and personally, from seeing what your mother looks like, you're probably going to be a knockout. Naruto coughed into his hand as he tried to hide his laughter from Tony's compliment. Yuki seemed almost catatonic from this while Tony openly laughed at this. Cheer up kid, it's just a compliment. You don't need to take it so seriously, Tony said. Yuki took this moment to bow to both Naruto and Tony. Why are you doing that? She looked to Naruto. Do you know why she's doing that? I'm sorry for T taking why your compliment T2S seriously Miss T Tony. P please forgive me. Yuki pleaded. What's there to forgive? You did nothing wrong, Tony said awkwardly. B but I have shown I improper manners T to Y you T2 since why your guests. Yuki replied. Tony shook her head in reply. It's fine, now how about you stop bowing? It's a little much, even if I like the respect that you're showing me, Tony stated. Why yes Miss T Tony. Good. Now, what's it like living in a Dyson sphere? Do you have to deal with any type of gravitational displacement? Are you stronger than average because of the gravity in this environment? What are your animal species like? What powers the pseudo-sun in this place? Do you get day and night cycles? Or Tony felt a slap on the back of her head courtesy of Naruto. Tony, don't overwhelm the poor girl. She's nervous about us as is without you going into scientist mode. Naruto warned playfully. Tony just sighed before pointing at Naruto and whispering over to Yuki quite loudly, he's such a buzzkill, isn't he? It's just because he's not smart enough to keep up with the conversation, Tony stated proudly. I can hear everything that you are saying right now, Naruto announced. No, you can't. He's just pretending he can because he's jealous of my intelligence, Tony retorted. Yuki began laughing at their interaction. See, at least you aren't being as shy as you were before. Yuki stopped laughing after a while and nodded at this. IGG guess you are right. Yuki replied. Thank YYUF for that. You're welcome. Tony looked up from Yuki past her head and saw that Hinata still hadn't come back yet. Are we going to see your mom again, or is she just going to be out of sight for the rest of the day? She'll see come BB back. Mama is J just GG going to talk to P Papa, Yuki replied. Is your father usually gone? I would think that it would be hard to try and hide from others here when there are only 3 people here, Naruto asked. Yuki shook her head in reply. No, he's just been really tired recently. So, your dad is really tired, huh? Would your mom also be extremely tired as well? Especially when she comes back after visiting him, Tony asked lewdly. Tony, Naruto warned. What, I'm just trying to have some fun. And she's 10. Not the most appropriate conversation in front of a 10-year-old. Tony was interrupted when the group heard footsteps sounding out throughout the room. The group turned to look at Hinata, who seemed to be moving a lot more robotically than she was before. It was the person next to her that set Naruto on edge. The man's blue eyes were literally glowing in the darkness of the room. Hello, you must be the guests that my wife so graciously allowed into our castle, the man greeted. You must be Tenari. Naruto said tersely. I am. Tenari turned his gaze to Yuki and smiled slightly. Yuki, could you come over here, please? Tenari asked. Yuki seemed delighted at this and stood up before running over to her father. What is it, Papa? Yuki asked. I would like for you to say goodbye to our guests, Tenari responded. It was here that Naruto got a really bad feeling from Tenari. He grabbed Tony's hand from under the table, which she easily noticed, and squeezed Naruto's hand in reply. Yuki turned to look at the Starks and waved to them. Goodbye. WW was nice to meet YU. With that, Tenari raised his hand at the 2 Starks and a glowing green orb grew before being launched at the 2 with a boom. Naruto quickly pulled Tony to his chest and jumped out of the way as the green orb hurtled past them and detonated where they once were sitting. Tenari seemed slightly surprised at the 2 dodging his attack, but he quickly regained the cool visage that he held before. The hell was that about? Naruto shouted as he released his grip on Tony. As he did so, Tony activated her suit, which quickly covered her from head to toe in metal. She then aimed her gauntlet's repulsor at Tenari. You must be eliminated. No one was meant to arrive on the moon, so how did you manage to do so? Tenari questioned. Papa. What are YUD doing? Yuki asked in horror at seeing the 2 guests get attacked. You'll understand later. Take Yuki to her room. As Tenari said this, more gray-clad figures jumped out from the shadows and took uncomplying Yuki away, leaving the adults the only living beings in the room. Evil albino man, I think that you should answer our questions first before we decide to kick your ass, Tony ordered. Naruto made a quick glance to Tony. Evil albino man? Really? It was the best I could do at the moment? Tenari raised his eyebrow at the arguing couple before speaking. Hinata, what do you know about these 2? I only know about Naruto's capabilities. He is much stronger than me. Only you could take him. The woman that is next to him is unknown. She has very little chakra, so I doubt that she is much to be worried about, except that there is a massive amount of chakra emanating from the center of her chest that is powering the suit of hers. Hinata replied in that robotic tone. Hinata, what is wrong? I know for a fact that you can't condone any of what is happening right now, Naruto shouted to the blue-haired woman. Hinata didn't reply, but Tenari did. She isn't going to reply to you. She's under my control as of the moment. It is of no matter. What is troublesome is that you are here to disrupt my plan. So, as you knew my wife once in a previous life, I will be considerate and make your death a swift one. Tenari charged another green orb and was about to launch it before Tony fired her repulsor at the orb. When the 2 energies collided, a small explosion occurred and launched Tenari and Hinata a few feet. Tenari was the first on his feet, followed by Hinata. You have thrown my proposal in my face. I will make you suffer for it. Hinata, kill the woman, I'll kill Naruto. When Tenari said this, he did something that Naruto and Tony didn't expect. he became covered in an eerily similar cloak of green chakra that caused a piece of his hair to become horn-like while 9 black orbs floated behind him in a circular formation. Naruto responded in kind by activating his chakra cloak, which burst into life around him. Okay, before we fight, I have one thing to say. That cloak is a total ripoff of Naruto's, and the second would be that you are really interrupting our vacation. The third would be that by the end of this day, I'm going to put my boot up your ass. Tony threatened. I'd like to see you try. Tenari replied coolly. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.